Welcome, Chennai! How are you feeling? How are you all feeling? No, we need to do this again. I don't like the energy. I was told the weather is warm, and so are the people, but we need to do this again. How are you guys feeling? This is more like it. This is more like it. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ranjit Mama Senior Patel. I'm your host for this entire tournament, and I would like to welcome all of you to the Skyesports Champions Series presented by AMD and powered by Router. We have 3 phases in this tournament. The first, second are done. This is phase 3. But in phase 1, we had more than 300 teams across India and South Asia participating, trying to make it to phase 2, but only 12 teams made it to the second phase. Out of those 12 teams, we only have top 6 teams which have made it onto this very stage where they're going to battle it out for a chance as the 2 APAC Challengers slots. On one hand, we have the old guard. On the other, we have fresh blood. Who's going to come out on top? Only time can tell. But while we're talking about the players, there's one thing that I was told. The hospitality over here is wonderful. The players were greeted, and everyone had a lot of fun. But nonetheless, let's have a look at how the players were greeted in Chennai the local way. Well, Skyesports and the people of Chennai, everyone takes pride in their hospitality, and it shows. It absolutely shows. I'm sure all of you guys are really excited, but that's not it. We have one more special video planned for you guys. I think Antidote knows what I'm talking about, a music video with some of your favorite players, so let's have a look at that as well.
SK Rossi, man, we as much as we love talking about this guy, can't deny the bad performances, man. He has got 4 kills right now. Oh, it's heartbreaking to see for G. They need SK Rossi to deliver.
They're all turtled up in the side. They can easily get swarmed by the pistols.
Great at all, but Amaterasu and Deathmaker have gotten 2. Still a lot of work to be done for Deathmaker. Let's bring it to a 2v1, but still a little bit too much to ask this time for Deathmaker. It's a great attempt though, but open from heaven. This is just a game that he keeps on giving.
He's the one who got headshot. Deathmaker though, juggling the guns!
Oh.
But eventually the weight of the Vandal will weigh heavy on Jermaine.
It is time to fight back. It is time for payback. It is time for glory. Arise South Asia. It is time for Skyesports Champions Series. We are ready. We are coming.
From the twist of fate to a chance to rise above everybody else. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Skyesports Champions Series, but with all these players putting in all the work, every single team out here is here to win and qualify for the APAC Challengers. But before we move on to the matches, I'd like to invite all these players up on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, when I call them up, I want all of you to blow the roof off. I see you. Batura, I see you. You're the loudest out here in the room. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Ladies and gentlemen, for Antidote, SK Rossi, Scargord, and Deathmaker. Can we have them up on the stage? Welcome, welcome, Scar. And we have Mohit as well, of course. No, Mohit, huge round of applause for Mohit as well for giving the direction, giving the movie a direction to sort of portray the storyline. And it's very interesting, right? So I want to come to you first, and I want you to walk us through the storyline because you see Deathmaker and you see Rossi with dead weight attached to the leg. What is that supposed to signify?
So I think check. Can you, okay.
I think can we have mic number 1? I think it's not working. We'll figure it out. But nonetheless, it's mic number 1. Is it still on? नहीं आवाज पहुंच जाएगा but stream वाले नहीं सुन पाएंगे ना दिक्कत ये है if the stream guys can't listen to it that'll be a problem or I could just remove my headphone and give it to you but it's on as well. I don't know why it's not working. We could just have a different mic come up from backstage if we could. But in the meantime, you could still talk to the audience over here. You can still hold it. The moment it comes on, it'll go to the stream. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
But what's the idea with, dead weight attached to both Deathmaker and Rossi? Because everybody has their own interpretation about this.
So I think the idea was more to showcase that these athletes are kind of stuck in the darkness and they've kind of lost hope to progress in their professional career, and the weight of the negativity, the toxicity, everything is taking them down, right?
Yeah.
So we always wanted to show the mental, kind of state that they are in, and they're not able to come out of the kind of turmoil they're going through. It is hard to play at the level that these guys are playing, and it's not a battle against, the other teams. Sometimes the battle is against yourself. And we wanted to show that when you're looking at your reflection, you're not able to see yourself sometimes after a hard defeat, and that weight, kind of takes you down. So we wanted to show how these guys are carrying that weight, and there's so much potential they have, but they're not able to come out of it because they don't have the hope. And that is what they were fighting for. That is what they were striving for. And in the film, if you see, Antidote comes to their rescue and shows them that, guys, the battle is not amongst us. We need to, find a way to fight for India, for our region, so that we can go on the international level. And I think the rest is pretty self-explanatory. I had a blast shooting with these actors.
Andy's a natural, by the way.
They were fabulous. Like, I didn't feel I was shooting with esports athletes. I was shooting with proper professionals, So it was a blast, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mohit. Baskara, I would like to come to you first. You can hold it yourself. What an experience for you, right? You're still very new to the LAN circuit that way, but starting off the bang, how do you feel?
I feel...
Hold higher. No, this
hello,
one.
hello,
Yeah.
mic testing.
Yeah, it's working, it's working.
The camera, the lights, everything was very new to me. I was very anxious earlier, but then Mohit, gave me some tips that you shouldn't feel like this. Take it as an experience, and it was a very mesmerizing experience. So I really feel glad that I got this opportunity from Skyesports, and yeah, that's just about it.
No, that's wonderful. But again, before I let you go, I'll ask you one more question. How excited are you? Because it's not something you get to experience every day, right? And you worked really hard to be here. So how excited are you, and what are you feeling?
I'm really excited, and I'm really looking forward to play. And I'm just gonna give it my best and hope for the best. That's it.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Scar. Sunny, I know you're a man of few words, but मुझे ये बताओ, you're very camera shy. बहुत आप भागते हो, माइक से भी भागते हो. मुझे कभी इंटरव्यू भी लेने नहीं देते, लेकिन कैसा लगा शूट करके, कैसा महसूस हो रहा है यहाँ पे आके?
शूट करके बहुत ही इंसान लगा, हाँ, शूट करके बहुत ही इंसान लगा एक्चुअली, क्योंकि ये लाइक एक्चुअली पहले कभी शूट नहीं किया था ऐसा, तो
I'll hold it for you. हाँ.
या थैंक यू. बोल रहा था कि हाँ कभी ऐसा पहले शूट नहीं किया था, तो वहाँ पे एक्टर्स जो है हम लोग सब वहाँ पे बहुत ही अच्छा लगा इन शॉट.
Well, it's wonderful. But Rossi, come here. You've been on a high lately because Suamina, you came out on top, literally on the top of the table. But video bhi shoot kiya abhi, and you're coming in, you're riding a high. How are you feeling? Because last time the results were not as expected when you went out. But how prepared are you this time?
This time we are very much prepared. Like, we're not prepared for any team or something. We just want to get better each and every day. So the focus is right there to commit less mistakes and have a high percentage of winning situations at the game. So we've been doing pretty good. But again, we have to trust each other and move forward.
Oh, that's wonderful. But I have Anti over here. I heard you started a new production company. You can hold the mic yourself. What is this A&E production? What's the backstory with this?
So basically, Xcali, my friend, he loves making reels. And so I give him company. So basically, हम लोग ने production चालू किया है, Antidote and Xcali production. तो उसमें reel बनाते हैं हम लोग, और जो भी
last वाला कौन सा reel बनाया था?
कुछ marry me, something like this. So anyway, about the film, I thank Mohit Bhai, the Global Esports production, also Shiva Bhai and the team Skyesports. Also special mention to Ravi Bhai and Ishan. Thank you. And also the full global team. So the concept was insane. जब मेरे को सुनाया गया तो मैं तो instantly बोला कि okay, I'm doing it 100%. Because you know लग भी रहा था because the stars of India, you know, SK Rossi and Deathmaker, वो लोग दोनों बंधे हुए, and then मैं थोड़ा आता हूँ उनको खोलता हूँ, and the young blood already stage पे रहता है और हम लोग के लिए wait करता है कि okay come.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
आप जब आए थे, ब्रेकआउट किया था सर्किट पे, 18-19 साल के थे, एक जमाने में आपको यंग ब्लड बोलते, अब कैसा लग रहा है किसी और को यंग ब्लड बोलते हुए? See, Caramel is also there, he also knows.
ठीक है, ज़माना चला गया है. But ऐसा नहीं, it's like I had all of them, और हम लोग बहुत मस्ती किए स्टेज में, सबको मालूम ही है, और हम लोग बहुत काफ़ी टाइम से जानते हैं एक दूसरे को, तो वो बॉन्डिंग भी है. तो मोहित भाई ने काफ़ी ज़्यादा तारीफ किया है कि प्रोफेशनल एक्टर्स वगैरह, बट एक्चुअली ऐसा कुछ नहीं था. एक शॉट पे हम लोग बहुत सारे टेक्स लगाए, और मेन हम लोग का प्रॉब्लम था हम लोग हंसते एक दूसरे को देख के, तो वो काफ़ी हम लोग का हुआ था. अदर देन दैट, वो absolutely amazing experience. Thank you.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, guys. Mohit, once again, a special shout out to you because I forgot your name when I was introducing you.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
If
You guys
I can,
yeah, absolutely.
I just want to take an opportunity to say this, esports, there's not too many people who are taking, initiative to do something out of their comfort zone to level up the industry. And I think this is exactly that. So big shout out to Skyesports and Riot Games for, kind of producing this and trusting us with our vision. From a concept, we've come to this final film and it feels good to be here standing with these legends.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. ये अच्छी बात है. In place के साथ खड़े हो जाओ. You guys can get settled in. In place के साथ खड़े हो जाओ. हमको भी legend बोल देते. अच्छा लगता है. That's wonderful. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the big moment, the moment we've all been waiting for. The trophy reveal will happen, but we have a surprise for that as well. I'm going to invite two lovely ladies who won our hearts with their content. They might look sweet on the stage, but trust me, they're ferocious in the server. I want all of you to give it up for Ankita and Zaya. Once again, can we have a huge round of applause for them, please? Thank you so much. I'm not going to let you go, Abhi. You can stand here. Ankita, I want to come to you. Last time you've been here on this very stage a month ago in Mumbai, and you've played on this stage. But this time around, how much more prepared are you? Because last time जो हुआ था वो सबने देखा, but इस बार क्या scene है?
I mean, I think I have to perform better than last time, right?
Oh, you did. You played wonderful.
Exactly. I got to be better than that now.
Better than that. Challenge दे रहे हो क्या? इधर open challenge जितने भी creators आए उनको.
Yes.
But how are you feeling about this? Because now LANs have come back. पहले मुंबई में थे, अभी हम चेन्नई में. Maybe next month or the month after that, you might be in a different city altogether. But to the audience, right? Especially the newer audience जो esports में है, उनको क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
To enjoy the experience, definitely.
And show up. If you're in Chennai, show up over here. If you have the passes, make sure you guys drop by because the atmosphere is going to be electric. Thank you. Zaya, here you go.
Hello, hello.
Listen, I know this is your first ever LAN experience with an audience. I know you're a little nervous. Are you?
Yeah, thoda sa, but I think now it's fine.
Now it's fine?
It's all gone now.
I mean, yeah, you've been creating content for how long? 8 years now? More than that.
Almost 7, 8.
But how excited are you to play on this big stage?
I am very excited, dude. It's my first LAN ever.
Listen,
and on stage also.
I know you don't like to be cocky at all. लेकिन जितने भी creators यहाँ पे, if you had to tell them one thing, just one thing, while you're going to be playing against them, तो क्या बोलते उनको?
I know you guys know that I don't play a lot, but I think you'll see my gameplay tomorrow and you will be impressed, I hope.
No, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. You guys can get settled in as well. Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Ankita and Zaya. But now, we will have representatives from every single team walk up on the stage. We'll have a word with them as well. Because, look, everybody wants to know what's going on in their heads, but I'm going to invite them one by one. I know you're feeling a little lazy. It's the first day, but I need the energy. I need the energy when they walk up. I need all of you guys to give them a huge round of applause. But let's start with Velocity Gaming. Do we have Euphoria around here? You four, can we have you up on the stage, please? You have to hold it higher, man. Welcome, welcome. You can get settled in over here. I'll invite everyone. I'll come to you to talk to you. From Global Esports, we have Mohit. Mohit, can we have you up on the stage? He was right here with me. I shouldn't have let him go only. That's wonderful. From Revenant, we have HBK. HBK, can you come up? From Enigma, we have YB. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for YB. From FDX, we have Anirudh. Anirudh, can you have them on the stage, please? And last but not least, from Orangutan, we have Hades. Hades, can we have you up on the stage? team feeling?
Like holding this logo in my hand as a flag is just the biggest thing for me right now.
What do you have to say to the fans and the audience?
Go full power.
That's wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Full Power. Lucas. Hey, how are you feeling? I know you're a man of few words. I know you're very camera shy, but how are you feeling?
I'm very excited. Finally LAN after so many years. So it's awesome to be here and see everybody being here also.
I think the last time you were on an Indian stage, you were playing yourself, weren't you?
Yeah, I was playing myself last time in Chennai itself also. My last LAN was in Chennai and we won it back then. So
That's
nice
wonderful.
experience.
Hopefully it happens this time around as well. What do you have to say to all the fans over here?
Thank you everybody for coming. I hope we'll have a good show here this weekend or this week.
Wonderful. Huge round of applause for Lucas. Hades, I want to come to you. You came in as a dark horses because it was a new lineup, a very ambitious lineup to say the least. Has the team been performing up to your expectations?
Yeah, I think it's going beyond expectations, and I think this is the
You
first
hold it
LAN.
closer though.
Yeah, I think it's the first LAN, and we're gonna make sure we're gonna put up some show over there, and everybody gonna cheer for the Ape Army. And yeah, let's go Ape Army.
That's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. HBK, from playing against each other to me interviewing you on stage. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. And this is the first LAN for our Valorant squad.
Yeah, just a second. I need to switch this up, but here you go.
Yeah, this is the first LAN for our Valorant squad, so we are ready. We're ready to do some damage.
You're to do damage or you're here to win?
We are here to do the damage as well as win.
Absolutely. But to all the fans, to all your fans out there, what do you want to say?
Just thank you for being here. Support us. Be Revenant.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I see Mohit right here rallying his troops.
Nothing. That was nothing. I'm just,
But I shouldn't have let you go in the first place. But how are you feeling? Your friends are here, your family, the entire G family, all the fans are here. And of course, the teams and the players are pumped up. I do believe you arrived earlier to boot camp. How's everything coming along?
So it's all good. I think from the last LAN to this LAN, we've come a long way. Players are feeling really good about how they're feeling. And the energy here is amazing. Everyone who's watching at home, guys, I wish you were here at the LAN, because here in person, meeting everyone, interacting, you're feeling the velocity, you're feeling the energy, and more than anything, I'm just going to say one thing. 3, 2, 1, G-Fighting!
That's wonderful. I'm sure everybody's going to need a throat insurance by the end of it, but here you go.
Yes.
UFO, how are you feeling?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. The environment is really amazing. बहुत pumped up है सब लोग, तो बहुत मजा आ रहा है.
You have a very unique role though, because you come up here, you're of course managing the team, but at the same time sometimes you also end up playing. So how do you switch into that zone where you're managing the team and you're also playing?
So like टीम के पीछे रहता हूँ तो गेम में तो हमेशा ही रहता हूँ. So खेलने का मौका मिल जाता है तो वो एक एक्स्ट्रा मोटिवेशन मिल जाता है काम करने को और खेलने को. तो अभी स्काई स्पोर्ट्स अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रहा है तो दैट इज़ रियली अमेजिंग कि स्ट्रीमर्स को भी एक मौका मिल रहा है कि प्रोफेशनल्स को कैसे खेलने का रहता है. तो इट्स रियली अमेजिंग.
देखो मैंने सवाल पूछे, देखिए अभी जो टूर्नामेंट होने वाला है वेरी ई स्पोर्ट्स पर्सपेक्टिव मैंने सवाल पूछे थे आपको, लेकिन कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स जितने भी बैठे उनको क्या कहेंगे आप?
कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स के लिए भी अच्छा मौका है टू क्रिएट कंटेंट एंड उनको खेलने का भी मौका मिल रहा है, तो नथिंग बेटर देन दैट. और वही है यार, एंड ऑफ द डे सब इकोसिस्टम के पार्ट है, तो एक साथ ही ग्रो करेंगे. कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स, प्लेयर्स, सब लोग, प्रोडक्शन टीम, सब इस चीज़ का पार्ट है, तो इट्स रियली गुड.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. And all of you guys can get settled in as well. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for everyone. Thank you so much. Good luck to all of you. But now, look, we've had the trophy reveal, we've had everything happen, but now it's time for action. Now it's time to call both these teams who are going to be going up against each other on stage, get them settled in. But do you have any idea which is the first team coming up on the stage? That's not going to be it, but nonetheless, let's have a look at the first team in question. So, a lot of expectations over here. A lot of I wouldn't call it pressure because you guys are used to it. You played as God Particles. You're here as Revenant. You've been together for so long. How are you guys feeling with being on this big stage? Of course, an opportunity to go to APAC qualifiers. How are you feeling?
Everyone on the team is feeling really excited, and we are confident that we can win, and we're gonna show everyone that we are not underdogs anymore.
Oh, that's wonderful. I have to ask a question to Scar. Amber, I'll come to you the next time. We have a very unique story to share, by the way. But Scar, there you go. Mere bhai.
Yeah.
A lot of storylines for you, a lot of fans as well. कैसा महसूस हो रहा है?
I'm feeling like a tiger यार. मेरे को डर नहीं लग रहा किसी चीज़ का. बिल्कुल डर नहीं लग रहा. Everybody is giving me tips, young blood. I'm like, what, dude? I'm here to play.
Oh, I like the energy. I like the energy. But nonetheless, you guys can wait here while you get VLT on top. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at who they're going up against. सभी को ले आए ऊपर सबको ले आए I'll come to you but see I want to come to you first home you're a local boy over you were born here if I'm not mistaken
This is home, man.
This is home you're here with VLT how are you feeling
Well, this is home too, so I'm feeling great.
You're at home but you've been helping the team to prepare better how's the mood in the camp
It's great. We've just been waiting for everything to start. In general, we came early to Chennai just for that, and we're excited to get it going. And hopefully, everyone today will feel the velocity.
Do not miss the talent life though because you've been casting for a while. You've helped the teams with with the strategies, making sure everything's running smooth. But what do you like better?
Honestly, like with VLT, I like this better. It feels like I'm part of a
That's
family.
a very diplomatic answer.
No, I'm telling you, like I feel like a family. I went to boot camp and it was so easy gelling with all of them, talking to all of them, being with them. And yeah, I don't know if I would do it for any other team, but with VLT, I prefer this life.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. But you for one question, a message to all the fans.
यही कि keep supporting. You know कि जब भी ज़रूरत पड़े हम लोगों ने perform किया इस बार भी करेंगे. And feel the velocity.
No, that's wonderful. You guys can shake hands, get settled in. All right, so the players will get settled. We'll hop onto the match as well, but we have our lovely casters ready and the analyst segment as well, which we have. But Crips and Tanya are waiting for us. Take it away.
Hello ladies and gentlemen and welcome to the Skyesports Champions Series. Well, over here my name is Crips and with me is Tanya. We are going to be your casters for the day and let's just get this underway. I'm so excited. How are you feeling about this one? The teams are out there, up on the stage and they're ready. I mean, when Mamba went up to Skargod, the way he said things, I felt like he's going to set the stage on fire himself. Multiply that with 5 and you got a blast.
Absolutely, the sprint is all done, Crips. Now it is all about the marathon. The small momentum, breakthrough points have all been taken down already. It is up to who is going to cross the ribbon real soon. And as the matches are going to progress, we are going to closure about the bracket finalists, about everything who's going to fight the Enigma undefeated team.
Exactly. I mean, the teams that are on stage right now, they are the ones starting out. But there are certain teams like Enigma and Orangutan who've already taken a step ahead. They are the ones who qualified at the #1 seed from their respective groups and they are the ones sitting on top right now. That's why they're in the audience. They can just chill right now and considering this is a LAN environment and everyone is, under a lot of pressure, just having the ability to sit back over there is going to be like a blessing and just watching your opponents duke each other out. But let's focus on the teams at hand right now. Both the teams have quite a lot at stake. Velocity, while they didn't top their group, Revenant Esports barely qualified, and that too because of Valor underperforming. So naturally, these teams have a lot to prove. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I believe it is Team Velocity who has hidden the tricks under the cap. We did not see them potentially going overboard, performing so extremely well or with some new tricks. So today it's the day for Velocity to make us feel the Velocity for sure. And rather, we are going to feel being Revenant as well. I'm not denying with the fact. But it is Team Velocity who has hidden a lot of tips and tricks. And from today, we are going to start to witness as the day progresses.
Exactly. I mean, I kind of want to touch upon Velocity's journey in the group stage over here. These guys were nearly undefeated until they faced Full Power Gaming. And even then, it seemed like to some extent Velocity was about to win. They just slipped at the last moment and Full Power Gaming took over. In Fracture, they were on the lead.
Yeah.
These guys, Full Power Gaming, they read Velocity like a book towards the later end of the game, and that's how they were able to move ahead. Even later on in the next map, it felt like Velocity was going to dominate, but then the next half rolled over and Full Power Gaming also rolled them over to the side.
So it was like a slipping sand from hand on the seashore. That is exactly what happened. But from today, they are going to have a tight hand. They're not going to let alone an entire map slip out of their hand. It is going to be every round getting counted. Indeed, every frag is going to get counted.
Exactly. And as you see the players getting ready in front of you, their warm-up's done. At this point, I'm pretty sure that even the map video is going to be done, and they will be able to get into the games really, really soon. But this is kind of where I want to touch upon the maps right now. And we'll be going live with the video soon, so don't worry. We'll talk about that when we get to it. But for now, I want to take a look at what these guys have done in the past, especially regarding their maps. Keep in mind, Velocity was the #1 team on Breeze in India for 2 consecutive months. They went almost undefeated whenever they played Breeze. But then comes Revenant, a team that has almost never played Breeze, and they beat Velocity on it, on their own home turf. Now that's weird, and quite frankly, I never expected that. But it happened not just one, it happened twice. Revenant were able to beat Velocity on Breeze twice. Their own strongest map. Now, just make what you want with that information.
I believe today they are going to change everything that has been done, and they are not going to rewrite the past, but they are going to make the future into their hands. And if at all Breeze is going to be the part of map veto today, they are going to make sure about it that it is all theirs. They don't lose a single round, but they have lost it against Revenant. And on paper, whatever it is, map of Fracture being strongest for Revenant, they have lost it against Team Velocity. So it is going to be tit for tat then, just in case if anything else happens otherwise.
Exactly. So both these teams have their win conditions set, but the stakes over here are incredibly high. Not only are they competing for a lot of money, but they also have the potential to represent their country on the international stage. So let's get it started, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what these guys have in store for us. Revenant banning Icebox and Velocity banning Split. No surprises over there. But because of that, Velocity Gaming have let Fracture slip through. They're the ones to pick it up.
They are starting on the defender side as well. I believe Fracture, they have got an upper hand there, but they have lost it once. So the exact words which I said for the map of Reese on the side of Velocity, it is going to work in either ways for the side of Revenant as well. I believe they are going to try to make map of Fracture all theirs. But nothing is going to be very flawless today. We might go for a 2-1 scoreline without a doubt, but we might also reach to the OT platform because it is map of Ascent. We are going to go for the decider map.
Exactly. Now, Ascent is what kind of surprises me. You know, Velocity almost always ban out Ascent whenever they're facing an opponent who isn't on the same caliber as them, because Ascent is one of those maps where anything can happen and you cannot really predict the outcome of the game. You can't even do much to control it because of its sluggish nature. But today, Velocity decided to ban Bind instead, which honestly is a little surprising for me, and they picked up Ascent. Now, this is, this puts the whole series in a little bit of a moot point. Because Velocity have picked up Breeze, there's no surprises over there because it is their strongest map, but the only team who has beaten them on this map in the past is Revenant. And considering that we are going to see a 3-mapper affair, we're going to go all the way to Ascent, this game is up in the air with nobody being able to predict what's going to happen. Can these guys predict each other's moves? That's the question I want to see the answer to.
The surprises are going to be in air without a doubt, but I believe a map of and we can see the players are trying to support, and they are trying to support themselves as well.
Yep, also paying tribute to the fallen singer. That's very unfortunate, but let's focus on the happy side over here. Let's focus on these teams who are here to put on a show. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? All the Velocity fans in the house, give us a cheer. And now for the Revenant supporters, let us hear you roar.
Well, I did not hear Revenant so loud. Where are the Revenant supporters? Cheer for them again.
That's more like it.
That's more like it. Now we do feel the sound is equalized between Revenant and Velocity. Same fans, same desk, and same stage. Who is going to win it? That is going to be the question for the entire day. But again, coming back to the question, the journey has been long enough. The map of Fracture, how do you think it is going to make up?
Alright, so I'm going to throw it back to the past a little bit. When Velocity faced Full Power Gaming on Fracture, they were doing really well, but their triggers were identified easily by the members of Full Power Gaming. The triggers in this case were MW1's Neon, and every time he was able to hit a site, the members of Full Power Gaming, they rotated really quickly and they got into positions before Velocity could even take any inch of real estate. Now, identifying those triggers is going to be really important for Revenant. While Velocity have the potential to switch things up, and while they can be very, very hard to nail down, there are certain strategies that they start in a particular way which can reveal their future steps as well. Those triggers are what Velocity need to be careful about. Now, when I spoke to CA a few hours ago, while they have admitted that Velocity is a pretty disciplined team, the thing that they kind of struggle with sometimes is letting themselves feel the game. Instinct cannot be shut down. You can counter the most advanced strategies. You can outread your opponents even in the simplest of ways, but the pure raw instinct of a player to go for unorthodox plays, that cannot be shut down. And according to whatever I've heard about Velocity and the way they've been preparing, they are trying to enhance that killer instinct of them and let themselves loose. If they run rampant over here, trusting their gut and not necessarily sticking to the rules, being all that rigid, I think Velocity have a damn good chance of winning out this game.
Talking about Revenant though, well, I'm expecting some magnificent play coming in from Revenant as well. Ultimately, they both have qualified into the same pattern through phase 2. Let's see how are they going to work it out, how are they going to create the scenario where they are able to read the strategies, because that is the exact break-even point for Team Velocity here. And if at all Velocity is readable, I believe Revenant can go for the frags. And for the start itself, Crips, I did mention for a while that Team Velocity has hidden all their cards by far. And one by one, they are going to unfold it from today.
Exactly. Now, how many cards do they have up their sleeve? I'm sure that this is the magician's sleeve. You know, you can just pull out a rabbit out of the hat, card out of the sleeve. But Revenant also have a little bit of magic in them. The last time Revenant was able to win against Velocity on Breeze, and when they did that, they did it by splitting up really well. Now, on paper, Velocity is the kind of team that can handle split pushes pretty easily, but when a team like Revenant went up against them, Revenant made them run around so much, made them over-rotate and overcommit at times, baiting out some of these mistakes. And that is exactly what Revenant will try to replicate once more. But, you know that saying, once bitten, twice shy? I don't think Velocity is going to let that one saying come true today. They might have adapted, they've definitely adjusted. Let's see how they're able to overcome this one, if they can.
The phase 2 has given them enough lessons, even enough time to study as well. I believe the mistakes have already been studied. They have got the better playship happening here. They are going to perform better as well. They are going to correct all the minute mistakes, because we have seen some of the players going ego peak, getting taken down, and also suffering to one of the players' losses. So I believe, Crips, those mistakes are not going to happen henceforth, because the stakes are high.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those are the kind of simple mistakes that, you know, can be corrected easily, right? They can be corrected within a matter of rounds. But then there's other more deeper underlying issues that require practice, that require, you know, you to go back and maybe even go for some board reviews. So that's some of the things that both the teams will need to work on. especially when it comes to Fracture. The over-rotation part and selling fakes part is something that Revenant need to be careful about. While they are able to make Velocity over-rotate at times, they themselves are not that great at selling their fakes. Some of the times they succeed because Velocity, they have a tendency to push out whenever they get the chance, get map control as much as possible, and when Revenant Esports are just holding back and holding their defaults, they tend to punish those, and that's the best part about Revenant Esports so far, but I'm pretty sure the Velocity have adjusted to there. The pacing is going to be very different this time, and from whatever we've discussed along with them, Velocity are going to be playing in a measured way, but they will let their instincts loose. So that's one thing that Revenant need to be careful about. They can't exploit those defaults anymore. They can't exploit the over-rotates anymore.
Talking about Revenant once again, I believe they are not going for the default pick as well. Wimp is one of the players to watch out for, where he can play around with several initiator plays. We can expect him to go for a fade on the map of Fracture. We have seen that once happening. We can expect that. Now that could be a table turner as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. But Tanya, let's get to some of the players, man. Who do you think is going to be the man we need to look out for on the side of Velocity Gaming?
For Velocity Gaming, it's going to be a race happening between Deathmaker and MW1. MW1, having said that, MW1 needs to have that sort of a pace picked up. So the race is going to go on for two players altogether. And if at all this duo works out, there's no stopping for Velocity for the win.
Yeah, I kind of want to keep my eyes on Deathmaker. The last time he played Fracture, he was on the role of the Chamber. And while he was playing away from his team as a lurker of sorts, the recent changes in Velocity have also turned Right to Ace into a lurker of sorts. Keep in mind, Right to Ace was one of my favorite SOA players at one point, and now he's picking up the role of the controller. So he is also lurking. Deathmaker and Chamber also lurking. Are that many lurks viable anymore? I mean, I don't have the answer to it this time, but maybe we'll find out in a couple of minutes. And on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, that's SK Rossi right there. The man who's sitting at... Hello there. So yeah, he's going to be sitting back, chilling, watching Deathmaker fight out against Knight Rider. Both of those guys, oh my god, SK Rossi, without even saying a word, disrespects them. But yeah, Deathmaker versus Knight Rider, two of the finest operators in the country. They also will be putting on an amazing show. And on your screens right now are my friends over from Full Power Gaming. You know who else can give Deathmaker and Knight Rider a run for their money? A wonderful, talented lad called Shooter. He's not here on the venue right now, but hopefully we'll get to see him play later on. That's going to be the second game today, ladies and gentlemen. So the first game, obviously, right now is Velocity versus Revenant Esports. But up next, we're going to be seeing Full Power Gaming go up against GE.
Well, players of GE, viewers from GE are looking pretty excited, and they are going to study. They are not going to waste their entire time. Look at SK Rossi nodding the head as if he's approving. Yes, we are here to study. And also on the side of Velocity, the players are looking very happy, excited, and already very supportive.
Oh yeah, the support is unreal. All the players, all the people watching, of course, are going to scream their lungs out when the game begins. But while we wait for the game to begin, they're all just conserving their energy, you know, and once the game starts and someone gets an ace or something like that, you're going to see this arena turn into a little bit of a fish market with everyone screaming their lungs out. But yeah, speaking of fishes, you know what's like shooting fish in a battle?
Oh.
It's when Revenant Esports sometimes try to go for their executes. And keep in mind that executes are flawless, they are brilliant. But if their execute fails and they have to go for a backup plan, like for example mid-round rotations, that's when Velocity can punish them. The tendency of Velocity to keep pushing out every time and gathering information proactively is something that Revenant will be facing there as their kryptonite. That probably could be their kryptonite.
And that is exactly where they have to make the decision to go for an amicable play. Let's see if that is going to be the case of scenario or no. For the day, I'm feeling that I want to see a magnificent game, magnificent kills, and entirely the day belonging to a team, or maybe both the teams are going to put the best of the show possible. Both of them want to immediately qualify to battle to move in towards the next stages for the final play. And it is going to be a long journey as well. And talking about journey, Crips, the journey started for phase 1, moving on to phase 2. Now we are on the phase 3. The time is ticking already, and it is going to be, the hours are going to diminish the way the players are going to perform.
Oh yeah, not just the hours, Tanya. Some people, they will reduce to ashes. Teams will be decimated. strats will be countered, heads will be chopped off the swivel. Are you guys ready? Okay, no response. Thank you so much for that that silence response. But very soon we're going to be going live with the game, ladies and gentlemen. And the map that we're going to be starting on is Fracture. Tanya, any thoughts about that one?
Well, talking about map of Fracture, there's a lot coming into my mind. I'm expecting MW1 going in as nothing but Neon. He's doing commendable work on the map of Fracture.
Oh yeah, last time that MW1 was on the Neon, he was incredible. And to some extent, he was sort of carrying his team and being the spear, the tip of the spear. I'm going to correct myself. But the problem is when you are able to figure out where MW1 is coming, you figure out how the rest of the team is going to support him. And that's what Revenant seek to use this time against Velocity. While MW1 can be the tip of the spear, he cannot be the entire spear. And that's one lesson that Velocity must have learned from last time when they played Fracture against Full Power.
The blow has been taken once, and I believe they are going to dodge the second time. If at all, they are trying to play with the same strategy. But they do, each and every team must have saved the strats for the future plays. And today itself, I'm not expecting all the tricks to be played, all the cards to be shown. Gradually, they're going to show until and unless there's a clutch situation where they need to pull up the cards, where they need to pull up those situations. Everything is going to be seen from their sleeves, from their socks. And I believe there's nothing going to happen below the belt.
Oh, okay, that's a bold prediction. But speaking of clutches, on your screen you can see Right to Ace eating something right now, and he's been rightly called as Right to Clutch. Now, will that snack of him give him power, or he's going to turn his opponents into a meal and just swallow them whole?
The players are looking pretty confident. Their players are looking as if they're going to swallow an entirety. Each player is looking as if they're going to ace out. And this is the exact motive for the day. And the LAN created by Skyesports, it is amazing. The atmosphere, the ambience, the players, the viewers, the supporters, the casters, I believe everyone is excited.
Oh, definitely. Excitement's on an all-time high. And the longer we take to start this game, that excitement keeps on simmering. It keeps on building up, and the suspense becomes unbearable to the point that when the action finally begins, I think everyone will be on the edge of their seats, biting their nails and just anticipating what comes next. And that's the beauty of it. You cannot anticipate what's going to happen. I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of difference in the playstyles of these teams from Phase 2 and Phase 3. They've had a whole week ahead of them to prepare for this LAN event, and even yesterday these guys were out there practicing. I know for a fact that Velocity Gaming were, a couple of kilometers away in Chennai, practicing in a gaming cafe. Meanwhile, Enigma Gaming and Revenant Esports, they set up their own mini boot camps inside of the hotel itself. Oh, those drums on his on his phone. I remember last time in Skyesports Souvenir, these guys, Global Esports, they brought a whole dhol into the arena and they were just drumming along, man. See, these guys agree. And they confess that they also had a trumpet, but they weren't allowed to bring it in.
Let's hope they are able to blow the trumpet while they are playing, and that is exactly what they are here for. And they would want to blow the trumpet of victory. But talking about the teams again, those who are going to participate for the very first match for the day, it is Revenant versus Velocity. Of course, we have been saying now the players are all set. The map veto is out. If at all you had to predict Crips, what are your predictions? Random thoughts.
I definitely cannot predict Descent. It's too puggish of a map. On Fracture, I do believe Velocity can take it if they don't repeat the same triggers as last time. The only reason, and keep in mind, I have nothing against that. Velocity strats were amazing last time. The difference was, it wasn't Velocity's fault. I'm going to say it was good reading on the part of Full Power. They were the ones who were able to figure it out, and they identified the triggers and they countered it. If they were not able to get that read, Velocity were playing flawlessly. Revenant Esports, on the other hand, while their Fracture game is amazing, is it going to be versatile enough to get that shiny trophy in their arms?
Well, they need to be versatile enough, and I am definitely going to pick it up once, for sure, not as the winner, but I would love to do it and pose myself, because it is one hell of an achievement, not only for the SCS, for the future build-ups as well, 2 teams from here are going to move in for APAC and then to Berlin. It is still a long journey for the players. And we tend to repeat ourselves when we say it is a long marathon. But indeed it is.
It really is.
It really is. They are still passing the baton.
Yeah, they've been passing the baton along, and they just hope that the flame on that baton can still keep shining. The first rule of Fight Club. Well, I don't know about rules over here because all restrictions will be taken off. All the rules will be crumpled up into a ball of paper and tossed out of the window. And I think that's going to happen to their strats as well to some extent. Each team comes into this game with a certain set of strats, and Velocity have been one of those teams that have been pretty good at reading strats. So once if Revenant Esports use something, I better hope they have more tricks in their playbook, more pages in that binder, because you're going to have to throw out some of those strats the moment Velocity are able to counter it. The agents have been selected as well, I believe. And speaking of agents, I would like to point out some really cool things in the Velocity camp that have been happening right now. Ace used to be, like I said, my favorite Sova, and he's playing the role of controller right now. And it's Hellfighter who's picked up the role of the initiator. And Hellfighter was at one point one of the best sentinels in the country. And while it's fair enough to transfer from a sentinel to a controller, it's really difficult to go from being a sentinel to an initiator. So I hope that these guys can make that switch work. They worked it really well in the phase 2 of this tournament, but phase 3, this LAN phase, is going to be completely different.
Absolutely, it is going to be extremely different. If we talk about the players, we are going to witness about almost same players on either of the side. We did see Neons joining in, talking about controller, Shaw, and Chambers as well. And for Neon, if I'm not mistaken, it was Cargo.
I do believe so, yep. I mean, we'll be having the agent selection on our screen also in just a little bit. It's a little spoiler that we've received, you know, while seeing those banners up there on the stage, and then we just go just correspond them to the player sitting under it.
Well, the spoilers, the players are not going to reveal any spoilers, sure. And GE through the viewers desk as well, they are still fighting. They are showing us the screens of GE fighting, not on the screen, but for the viewers as well. I really want to see whom are they supporting out of 2 teams. And they are excited. They have to be. Each and every viewer does look pretty excited though.
Right, looks like we have our agents. We have Hellfighter on the Sage, Amaterasu on the Breach, Deathmaker on the Chamber. We have Ace on Brimstone, and last but not the least, it's going to be MW1 on the Neon. You know, I want to talk about Amaterasu's Breach right now. I mean, I'm probably going to go on a little bit of a fanboy moment because this guy, while the Breach has been a consistent pick and almost a staple pick on the map of Fracture, the best part about Amaterasu is not the way he uses utility. The best part about him is how he baits out the utility from his opponents. Now imagine your enemy Breach having nothing to work with towards the tail end of the round, and that's when you need to execute. Imagine executing without that utility. That's what Amaterasu excels at. You know, he's able to put so much pressure on the opponents that they are forced to use up the utility just to keep themselves safe, and when the actual time of execute comes around, they have nothing left. That's one of the best parts about Amaterasu. While his Breach is brilliant, I can say the same thing about his KO as well, but obviously KO is not going to be a pick in this particular game.
KO should have been joining, but anyway, it is Fracture and you do need some initiators to work out with. They have made their choices. They have made their preferences would be the apt word, because you need to create a team which is not going to go like one man solo taking away aces or aces. It is going to be about the team performances altogether. Once the team is going to reach in, they are trying to make sure that they eliminate the entire team on the other end. And the way you mentioned, baiting out all the utility scripts, I believe if that is done every single time, then it is going to be very difficult, even for the retake part. They won't have anything to enter the site, they won't have anything to defend themselves, they won't have anything to create a pause timer for themselves.
Exactly. And Velocity have been one of those teams who are excellent at the utility usage, right? The way they carpet bomb an entire site. Euphoria agrees with me when I say that Velocity were excellent at that fight. Either way, sometimes Velocity have the tendency to make contact plays, and you'll never see those contact plays coming. Of course, we can see them because we're, you know, we have the bird's eye view of everything. But Can Revenant be prepared for that one? Will Velocity be able to surprise them? Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to find out really soon as we head into map number 1 of the Skyesports Champions Series. Give it up for Velocity versus Revenant Esports.
The cheer was loud enough, and the players are on the move. NW1 is showing himself and is taken down by Skyesports. This was the battle of the neons for the start itself.
Yeah, and with Skyesports picking up that kill, he's going to hightail it into the site, clearing out tower, the fast lane, creating an opportunity for them to side as Revenant Esports sweep the side open. Deathmaker's on the platform already, but will he be able to get this one to work? Oh, they're all missing their shots, and Deathmaker finally puts Ember out of his misery, but all by his lonesome. How much will he accomplish? Loki is playing a bait and switch angle as Deathmaker has spotted out the neon. He doesn't know where Loki is, so they all might swing at the same time. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Revenant Esports win the opening round of the SCS.
This round is going to matter them a lot. They are going to get the upper hand over the weaponaries here. And on the other side though, Velocity on the defender's side did not wait and watch, did not give enough time to study about where is the team, where are they pushing onto. And talking about Revenant though, they were all very sure. They wanted to go for the 5-stack rush.
Exactly, right? The intentions of fighting were clear for both the teams. Revenant Esports, almost all of them stacking up outside of B main and ready to go for a 5-man push. Could have been easily countered by Velocity's fault line and relay bolt. And this time they're going to do the same thing again. A 5-man commitment towards the B main region. They build the red. No casualties just yet, but Ace goes for a cheeky play. He's out of the smoke and catches Cardboard off guard, and his teammates cannot follow up. Another Sky Smoke blocking their path. On the back of it, a Molotov as well. Revenant's initial push has been thwarted, and now it's time for them to go back and try some other avenue of approach.
Are they going to get there, the easier approach, or it is going to be even more tough? Because side A is definitely on the move. On the from the side of Velocity, 2 players have made a move. They are almost on the verge of reaching there. And indeed, they've got the entire side control. Not only B, now they're already controlling side A, Crips. And on the contrary, if you look at the split on the side of Revenant.
Yep. And while Knight Rider has made contact towards the Ace site, Velocity can't be fully sure of this commitment. They have gone in for a little bit of a force fire, and this should be enough for them to stop. With Wimp recovering the weapons, can he make this play work? There's still a Amaterasu right around the corner, waiting for the perfect moment to peek. Spike planted. Short, he doesn't have enough range. He's going to be forced out by the Molotov. He tries to go in for Arcade, but Loki pushes him all the way down there. Revenant Esports, they survived this attempt. Velocity did really well to stop that initial push, but after that Revenant recomposed themselves, sent only 1 player towards the Ace site, who spotted 2 members of Velocity over there, and that's how the call was made. Let's go B once again.
I believe the mind trick played by Knight Rider was just perfect to again push the players away, and only 1 player try to take care of the side B. And ultimately the fault line working wonders for Amaterasu. Sure, it did. But then going shorty against the Spectre was no way that it could have worked. But talking about this particular round, now it is the fight of equals. Upper hand of the weaponry going into the hands of Team Velocity.
Here.
Now once again, they are going for the push to the tower side.
While they are trying to get that high ground, the amount of utility that Velocity is dumping at them is going to keep them at bay. Starbot, he tries to race against the aftershock. Knight Rider gets to the other side. Might not be able to hit that trade. Ace gets them both, burns Scargot alive, and just like that, Revenant Esports have been thwarted for now. Another lurker in the dark, and Detonator gets that kill the moment the smoke fades. Logi's life fades out along with it.
Deathmaker through the smoke. Well, that was the last thing that the player could have expected anyway. Now talking about Wimp here, getting a good angle but missing the shots, but ultimately connecting. It is still not the fight of equals, and as soon as I see that right to it comes to the action, and MW putting an entire shutdown.
Velocity Gaming get their first round, but that was kind of expected now, wasn't it? This was the buy, Revenant had a bonus. Now the real acid test begins. As both the team have equal amounts of weaponry, let's see what Revenant Esports bring to the table now. So far, all 3 rounds, Revenant Esports have tried to commit towards the B site. Twice by B main, and once by crunching both Arcade and B main. They haven't showed us any action on A yet, and I wonder if they're going to show anything now.
Well, the action is never going to stop short. It is initiating with the fault line here, but they are aware. Players of Velocity very well know about the push. It's coming in through the arcade itself. Deathmaker getting a good angle. Will he be able to go for the pick?
The elevation might let him get that angle onto Skargod. But while this is happening, Velocity Gaming already pushed out of A and gotten the information
Spike down
right to Ace,
B.
confirming that this presence on B is indeed a full commitment. Spike has been spotted. Do Velocity Gaming go for the full rotate right now, or will they still try to keep someone towards doors, hoping that Revenant Esports walk into that trap? And the moment I say that, Revenant Esports are already on their way. The spike coming through from Satellite. They've only left Wimp towards the bottom of Underground and the Sage on the bottom of B main. They're gonna have to create a distraction, and it does happen. Wimp, he doesn't just distract, he destroys Deathmaker.
The destruction is going to be deadly for Team Velocity here. They have outnumbered Velocity, and now Amitrasu is trying to make a move as well. And as soon as I say that, look at Revenant. They are on the move towards side B. Now, that was a long
30
play.
seconds left.
Ooh, I'm not really feeling good about this one. MW1 was alone in the ace site. If they decide to hit him by right now, they could have isolated him. But as they try to go in, the Rolling Thunder will keep the members of VLT away from each other. Hellfighter tries to peek through the smoke. Amaterasu just has to delay long enough to stop the fight from happening, but no, he deals with him instantly. MW1 has to
Spike planted.
And they're spraying him down already. They anticipate this. The Knight Rider Spidey sense tingling through the smoke as he catches MW1 and pumps his gut full of lead.
Wimp holding the site, trying to control everything, and ultimately it is Knight Rider giving a triple finisher on the side of Velocity. Now it is going to be a eco round, and I see some force buy happening from the side of Team MW, from the side of player MW1, and having a good economy is going to cost them one more round to follow, and I believe with upper hand for Revenant, this can be one more victory for Revenant, and we might end up with a scoreline of 4-1 as well.
Yeah, but as MW1 tries to go into the aggro, he's going to be met with Skargod, and he deals with him. While Amaterasu was taken down, MW1 creates the trades back in their favor. And he falls back as well. But he cannot secure the weapon, so that's one positive thing for Revenant Esports.
That was my question, and MW had a good answer here. He can take through.
They found my trap.
The Headhunter fault line is going to deliver a lot of damage. We'll have go for the play of patience, and Ember on the court is losing his patience one by one, trying to pick up the frags. And Deathmaker is able to take down Wimp. It was Headhunters against a bigger weapon. A good call, a good pick, and much needed one. 2 versus 2. Spike is still under the control of Revenant Amber.
Velocity Gaming have recovered the weapons. Now, the weaponry advantage has been nullified. Even the HP advantage doesn't really matter all that much because they both have the same amount of HP, both the teams. The only difference is the orbital strike available on Ember. He commits it towards Underground, doesn't get affected. Velocity are coming from the other side, and that was a misread from Revenant. But they're still being patient. 20 seconds left. They have to know. They have to know Ember is around the corner. Deathmaker's down, but Ember peeks wide, and he gets that headshot on him. But can he go for the plant right now? He's got the Sage.
10 seconds left.
And Hellfighter confronts him with the timing is right.
What a round of Thrifty! Well, I did have a question a while ago that the round is all gone, all lost. Hell FF for the savior here. It initiated with MW1 though, Crips. With the Spectre, was able to accumulate those 2 much necessary frags. But the shutdown was as equally as important. What was done right now by Hell FF, a wonderful play set, and a Thrifty round is going to cost Team Revenant much more than what they thought they have lost.
Exactly. The moment they committed that orbital strike, Velocity knew what's going to happen. And with that little time left, all they have to do is hide and bide their time. Revenant, they don't want to bite. They want to bite this head off. Early commitment towards Arcade will be met with nothing but Deathmaker's dual force. And this is a force to be reckoned with. With him responsible for guarding both these angles, Revenant Esports are making all this noise towards the Arcade region, hoping to bait out the utility from Velocity Gaming, but they won't be able to do any of that. It's only an aftershock that's been committed for now, but Deathmaker wants to peek on the back side. Oh, the shot gets away with it as well. No way possible. Ace burns Knight Rider alive, but he at least takes down Hellfighter with him. And that is what they needed. With the trades neutralizing in the favor of Velocity Gaming, he peaked again, and even though he's burning, he has no way of stopping.
Deathmaker! And I do like the way how Velocity is moving in with the doubles, with the triples, and right now Deathmaker with that tour de force, I believe. What a good shutdown and an equalizer here. It was 3 equals now.
And you have to appreciate that cojones on Deathmaker, right? There's a Molotov under his feet, more breach utility coming his way. He still goes for the peak and still wins it. Now that is instinct, and as I said, you cannot shut down instinct. He's honed it to a razor's edge.
Now it is not going to be the fight of equals, it is the same round coming in from the side of Team Revenant here. Skargot trying to rush in through the walls, and now he's also going for the ultimate usage. Let's see how many frags is he going to get though, because it is going to be one of the most important frag gaining aspect, but do they know MW1 is out of a good angle, it's going to take one, but Knight Rider is going to push down, stop it.
Skargot successfully throws that fake. So many members of Velocity focusing on the B side. And while that's happening, Revenant Esports are trying to hit A. But the moment has passed. And now equally split up across both sides. The Aftershock holding them back. The flash is setting down Fighter for success! He sprays them all down. And he can send Loki around the corner. They're going to pre-fire the hell out of him, man. Revenant Esports cannot tell that fake. Velocity accumulate the advantage and clump it all up.
Well, do you believe it was a triple peak coming in against from this Hell FF, and he was able to take down 2 players. Now triple peak against a player that to Sage, not much of a utility, aggressive utility to play with.
Yeah.
Still, he was able to get those double required and a round 1.
Yeah, and that's all because of the help that Amaterasu provided to him. Amaterasu sitting right next to him. That was a damn good read, but I also have to appreciate the effort, man, of Skargot rushing into the B side all by himself. Managed to draw out the rotations of 4 Velocity members. Now imagine if his teammates were able to hit A that very moment and overwhelm the defenders over there. They could have captured the site, but Velocity adjusted really well. They split up the defenses, knew exactly what Revenant Esports were up to, and that read was amazing from them.
And read is exactly what Team Velocity needed. They were very sure of. And the VLT. Well, definitely we can go for the shout out here with the rounds that they are winning 1 by 1. The players, the cheerers are already very happy and keep on cheering. The players need it. Sure, they cannot hear you at the point, but they do need you. The flags are also being hoisted pretty early.
The guy who just showed that phone, just want to say I like his t-shirt, man. He's wearing the Revive Me Jet t-shirt. And I have to appreciate the humor. But this is not a humorous situation. This is dark and grim. Once again, both the teams on a full buy round. The stakes are as high as ever. The team that wins this round controls the pace of the rest of the half. And speaking of pace, MW1 wants to pick it up.
There's going to be only 1 player on the side B, and it is going to be Skargot. Well, it is going to be the opening frag coming in from Skargot, followed by Yada. And Wimp is also trying to take the charge on the other side. FS is going to stop the player, sure. He is getting 1 more frag for himself, and he's not going to get stopped so easily.
Oh, but Skargot's already on the other side. They anticipate this. Hellfighter doesn't care. They're going to beat him 1 by 1. It finally takes Loki to shut him down, but by this time the damage is done. He will be able to revive Skargot, but they know exactly what that's happened. Deathmaker up against a 1v2. Isolates Skargot, puts him back in his grave where he came from, and he heard Loki drop down. He knows exactly where to peek, but Loki, he walks across the other side.
It took them a resurrection to take down VLT in this round, because Hell FF every single time comes in, joins in the party, takes some frags, and it took a lot of utilities, it took a lot of resurrection, ultimates also for the side of Team Revenant to take 1 man down. But Team Velocity is going to beat the heat. They are indeed trying to rise the temperature, but the scores are equalized, Crips. It is not going to matter much, except for Hell FF has got a resurrection ready now.
Yeah, 3 ultimates available on the side of Velocity Gaming. They've got the Rolling Thunder too. This could be the dangerous one. Flash will be thrown out. Taking a small back, but
down and
still
out.
Here, and he's still ready.
Stim beacon down.
Well, the spike carrier is exchanged now. The site is being pushed. They're still trying to commit about how to go for it. 2 players through the dish, 2 players through the main. And site B is not going to go vacant because they very well know how quickly Team Revenant goes for the flanks, goes for the immediate rotation would be the precise word. And Wimp on the course is getting one. Are we going to see the Rolling Thunder? Indeed, yes, the site is cleared.
Oh, but they're not able to capitalize on that Rolling Thunder. They get the kills, but not the control of the site. Velocity Gaming now locked out of the action. Have to either stop this flood with just their Molotovs or just let it go and try to go for the save.
Spike planted.
Hell, they might not even go for it. They might just go for the save. Both the Rolling Thunders were committed. The moment Revenant popped theirs, even the Master let it all rip. Ace will be able to burn out Loki from that. Retake is on. It's on like ping pong in Hong Kong, but with the time passing and no results coming to fruition, they might have to give it up. Deathmaker's
right here.
Save is off.
Last player standing.
To tick on. Yeah, and at this point, Deathmaker might just call it a save. I love the counter utility from Velocity Gaming. Stop this push from Revenant Esports. Deathmaker on his reign of terror. Can they stop him from taking this op forward into the next round? It could be crucial. And keep in mind, I already mentioned the stakes of this round. Both the teams with fragile economies, the team that wins this round should be able to control the pace of the rest of this half. And with Velocity having unequal amounts of money, somebody or the other will have to go for an inferior buy. Which is fine, right? Velocity can always just opt MW1 to play on his lasers instead. But a little switch up is required, and that's exactly why a tactical timeout has been called. So far, Revenant Esports, they always start their attacks on the B side. They always try to muster up the courage to knock on the doors, and regardless of whether Velocity answers or not, they're going to kick that door down and go in. The only difference is, sometimes they'll feature a little high towards the A side. And so far, in all the rounds that we've seen, this was the only round where Revenant actually committed towards the A side full on. Otherwise, they've just been using it as an avenue to sell fakes. They tried it once more, but it didn't work because of Hellfighter's wonderful spray down.
Well, definitely. And this round, well, I would say it was all played by Wimp for the start. Walking through the dishes, using the Rolling Thunder. I wouldn't deny that it was the counter Rolling Thunder also functioning the same pattern in same way. But they were able to entirely get the control of the site. And Wimp with 3 frags with the ultimate and quick early progressive moves, I believe. That is all Revenant needed to go for the momentum. And they have got one.
Deathmaker has been crucial in this team's success. He's the one running point usually, sometimes playing towards the A site. He's always the guy who rotates with the tail end of the round, but this time he might be seeing some action early on. But Revenant Esports also slowly. Instead of bombarding Arcade with utility like they usually do, they're going to try to beat out the utility from Velocity instead. And they've done so successfully. A smoke baited out, barrier orb used up. What else do they see? They see right through Ace, and they kill him right then and there. With this opening frag, Velocity have no choice but to continue pushing out towards this. Down the corner, the relay bolt can only deny but cannot deny. And with that remedy, there's a risky revive. Will Typewriter be able to make it out? Yes, he definitely will. But he kills Hellfighter instead, and it's Ace who's taken his position in the realm of the mortals.
Will the retake work after the revival now? The position is good for draw. I wouldn't deny that. 90 of the sites were empty until now, but the players are starting to make a move towards A. And there's nobody to capture the side A from the side of Team Velocity. Now this could cost them an entire round here.
30 seconds left.
Deathmaker has pushed out of A main, thinking that they won't be able to come back towards this region. And because they already picked up fights towards A dish and then made contact towards B, Velocity Gaming had no choice but to the A side. At least
last player standing.
Different. Skargot thinks otherwise, and it's just down to Ace. He was already killed once in this round before, and as he's risen out of his grave, he looks to make his opponents take their place in their graves. But most likely he's gonna have to go for a sale on this one.
Right here.
Velocity Gaming starting to run out of fumes and run out of money as well, as Revenant Esports will reach 4-6. 2 rounds left in the half. And only towards the tail end of this half did they start showing some momentum towards the A side. Revenant Esports their planning of beating out utility from Velocity is working well, which is surprising, you know. Before this game started, I said that Velocity are the ones who are actually getting out of the utility. Ace gets a consolation kill, maybe a little bit more, but they won't allow him to take that gun on the other side of the round.
Lost a Vandal, and also the round, I believe save was much more necessary then.
It was indeed, but Velocity have one last buy. If they lose this one, they're going to be relegated to max loss bonus, because of which they'll be forced to buy either Spectres or something else. But if they can win this, then they can bring this game up right back to 6-all. An attacking side operator on the hands of Knight Rider. Let's see what action this guy shows us. He's probably going to rely on Skargod's utility. Dodges the fault line pretty well, but he's already snuck around the other side. It's going to be likely that Deathmaker will play bait on the other side of this box. MW1 meanwhile has already captured a kill towards a dish, and this puts additional pressure on them.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
With the orbital strike, we'll be able to get one. Logi, the last survivor, going in towards the towers, getting one frag. It is still 1v3 due to follow, and so much of it and Deathmaker putting a shutdown, and it is going to be the round of victory.
Last round in the
Dish
half.
was absolutely crucial. Not only did MW1 get the opening kill with that, but because most of Revenant Esports were focusing towards Arcade, they were now forced to look at their backs as well. Check that maybe a push from Dish cannot come through, and them being in 2 mines, a lot of Velocity to double down on them. They figured out that almost all of Revenant players were focused either towards that Arcade side or somewhere between that and the T-spawn region. So they just threw in everything, man. They threw in the Matarasu's flashes, the orbital strike came in as well. And
You want to play? Let's play.
Off your feet! Towards Arcade, but the Rolling Thunder doesn't do all that much. It only affects right to Ace. The orbital strike will definitely kill him towards the end, but he somehow dodges that as well. Skygod pushing all the way towards Arcade instead of going towards the side. He's trying to clear up more room for his team, but Ace is still holding on to tower. Meanwhile, Hellfighter has picked up a kill through the smoke, and this leads to Revenant Esports. They have nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Ace, he gets out of the ball still alive, and he pulls
One
off
enemy
two.
remaining.
Even MW1 strikes him, and he puts the final in the top of this round. 6-6 and equalize these two. Velocity Gaming are absolutely relentless. Ace staying alive towards Tower made all the difference in the world. Because of his presence over there, even Hellfighter realized that his right side is safe, peeks out of the smoke without any worries whatsoever, and clears up the left corners. Those two picks going ahead made the round so easy for Velocity Gaming. After that, all they had to do was just finish the rest, tie up the scores. And this is the best way to start the tournament, Tanya, isn't it?
It is,
both
definitely.
The scores tied, both the teams going head-to-head.
Revenant did try to go outplay Velocity at times. Indeed, they were also able to create a scoreline which was above Velocity, but gradually Velocity realizing that they need to do something beyond it. And the way you mentioned from the start, they started baiting out the utilities, and I believe that is exactly what started functioning well for Team Velocity. Now on the attacker side.
Shocking! MW1, classic opening, almost always goes towards A main. We saw this in his play against Full Power Gaming as well, but Wimp has studied it. He's going to go for the blind, but backup from Amaterasu and Ace around. MW1 not just survives, he's thriving. Skargod does make the equal, but MW1 catches Skargod off guard. The reverse rank from Revenant has been read, and all the members of Velocity are now ready for this one. They picked up the pace, but they cannot get control of Evade just yet. They're splitting up right now. Revenant
All set up.
this is a risky approach. And Hellfighter has heard him drop down to the other side. But he's going to be relaying that Loki is present towards this region. And Hellfighter
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely nothing that Loki could have done over there. And that leaves things up to Ember.
Do not
Hellfighter. And he wins this one too. So quick and easy. Hellfighter makes it seem easy.
Well, we did talk a lot about Amaterasu, MW1. I believe now we should be talking about the Sage Hell FF. The way he is playing, he can overcross right to Ace as well. And are we going to say by the end of the map, end of the results, we do have a battle Sage right now? Because he is able to take down not only one player. It has been a multiple situation where he is able to eliminate more than one player.
Oh yeah, definitely. Those multi-kills from Hellfighter have been absolutely crucial. And even though Revenant lose this round, I love the way how they adjusted and quickly rotated towards the other side, right to the flank. Velocity Gaming could have been caught off guard if they weren't careful about it, but this time Velocity are going for a massive split. Deathmaker all by himself trying to liberate winning, may or maybe not, the other end of the side where Knight Rider is prepared with his head under his belt. Try to peek, but Deathmaker still gets it. His teammates also are able to pick up kills towards the other sides of the round, and this is all of a sudden done.
One enemy remaining.
Hold off all by himself.
Logi versus LF, several times we have seen. He's Logi, and he's MW is going to interfere here, and is going to put a shutdown. Now it is 2 points of lead for the side of Velocity.
And of course, Velocity Gaming make it look easy. They got picks towards every side of the game, towards Dish, towards Arcade, even towards A main. When they're getting all these skills towards all the parts of the map, they have all the options in the world. And of course, they're going to feel like Jords when they do it.
Not only Jord Crips, Jord with the energy bar. They do have that energy fulfilled here.
Yeah, and their energy is just starting to rise in levels right now. MW1 with a full powered aggression towards Dish. Forces back Knight Rider towards the side itself. But Revenant Esports, look at their setup. They're focusing more towards Dora instead. And while they were expecting Velocity to go for the same play of A main once again, they now have to readjust. Ember spots out Deathmaker, but doesn't let him teleport back. This should give them the advantage that they need. Spike traveling towards A main. Hellfighter trying to be silent about it. Logi, he's heard him drop off the ledge, means the right-hand side is the only thing he needs to worry about. Left is going to be mostly clear. But his teammates, they're coming in from Arcade, where Ember on the ropes could stop them. Is he going to turn this rope into a noose? Will he lose this one? Logi, he's done, but Ember's been undetected. The flash from Amaterasu is there, but it's just a bit late. Hellfighter didn't do what they made instead, and Ember, he's trying to hold on to his life, and he's done so. Getting all the pressure from Arcade, but he's lost B main instead.
Healing.
Velocity can go for the plant, but they will most likely look for a pick before they do that. That's exactly why they're trying to go for the fake plant.
30 seconds
and while
left.
Hellfighter stays on site, it continues to be the distraction. Look at the flash from Ace.
Last player standing. You fought well.
By Ember, and this is his
One enemy remaining.
Oh goodness! How do you turn it around like that, buddy?
Healer.
What in the world Hellfire has had? Sage, I did mention doubles, I did mention triple, now it is a quadra. Are we going to see an ace coming in from LF?
Oh my goodness, this was anything better than an ace, man. This is not just Battle Sage, he's on a warpath. Oh, but I love this setup from Velocity Gaming. They knew for a fact that if they tried to go for the plant right then and there, they're going to be cornered. So they go for the fake plant, hoping somebody peeks. Revenant was disciplined enough to not go for that peek, but Ace sold that fake towards and MW1 this time returns the favor. Once again, but Knight Rider has something to say of his own. He picks up 2 kills and walks away with his life as well. That is interesting.
You will not kill my ally.
Hellfighter has farmed up enough to get MW1 back on his feet. And Revenant Esports, while they had a amazing opening, have yet again. Trying to just go for the duels, but of course he's going to be triple peaked and overwhelmed. They know where Knight Rider is as well. And while he has done an amazing...
Was that their best? How embarrassing.
Continue to put up a sweet double digits, and now the pressure for Revenant, they're really going to be feeling it. The first 4 rounds of this half were won over by Velocity without any sweat. Revenant Esports had to go for the buys, the ecos, and then from the buy to the eco again. Finally, they have enough weapons mustered up, but is that going to be enough? Is it too little, too late?
That was his round of save, and Team Velocity had an upper hand there. And I wouldn't deny, with the matter of fact, how Resurrection was also used. So they are being strong. Replay. MW1 trying to peek into, and then of course went with the flash.
That is chaotic. MW1 still makes sense out of the chaos. His corner is path is even meaner. Hellfighter fights back, but he gets caught with an orb in his hand. Deathmaker does come in for the trade, but this time it's a bit too late. Velocity Gaming have recovered their losses, and now it's left up to Logi to somehow make good of this round. Finalized isolate them. And he manages to get Amaterasu so isolated. That's amazing. He knows exactly where Ace is. And with that orb being thrown towards the dish area indicates that he knows the positions of both those players. Deathmaker's going to have to play wide if he wants to assist Ace. And Ace will most likely play on the back of Deathmaker's peak. One on contact, one on Loki tries to swing around the other side, but he's juggling targets and velocities are not giving him an inch. Deathmaker takes him away and puts him out of his misery.
It was definitely, he was left all by himself and it literally puts him out of his own misery. And now what catches my eyes is Knight Rider with the operator on the defender side. Now this could be the game changer. The only game changer here could be Knight Rider with the operator. If at all they are not able to entirely connect the shots or entirely accumulate what they are planning to, I believe Velocity is going to be one point away from the match point, and I think then it is going to be all done and dusted. And we will ask to the viewers as well, are they feeling the velocity?
No, they definitely are, Tanya. I think the silence from Revenant is your answer. With nothing but pennies and pocket lint in their hands, Revenant Esports, they're throwing in everything they've got.
Spike down A.
They're going to outnumber them. The peak from Hellfighter, not potent enough, but Skyesports still wants to get away from this danger. Orbital Strike does get committed from the side of Revenant Esports, only to hold back Velocity even further and buy them some time. And speaking of buying time, I think they've done that enough. Most of the Revenant rotations have come through. The only person who's still on the B side is just going to be their Sage, acting as a human alarm bot of some sorts. Velocity Gaming need to take their sweet time to get this one done. They still have the fault line on Amaterasu. They can use that in combination with the option to get out Skyesports' position, but will they expect him to be above or below? They don't. Deathmaker from Dish is able to get at least one of these frags, but Skyesports has to hold on his own, and Deathmaker beats him out.
You want to play? Let's play.
With this, they've re-established the numbers dominance. Can Velocity still convert this round though? The resurrection available on Revenant Esports might just make things a little more tricky, but all the members of Revenant Esports have died in spots where it can be difficult to revive them. Knight Rider tries to go in for the shots on A main, hoping that nobody from Velocity are able to peek them. Goes ahead, Knight Rider deals with them, and because of that resurrection, they now have the Rolling Thunder as well. It's gonna get committed.
Player standing.
Knight Rider with the up close and personal execution on Hellfighter gets Revenant their first round of the half.
It was supposed to be Knight Rider. I did mention it from the start of the round, and I believe Revenant needs to level up their performances even more because Velocity is still just 1 point away from the match point. And now on the other side, indeed, on the contrary, each and every one is going to get the weapon of their own choices, except for Skyesports. He's going to go for a save, and talking about ultimate, he doesn't have any zaps to work through as well, so he'll wait for the Fallen Angel or the Fallen Devil for the weapons to hold on to.
I think at this point the weapons storyline is more or less irrelevant because both the teams have enough. While he doesn't have enough money of his own, Skyesports can get a weapon drop from his teammates, and that's all they need right now. The only thing they cannot afford to let Velocity do is get this opening pick. Knight Rider holding on with the op, but even Velocity are careful. Without Amaterasu's utility, they do not peek, they simply just do not make contact. Velocity holding on. Their defaults are adjusted to accompany any B execute from the side of Revenant Esports. Meanwhile, Revenant have also pushed out of A main, and they've figured out that Velocity isn't present in this region. The alarm bot towards Dish hasn't been activated either, so at this point Revenant must be realizing that Velocity are priming a B hit, but they've taken too long. An entire minute has passed, and not a single side has made a move. Both of them have been just holding and holding up until now, where Velocity, as soon as they make contact towards A main, the myriad of utility that Revenant Esports are dumping towards them will slow them down for now. But even despite the slowdowns, Deathmaker is able to get one frag towards the B side, and hopefully this should be the perfect pick that they need. Knight Rider, and while he's alone here, he gets one. He's the only one. They clear out the B side. They've got this plant, and Revenant Esports have been bamboozled. They were too busy guarding the A side.
30 seconds left.
Knight Rider alone wasn't enough security present on B.
They plant the spike. Wimp still is able to take down right to Ace with the utilities that he had. Now talking about Logi, he is trying to get an angle where he is able to get any frags. Will he get talking about MW1, for the very first time I'm seeing him playing patiently because he's always trying to go over aggressive. And
One enemy remaining.
MW1 is going to peek in, and no sooner do I say that, Deathmaker with a triple already.
I'm too far.
It's all down to Logi. He knows where MW1 is. Not gonna be enough. MW1 with the elevation and the elimination as Velocity Gaming reach map point. It really just seems like Velocity Gaming are so much in control of this game, and they're so versatile, so patient too. Compared to what Revenant Esports were doing on their attacking side, Velocity Gaming are rotating far too much and often as well.
I believe, Crips, they want you to read something.
Anuj Nietzsche. Bro, you can't PM your own teammate, bro. Come on, you fool. And he says masala vada. That's probably an internal joke I don't know about, but hey, Amaterasu, even though he might be towards the bottom of the score table, and while his own teammates are making fun of him, I think he's doing a phenomenal job. His utility usage has been on point. Not just that, the way he's able to fake out is so amazing, right? His entire team playing towards the A side, Deathmaker solo on B, gets a frag, and the rest of his team also comes through. Now that is the sign of a brilliant IGL.
Well, I did see some brilliant smile also coming in from the side of Ankita. She is also pretty happy for Velocity for the win, just one round away. And now let's see if it is going to be any easier for them, because for now, if we talk about, we did mention previous round that Revenant doesn't have furthermore for the saves. Now it is going to be the round of eco.
A shabby buy when Velocity is on map point. This is too painful, Tanya. They're gonna throw everything they've got, Spectres and Sheriffs and whatnot. That's gonna be enough though. MW1 trying to go for the risky maneuvers while Deathmaker makes contact towards Dish, makes it look easy. MW1 peeking through the utility, they're all blinded and stunned, and Revenant Esports make it work. They get the 2 points. Maybe this game isn't over just yet, but Stargod has to win this one once again. Wimp cannot go in for the trade just yet, and that leads to his demise in Wayne. Ember now surrounded. Deathmaker knows exactly where Ember was.
See ya.
Right to his finds him now, and that should be their indication to go in. Wimp still waiting for the perfect moment to strike, but he finds absolutely no one towards A main. He's gonna reunite with his teammates and they can recover the weapons, but the moment they try to go for that, Ace keeps it. The worst damage possible for Revenant Esports, and this looks like it's all done and dusted. Unless Logi can pull off a miracle, unless he can channel his inner battle sage, this looks like a map that belongs to Velocity. Smokey is out. He has absolutely no regrets giving away his position. He's hoping that somebody peeks him, but of course they're not gonna peek him dry. They're gonna throw all the utility they have at him. Sneaking up close, trying to isolate them. He's heard Deathmaker climb up, and while he's able to win it as well. Velocity Gaming take map 1.
Not so easily, not so quickly, yet so flawlessly. At least it did look pretty flawless from the side of from the side of Velocity. Once there was the side of Switch, once they were on the attacking side, I believe the dashes and the side entry coming in from the MW1, getting those early frags, and let alone that, Hellfire going in as a Sage, getting as many frags as possible, and the players are celebrating their victory. They must as well. And on the other side, the players are going to make sure. Look at CA, the ever smiling man.
Oh yeah, of course he's going to be smiling. I think everyone on the side of Velocity is going to be smiling right now with this map win. And while Revenant Esports were impressive on their attacking sides, Velocity Gaming were just a step above. That was incredible display of versatility. Not only do their split pushes and defaults work, but they're also able to pick up the pace and execute with full speed whenever the time is right.
They waited for the right moments. They waited patiently, except for MW1. He did look a pretty impatient player on the defender side, overextending, trying to over-reveal himself. But he returned empty-handed. He did go for those early required frags.
Amazing stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the highlights right now as we have plenty of awesome moments. I mean, not only do we get to see amazing trades, but some multi-kills from the Velocity members. this is ace, getting a kill, on the one. That triple kill. That is a right there.
Frag potential never diminished on either of the sides, but for the map of fracture, upper hand is coming in from the side of Velocity, and I would want to mention on Team Revenant
30 seconds left. One enemy remains.
Team Velocity is, and if they are able to beat them for their personal favorite top momentum map, the map of Breeze is going to be very tough for them as well. But coming back to the game here on the defender's side, they leave some momentum, and this round, well, Hell FF did everything that he could.
Yeah, and that wasn't the only time that he liked the kill feed up on top, right? He did it again, and then again and again. I mean, this is a guy who is absolutely relentless. I remember that one round where Ace set him up for success by going around the opposite side.
Down and out.
He's able to just get that one beat. But I believe that also should be showing up on the highlights very soon, and that's the round that I'm looking forward to. But yeah, like I said, Revenant in their first half, still pretty clean. They tried to sell fakes, not that often, but the few times they tried, they were more like I'm not selling the fake. It's holding Velocity Gaming members back. They couldn't go into stoppage right then.
One enemy remaining.
That timing window with Revenant themselves left them with them. Velocity half. Oh,
one enemy remaining.
That was ridiculous. Do not catch Revenant Esports had absolutely no idea what they were chasing. Sometimes they were chasing their own tails, and Velocity Gaming were more than happy to let them chase wild gooses.
Last player standing.
You fought well. Some frags, but
one enemy remaining.
Bad move.
Oh yeah, that too. That
You
too.
will
Pretty
not.
clutch 1v4.
One enemy
Hellfighter. That is the stuff of dreams, ladies and gentlemen. And as we approach the end of this highlight reel, I need to remind you that 3 players up next. Velocity Gaming were so versatile on that attacking side. There were several moments when they exploited both A main and B main at the same time, spreading out in their defaults. But whenever they're able to get a one pick towards the other side, and that's what kept the members of Revenant Esports valuable, right? Because they are still making mistakes on both the sides of the map. They can't be for sure
one enemy remaining,
or whether this is fake, or whether this is just default. That's literally not able to figure it out, and that's exactly why, ladies and gentlemen, Revenant Esports are the winners of the first game. We're going to be going on to Breeze next, but before we go that, do you have any closing words?
I do have. Team Velocity always left the question mark on for Revenant. They were on the attacker side particularly, where they were unpredictable entirely. And Revenant on the map of Breeze, they need to make sure to get this blingy trophy. They need to make sure on the Breeze they are able to read that about are they going for the fake, and if at all Velocity is once again able to sell the fakes, there's nothing that can stop the Velocity.
This beautiful trophy. That's what these teams are fighting for, ladies and gentlemen. Take a good look at it. In 6 days' time, one of these teams will be holding it in their arms, and maybe they'll get to fly along with it across the seas, representing their country internationally. This lustrous shine, these intricate details, while they make the trophy really beautiful, what's going to be beautiful is the way in which these teams win it.
Winning still remains the key factor here. You need to win it to have it. And which team is going to have it? Well, we are going to witness that in minimal of 5 days. Now, when we talk about 5 days, it does look a long journey still to be set. But as soon as we say that, the time is ticking, the clock is ticking. The first map itself was pretty quick, and the map is totally earned by Team Velocity. Now, do you have any words for the map of Breeze here, Crips?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going on a short break, and up next will be Breeze. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Skyesports Champions Series. My name is Cribs, with me is Tanya, and you just witnessed a beautiful game of Fracture, where Velocity was able to take the win. Amazing performance from Deathmaker, as he was able to not only be the tip of the spear, but also the shield. Very often we saw him try to go for these early picks on the defensive side, getting those kills and falling back to safety. Meanwhile, while he was on the attacking side, he was the one who's flanking and still being the man responsible for opening a side all by himself. So those spearing duties are something he fulfills really well. Meanwhile, on the defensive side, we've noticed that Deathmaker was not only the first person to start rotating, but sometimes also the man to anchor a site by himself, and that reflects in his KD ratio. 2.88 KD. Now that is ridiculous. Sometimes having a KD that's almost hinging on the verge of 3 is nearly impossible. So that's why the high ACS. But then again, the impact from HellF and Right to Ace was also super impressive. There were several moments where I was compelled to say Right to Ace is not Right to Ace, he's right to clutch. And while I did say that, it wasn't just him, wasn't it? It was Hellfighter as well, contributing equally to those clutches. And the tag team duo between these two players has just been phenomenal in this game.
It was certainly phenomenal, and talking about Deathmaker once again, he was able to not only get the side control, solo controlling was also very much important. On the other side, Wimp did try to recreate same momentum while trying to get the control, but now he was not able to build that. So I would say Deathmaker had it in himself to not only control the site entirely, but also get those much necessary frags where the player was pushing in, taking down 2 players, so they were already split into the team of 3 players alive. So still being able to make it, convert it towards the victory, it was a commendable work coming in from the side of Deathmaker.
Exactly. It wasn't just Deathmaker. I also have to point out the contributions of Right to Ace over here. There were several instances where both on attacking and defense side, this man anchored the tower region so beautifully. If he's playing on the defensive side, he'll just try to stay alive, regardless of whether he gets kills or not. His mere presence on B tower was enough to give his team security. Because the other opponents have not taken up the tower position, it now leaves very few spots where your enemies can be. They're either still filtering out of the B main narrow corridor, or they're somewhere on the A side behind the Radiant boxes or in the cubby. And when you've narrowed down your enemy positions to a T, and you know for a fact they don't have tower control, you can start going for the risky plays. That's exactly what Hellfighter, and to some extent even Amaterasu, was doing. They were pushing out of the smokes very close to the canteen and generator region, and they were only able to do that because Right to Ace, alive on that tower position, is able to hear everything, call out exactly where his enemies are, and his teammates swing out of the smoke ready to pre-fire. Even though Amaterasu has no flashes in situations like those, he didn't need them. He had mini wall hacks because of Ace's information. So, you know how Ace was the best initiator, the best SOA, the info gatherer of all time. He's able to do that role even as a controller because he's got ears, and that's the magic part over there.
Yeah, that was. He changing the roles is not affecting his way of play pattern or he has created over time, and that requires a lot of practice, and today it was seen. Team Velocity, and they were able to outplay several times in terms of Thrifty, in terms of Triple, and the man who was definitely not spotted on the MVP cards, but Hellfighter definitely did a commendable work. The angles that you least expect the enemy to be, he was able to face the triple peaks once, he was able to get a quadra once. Those rounds also paid them a lot of dividend here.
Exactly. I mean, some of these rounds that Velocity was able to clutch out, they happened because of pure outplaying and thinking your opponents out of the box, just running their strats to the ground. Some of these rounds, on the other hand, were just possible because of raw mechanical aim. That is just ridiculous, some of those clutches from Hellfighter. And now that Fracture belongs to Velocity Gaming, we're going to be heading on to Breeze. Let's take a look at the map video and see what we have in store for us. Keep in mind, Tanya, that Breeze is a very unorthodox map, especially given the context of this game. Velocity at one point were the best Breeze team in the country. In fact, they were the first team in the country to start playing Breeze actively, and then everyone else started avoiding it. They were the first ones to specialize in this map. So on paper, this is still their best map. And the only time Velocity have lost Breeze was against Revenant Esports. Not once, but twice. And that is a massive red flag to me. How can you have the strongest map in your arsenal turn into a source of kryptonite for the other team? That's something I just cannot wrap my head around. And I hope Velocity Gaming have done their homework this time, because if they lose their home pick, we are going to Ascent, and we know for a fact Ascent is going to be a roller coaster. Nobody can predict who's going to take that one.
The map of Ascent still remains a mystery, but the map of Breeze is going to be unveiled real soon. On paper, sure, Team Velocity was the first one to go ahead, win a lot, but now the curveball coming in from the side of Revenant Esports. Do they have much more spins happening? Do they have those sort of curveballs today as well? Because the pick, as you mentioned on the map of Fractured, Team Revenant has been one of the strongest team. Now they are taken down by Team Velocity. So there is a room of opportunity where once again Team Revenant might put a shutdown to Velocity. They have done it once, they have done it twice. Is it going to be a thrice situation? The question still remains.
Yeah, that's a big question mark, right? I mean, Revenant Esports don't even play Breeze that often. The few times that they have played Breeze, they beat Velocity on it. So this statistic is absolutely insane. It's like the polar opposite ends of the spectrum. That's what these two teams lies on. And when you have such contrasting stakes like these, homework becomes the most important thing. Now, in the past, Hellfighter has been phenomenal in capturing A-Hall's control when it comes to Breeze. This guy, all by himself, is able to not only gather control, but he does that while making sure the opponents stay there. And I know what I'm saying doesn't make sense, because how can you gather control when your opponents are present in that region? He keeps them anchored over there while his teammates go running rampant around the other sides. And that is a beautiful way how Hellfighter plays. Now, keep in mind, this used to happen when he was a Cypher main. He used to be the sentinel of the team. Now he's playing as the initiator. I'm not sure whether this switch up will affect their performance in the other maps, but it can definitely affect a thing or two in a map like Breeze. We may get to see these guys revert back to their original roles, but then again, that's a big maybe. Because Ace has been phenomenal on the Sova role, especially when it comes to Breeze, and the playstyle that Hellfighter brings to the table is very different from that of Ace. Ace plays like a proper initiator. He goes in second, always utility dumping for his team. Meanwhile, Hellfighter is just holding things back, keeping an eye on that A-Hall's region, and when the time is right, he's able to find the perfect window to strike from that region. And that's why Velocity Gaming are so good on crunching the Ace side, especially on the attacking side. On the defensive side, that's when Ace becomes even more relevant, because he keeps on switching his positions up, sometimes playing A main, sometimes mid door, sometimes he's helping out MW1 on the B side, so he's very versatile that way. Whereas on the defensive side, the role of the Sentinel is more of a very stationary one. They are the ones who just anchor down either the B side or A. Most likely it's going to be B where the Sentinel lies, but they just anchor it down, and the only time they move is when they have confirmation towards the A side. That's when they start pushing out of elbow and stuff like that. So maybe Velocity Gaming go back to their original team composition for this particular map, but if they won't, I wouldn't be surprised either.
Because they have been trying to go for a trial and error phase, for sure, not on screen, off screen. And now, without any wait, we are going to head for the agent selection, about which player is going for which agent, because that also plays a massive role. You need to have that sort of agent selection about winning an entire map of Breeze, and it is inclusive of lot of space to cover, lot of verticality to cover, and that requires a lot of speed. So let's see if Neon is still going to be the part of the selection.
Oh yeah, that's what I would like to see. I mean, Neon with her fast lane can accomplish the same role as the Viper on paper, right? So that's amazing, having two characters that can easily cover a massive amount of distance and just create a highway for their team to funnel into the sites. But that being said, the Jet also has been kind of instrumental on a map like Breeze. Even with the change in the meta and even with all the nerfs to the Jet, some people still prefer that character, especially because Breeze is such an open map. Operators are basically the staple weapon of this game, and what's a better character to put an op in the hands of than a Jet? Maybe a Chamber, sure, but Imagine having two characters that have get out of jail free cards. That could be devastating, right? A double op setup on the defensive side, very potent.
Well, if you talk about Jet from the side of Velocity, there's only one man that strikes into my mind. I would want to see Deathmaker. But now he's doing pretty well on the side of Chamber, Sentinel.
Yeah.
He's able to put a very good control. He is using everything that is required. So I'm afraid if there's going to be any Jet play happening right now. Because Deathmaker for sure wouldn't switch an inch. Because the way he has played, it was just perfect. We can call it the perfect chamber play coming in from DM side, and without any further ado, we are going to head for the agent selection.
Yeah, let's head right into it and see what these guys have picked up. Well, I'm kind of in two minds over here about the Sentinel picks, right? I mean, at one point, Velocity Gaming were just really having their Sentinels play to its A-halls. Meanwhile, at one point, you got to consider that Deathmaker is not the kind of guy who will just be focused on A-halls, right? He'll try to go around the other sides and also gather picks. So, who picks up the responsibility of flanking towards Brown Halls now? Is it still going to be Hellfighter regardless of his character pick? Is it still going to be Deathmaker because now he's the one fitting in? We don't know. And that's a massive question mark that I would very much like to get the answer to.
Sure, that is going to be the question for the day. Who is going to stop them on the halls? Well, from the side of Revenant, if I had to say in particular, I believe Skyesports is still going to continue with what he is playing. Neon is not going to stop his play. We did not see those zap moments happening in the map of Fracture, and very rarely do we witness that. But on the map of Breeze, we can expect some breezy moves happening.
Oh, of course. I mean, that is a pun as old as time. Sometimes it is like fine wine. Now, let's take a look at what these guys have picked up. And there we go. Neon, Sova, KO, Chamber, and Viper on the side of Team Velocity. Kind of staple. That was expected. What I did not see coming was the Cypher pickup from the side of Revenant Esports. I expected them also to switch over to the Chamber hype train, but it seems like they're going to stick to their tracks.
The change is necessary. They need to break. They need that breakthrough moment. And maybe Chamber is going to be a little unpredictable move coming in from the side of Revenant. And if this is the key towards the victory on the map of Breeze, so be it. Let's see if that is going to be helpful. On the attacking side is going to be still a question mark. But having said that, Team Revenant is going to start on the defender's side. So I believe they need to get those early rounds into their favor. But ultimately, Team Velocity is able to switch.
Yeah, but Revenant Esports did not have a single duelist. They've gone for a double Sentinel, double Initiator, single controller lineup. And now that is rare. Having no duelists in Greece can be viable. But you got to keep in mind that Viper on the defensive side is more or less like a pseudo Sentinel. So imagine having that triple Sentinel cover. Of course, you can use that snake bite to delay pushes, and that's the only thing that Revenant struggle with, right? Getting the timing of the rotation right. Now, imagine the Viper being able to stop all the pushes with those snake bites and buying time for the rotates. That would be crucial for the success of Revenant Esports.
And I believe Revenant Esports are still sticking to the same play pattern, say something with the rut. And as they are starting from the defender's side, all they want to do is, it's okay if they are not able to get that duelist play from the team. If they are able to perform just about right on the defender's side, grab all the rounds, that is going to be like an impossible for sure. Like, if they are able to get a good buffer created on the defender side with the agent selection they have done, that would be enough for the side of Revenant to own the map of Breeze with the lineup that they have chosen.
Yep. I mean, I probably sound like a broken record at this point, but I have to remind you that Velocity were the best team on Breeze, and the only team that's beaten them so far has been Revenant, but can they do it once more? This is going to be a crucial game. Revenant Esports have already lost their home turf. They've already lost Fracture. Up next, they're entering the Devil's Den. And you know what I say, Tanya? If you've got a date with the devil, you better put on your dancing shoes. Revenant Esports need to be on their feet, and Velocity need to rub in this defeat. Can they pull off this massive feat of success and end it 2-0? Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go live, and here starts the action on Breeze. Right off the bat, we can see Revenant Esports crawling up towards the B side. The toxin screen gets committed. Deathmaker really wants to peek on the other side of it, get at least a kill or two. He misses the opportunity, and with that, the site belongs to Revenant Esports and the spike has been planted.
That was one of the quickest spike plants that we have seen, and the quick frag as well. Hell, FF once again as the Sova is going to not only get a that kill, but also a frag. And on the course, MW1 is also going to put a shutdown here.
Oh, they're going to put it off. Are you serious? This is a disaster. Revenant Esports lost that site as quickly as they gained control of it. That was a very quick rotation from Velocity Gaming. They were prepared for this one, man. They put up that counter wiper wall vertically on the other side, and before Loki could even make that flank work, these guys started to stick it. And what is MW1 doing? Man, he just slid across the floor, man. Sliding and running and gunning, that is peak Neon action.
Well, that slide and frag, that was everything. And will you be like, are we a joke to you? You are taking one player down, getting a side control, planting the spike. We are still alive. We have 4 players alive, and they made their round theirs. And that was a pretty quick round, not only for the planting, but also diffusing while 2 players on the attacker's side were still alive.
Exactly. And that's exactly why he's saying Babu OP. My man Raka supporting his friends. Of course, all the people over here need all the support that they can get, but where was the support for Revenant Esports? The players on the site just felt quicker than flies, and these guys, they were starting to defuse before anyone could even make any action. Yogi still lurking towards mid irrelevant as he tries to go in for the connector peak. Meanwhile, the Soa over there, poor guy, couldn't see anything because of the toxin screen that's been placed so surgically. And he didn't even have any utility left to peek through it.
The utility dump that you mentioned right off the bat of casting to start, I believe that is going to come into the action on the map of Breeze. Now it is going to be with a lot of Spectres in the game, and pistol round 1 is almost equal to getting a second round into their pockets.
Almost.
And having said that, it is always a question, almost. We have seen several thrifties happening, and having said thrifty, today itself we did see Team Velocity winning out a thrifty round for themselves.
Yeah, there were several thrifties in the previous game as well, and if stuff like that starts to happen, I think everyone's going to start getting hungry.
Well,
I
believe.
Anna, what are you saying?
You need to read that.
Wait, show us. Show us what Anna's trying to say. Never mind. Seems like the cameraman is busy focusing on the other people over there who are supporting out Velocity Gaming. Either way, Anna had something to say about Rossi, who isn't even playing right now. So I kind of want to get in on that banter, man. I feel left out over here. FOMO hitting hard.
He might have surely had something good to say, because even if it's not on the screen, on the desk, he had something to share, and we definitely missed that part. It would have been great if we could have seen that, but we have much more action to follow. We are going to witness that in no time.
All right, speaking of the action, I kind of want to take into account the pace at which things happened over here in the pistol round. The staging area for Velocity Gaming was simply not present. Revenant Esports, they've taken over the site, sure, they've gone for the blunt, but while Revenant Esports are still having an opportunity to shut off Velocity Gaming in the middle of their rotations, Velocity used that arches and the mid area as their staging site, hit it quickly, and much more than that, they're able to get into the site before Revenant Esports have their post-plant positions. The only place that they need to worry about is the backside region. They dealt with it instantly, and after that, they just filter in, man. Every person on Revenant Esports is now isolated. They cut him off. Plus, what's even better is that Logi, the man who was, present on mid, couldn't stop that Viper Wall from being deployed near elbow. And if Logi was able to probably stop that Viper from deploying the wall, then he might have been able to make a massive difference. But Velocity just don't give up that timing. They just do not give Revenant Esports a chance. And it's just been one round. in one round alone, we've seen the level at which Velocity operates. The tactical supremacy is really palpable over here.
I think the good start on the map of Fracture is making
definitely.
everything better on the map of Breeze. Is it going to be an easy breezy map? Or are Revenant starting to bring up some obstruction? Because easy breezy, nah, it's going to get boring.
I mean, Revenant will try to make it difficult. Given the pace of their execute, it was pretty obvious that Revenant Esports were really keen on going for the full execute and the pace-based approach, but after a while, when your pace drops, when you go for the spike plant and then you're in a little bit of a relaxed mode, that's when Velocity Gaming hits you. They find the chink in their armor and they use that to create an opening into the site, an opening the likes of which Revenant Esports were not able to keep up with. Now, will we see stuff like this again? The mid-round adjustment, the deployment of the toxic screen in a way to cut off any attackers who might have been towards a main. That's the kind of stuff that Revenant Esports need to be worried about.
There is a lot of things that needs to be worried about. One of which is the utility dumping from the start or saving it post-plant, because they used everything they had to get the site control, and I believe they got it very flawlessly. It was only one player, which was Deathmaker, trying to hide through the Viper's wall of the opponent player.
Yeah, exactly. And even Deathmaker, I mean, he was only there to like get one pick and maybe fall back. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on to the site all by himself, but he was fine with it. He was completely okay with giving up his life because his teammates knew for a fact that elbow control still lies with Velocity Gaming, and as long as they have that, they can use that elbow control to deploy the utility they need and separate the members of Revenant Esports, put them into positions where they cannot trade each other. T-Bone, jaldi aao. Okay, I don't know about T-Bone, but the retake came in much quicker than Revenant expected, that's for sure.
There's much more for you to read here, Crips. Go ahead.
Where is Fatu? Oh. Oh, shit. Anna, you don't have to do him dirty like that, bro. I've been noticing this thing about the Velocity people, man. They look so relaxed right now.
Yeah.
They're trash-talking each other. They're trash-talking their own teammates and their content creators. Don't deny it, UFO, please, please. Don't deny it. I mean, usually people trash-talk their opponents, right? What is this? This is like self-sabotage. That proves how secure they are about their own strengths, how much they know each other, and the bond that makes this team special. It's exactly what's keeping them afloat over here.
Definitely. Bond is the key factor coming in from the side of Velocity. Maybe for the players, maybe for the content creators, maybe for the support. They are bringing in everything to entertain everyone. And yeah, thank you, Anna, for entertaining us apart from casting as well, because your messages are definitely giving us that much required energy and smile. Please carry on. It's fun and entertaining. And having said about entertainment, how would Map of Breeze entertain you better, Crips?
I would like to see more of round one being repeated. Usually there's phases to Valorant, right? There's a first blood phase where the team goes in for the pushes. There's a staging phase if they're going in for a burst execute. Sometimes they go for defaults when the pace just really reduces and stuff like that. But this time Velocity Gaming, they found an inert chunk of space in the round. I'm going to be honest, what they did in this round is not really replicatable, right? It's very difficult to pull off stuff like this again. It's almost impossible to find a gap towards mid where they can start the retake before it even has an opportunity to stabilize. Cut off the rotations of Revenant Esports, who aren't even rotating. All they're doing is just going from B main to the site and then back into post-plant positions, and they cut that off. We've seen several times where teams are able to punish rotations when players are traveling from A to B or stuff like that, but when you're going from B main to B, when you're going from the planting spot to your post-plant positions, then you're getting picked off. Now that's a big red flag. And if they can deny the post-plant positions again and again and again, then Velocity Gaming are going to have a pretty easy time.
And these were a few tricks that those were saved for the phase 3, I believe. They have been showing these set of skills quite often in previous days, but they have lost against Revenant. Now that is also still the history in the making. Is it going to
Yeah.
be once again? Are they going to lose it? Because the way Hellfighter, with the shock dart getting a frag followed by a ghost frag, getting a double for the start itself. Now there was a switch of role there as well. It was a sentinel towards the basic initiator, where you mentioned that this is how where Hellfighter initiated his battle.
Yeah, and maybe that role switch up is actually going to help out Team Velocity a lot more. Let's go again, ladies and gentlemen. Revenant
This!
Watch
out!
Oh, not like that! That is disgusting! All three of them stunned. Snakebite doesn't let them fall back either, and they just walk into the crosshairs of MW1, who sprays them down.
One enemy remaining.
Equally relentless. Sliding across gets Wimp, but Wimp is able to fight back. Left with 11 HP and hemorrhaging internally. Right to Ace will secure this round for good. But yes, I have to point out, Revenant Esports, some of their members purchased Spectres, and while not all of them did it, this could be a deterrent, an economic deterrent which allows Velocity to gather this early momentum and build up that snowball. Once that snowball gets out of control, it's nearly impossible to stop it.
And it is going to be bigger and bigger with every role that they take.
Exactly, right? They keep on piling things on top of each other. Force buy for Revenant Esports doesn't work out, so here we go. Round 3 once again. It's bonus for Velocity Gaming, and they're up against nothing but pistols.
Take it out. It's too blind. He's able to take down my side. He gets it. And now he's going back to the safe place.
Lovely recon dart from Hellfighter on top of mid, revealing the enemies through that toxin screen. Revenant toxin screen, so they're using their own shield against them, but Revenant Esports with their sheriffs are able to make these sing. And maybe they can get this right. The moment I say that, Deathmaker denies them, but there is one possibility where Revenant Esports. That could be the flank from Logi. He's reached all the way towards Archers. He can maybe go for the runner peak as well, but he pays for his life when he tries to overextend. With that information gathered, Revenant Esports now know that the last two members of Velocity Gaming are heading towards the B side, and Wimp takes that as an opportunity to go ahead and plant the spike on A. The toxin screen is not going to deter him. He knows that it's just there as a scare tactic. He's safe. He can get into a decent position as well. Velocity will let the spike plant go through. They would much rather stick together and play for trades.
Great that he got the spike control. Great that he was able to read that fake, and also he was able to get the spike planted right on time. But the worst part is he could not upgrade his weapon on time. Now it is going to be Viper Wall. Now trying to obstruct all the vision, all the possible vision here. He does have a recon to reveal the information, and MW1 is sticking to the defuse. Half def already done. Is it going to be an entire finisher? Indeed, no. It is a finisher coming in from right to Ace, and the spike is diffused.
Right to Ace. Exoa main himself realizes that that recon dart poses no threat to the diffuser. He lets it ping once, reveals himself on purpose so that Wimp focuses on him instead of trying to kill the spike diffuser, and he's able to easily get that round in the bag. But keep in mind that even though Revenant Esports made this round close, they boiled it down to a 1v1. This was nothing but a bonus round for Velocity, and with this, not only do Velocity Gaming have extra money, they also have weapons with more money to spare in the next round and an off in the hands of Deathmaker. He's gonna be suppressed. He won't be able to teleport back to safety, but he's still gonna go ahead. Revenant Esports though, puts from MW1, Amaterasu picks up the pace from the other side, and with MW1's sacrifice, they've taken this round back in control. The AWP in the hands of Knight Rider. Can he stop the push from Amaterasu? Deathmaker has taken Amaterasu's position, and Amaterasu, who has now reached Esports, is about to backstab them. No! He gets it successfully. Another flash of speed, and Knight Rider has to relinquish this area. He realizes that the damage is done. Loki's able to get the pick onto Hellfighter, but that doesn't change a thing. It changes absolutely nothing. Ace is already here, prepared for the push. Loki, read like a book, knows where Knight Rider is as well, and he doesn't even need the backup. He should be able to do it all by himself. Caught napping, Knight Rider will be put to his grave. Velocity reached 4 points without breaking a sweat.
Without breaking a sweat, a flawless round going in. No, though they did lose early players because Zap was committed there and he could not get those frags, but it's fine. A double, a triple is always going to be the savior for the side of Team Velocity.
What I loved even more was the moment Amaterasu's presence was noticed, he changed his position, went towards attacking spawn instead of falling back to safety, which is what normal people would have expected, right? After your position's revealed, you usually fall back. That's what logic dictates, but Amaterasu doesn't follow that logic. Hunter's Fury doesn't get anyone though. Nothing. Oh, but speaking of nothing, that's what Revenant are getting in this round. They don't get an inch. A-main execute failed. Mid-door execute shut down, and Amaterasu, he has no mercy. Absolutely nothing. They don't even let Knight Rider get away with this one.
This was pretty destructive from the side of Amaterasu.
I think pretty destructive is an understatement there.
That is understatement. And look at the score line now. This is where the home turf is about. You were talking about Breeze and not even a single round lost.
Exactly. Revenant Esports so far have not exploited the Brown Halls to their fullest potential, an area where Hellfighter specializes, to be honest, and they've been trying to go for these A main and B main execute style approaches, but
let's play.
Even with the executes, they haven't been able to accomplish much. They try to default, even that don't work. Options are running out for Revenant Esports, and they need to make this opportunity work. Skargot with the opening pick towards NW1. This could be the one round which makes a difference. Deathmaker, he's now suppressed, but his op can still do a lot of damage. Takes 2 kills. Hellfighter and Amaterasu also present on back of site. They're getting shut down over here. This one-dimensional push from Revenant Esports poses absolutely no threat to Velocity's Fortress of Doom, and Revenant cannot punch a hole in it. What's worse is that winning a round and then losing the one immediately after it ruins your economy even more than losing all of them in a row. And because of it, you can see how scattered the buy is on the side of Revenant Esports. Sure, they have the Operator and the Phantoms, but some of them have to downgrade to Bulldogs, and this inconsistency could lead to more troubles.
Well, Velocity is the troublemaker here, Crips. They are making all the troubles possible for the side of Revenant. Hell, trying to get the information with the recon. Well, I believe not much of the information acquired. Skargod. And this time, it is the connection right on time. Knight Rider taking down Hell FF. He was just trying to go peek and move, but he did not get the room of opportunity.
Jiggle works. His money folds. Normal lyrics in this round, but you can see how Deathmaker is already going for it. If the pop flash fails, Deathmaker still has his eyes open. And not just that, there's another troublemaker in this side, and that's going to be MW1. Isolated as Deathmaker falls back. Amaterasu needs to stop this mid push, otherwise both the areas will be lost. They've already lost control of B channels, and Deathmaker has no trading potential, and now Amaterasu won't be able to help him out. Ace and Deathmaker, they try to rotate around the other side, but they will be promptly shut down. Revenant Esports are finally able to have some sort of a say in a situation like this, as they're able to isolate and exterminate.
And finally, Revenant winning a round without losing a single player.
That was crucial, yeah.
And that was crucial with half armors to work with, though they did also negotiate with the weaponaries that they wanted to possess. But they gave everything. They wanted to win one round for sure. And
the last time
with a better lineup, Crips, they have created the agent selection in terms of being better on the defender side, which they are not able to make the most use of.
Yeah, I mean, sure, the defender side lineup does make more sense for them, but Revenant Esports, when they tried mid last time, they failed spectacularly because Velocity were able to push out an elbow. They're trying to do something similar this time, but Velocity, the moment their mid link was cut off, they started to crumble, and I think that's what Revenant Esports will try to exploit once again. They're going for this two-pronged approach. MW1 tries to peek alone. Obviously, will not get any dividends. Hellfighter tries to make a difference towards the B-door region, but he also will be promptly shut. Can Velocity make a difference here and now? The Viper Spit committed towards this side, stops the rotation of Velocity, and that puts Deathmaker in a position where he's alone without any backup. But does he need backup? No, he doesn't. He still has a player available towards the bottom of mid, but Knight Rider already coming towards the B main region from mid is a wonderful flank. Ace all alone will be coming out of his Viper's pit, promptly shut down, and Knight Rider deals with them yet again. Revenant Esports have found the chink in Velocity's armor, and they're going to spam it. They're going to exploit it every time they can. Velocity Gaming obviously this time had some trouble trying to keep control of mid. Amaterasu wasn't allowed to peek when Deathmaker wanted him to because of the fragment grenade from Scargod. The Viper's Pit that Ace had put up towards the B main region, while that was a massive deterrent in the push from Revenant Esports, they never needed to clear out that area starting at the start of the round. All they wanted to do was establish control of top mid, get control of Link, and just hope that nobody else from Velocity pushed a main out. And once they had all those areas shut, they focused their attention towards the other side. Revenant though, valuable 0 point from Amaterasu as he detects 3 members of Revenant Esports, but still, Revenant Esports are keen on fighting this one. Knight Rider going in all by himself, up close and personal with Yop. Deathmaker will probably shut down Starbucks with a very risky peek, and a counter Hunter's Fury activated by both sides is going to keep things chaotic. That's exactly why Revenant haven't been able to go for the plant, but this Viper's Pit can keep them safe. But Knight Rider peeks above and beyond it. That could be the mistake that breaks this round. MW1 also is able to hear the footsteps, but can he go ahead inside? Logi peeks around the other end of the pit, taking down Amaterasu, and this is the difference maker. The neural theft reveals MW1, and Ember is able to get another one off of it. That is amazing. The chaining of the combos from Revenant is actually working out this time, and now finally Velocity are feeling the heat.
They need to do something, at least some exit flags to still confirm. It is going to be 1v1 duel happening, and Vimp is going to win the battle of the Sovas here. Well, long way to go still. Deathmaker is surviving. He is going to go for an operator save. That is what I personally believe. Amber trying to peek in through the Viper's Pit, and Deathmaker has made a move already. He is trying to make sure he survives this round.
Revenant Esports have proven Velocity Gaming wrong. The common consensus, and the more popular one as well, is that Revenant are a slightly stubborn team. If they're able to find a way to win a round, most people assume that they're going to do it again and again. And while their mid pushes were working really well, they tried to go for an A push this time. And consider the stake. Velocity Gaming, they figured out that this is a full-on A push. Amaterasu 0 point discovers 3 of them, but they still commit. What kind of madmen are Revenant Esports to continue being so stubborn despite all the obstacles, despite all the things that hold them back? They break those shackles and turn them into structures and tower onto their success, piling it upon one by one.
They are trying to tower up even furthermore. They are not going to stop even for a single second. And Revenant need to create the moment. And now, talking about momentum, I do see those smiles fading away.
That's just momentary. Momentary fade away of the smile. It's because the silence that's created by this tactical timeout is probably going to reflect down in the form of a massive roar when the round does start next. Velocity Gaming must have figured out that this team is a stubborn one. This opponent, it doesn't fear detection. It doesn't fear being read or countered. Revenant Esports are the kind of team that believe that once they have their goals set in their sights, they will be able to get them regardless of what you do about them. How do Velocity Gaming respond? Do they also double down on stubbornness, or do they become more reciprocative of this? Do they try to adjust more? We'll find out soon enough. Deathmaker going towards elbow. This could be tricky. There's nobody looking in his direction, and this could result in a freebie. Oh, but now they're known. Now they've figured out. A jump peek from the left, another contact from the right, and Deathmaker still doesn't bite the bait. He's able to take down the other Opper. And with Knight Rider out of the picture, that is a massive force lost. He's still sticking around here, hasn't fallen back. Will he go for another one? It finally takes a wide peek from Ember to stop this push down, but by this time the damage is already done. And when Deathmaker recedes, MW1 steps up to take his place. They wouldn't expect another push from Elbow. They certainly wouldn't. Even Velocity Gaming are being stubborn right now. They're going to strike them from the shadows where it hit hard. And when it does, MW1 will strike them at the best possible time. Stops the spike from happening. Wimp has no choice but to go above and beyond the toxic screen, hoping to get some man advantage, but even that will be promptly shut down. It's just Logie and MW1. Flicks onto his head. Imagine killing the most notorious opponent in the country. Imagine killing Deathmaker and Elbow, and someone still pushes the same region. That's the stubbornness that Velocity Gaming are using right now. They're using Revenant's own medicine against him. And it tastes bitter.
Medicines are never sweet, Crips. They're always bitter. Until
Because
and unless
you
you're
know you're a
having a
doctor.
cough syrup. Until and unless you're having a cough syrup, and there's no cough syrup happening here. It is all about the frags. It is always about the finishers. And MW1 was the mystery that they could not even lead. Going through the back doors. Here we go ahead. Deathmaker getting enough information, getting one frag and followed on the other end. MW1 was able to successfully get 2 frags for himself. With that, it's going to be last man standing.
Oh, but what can he possibly do right now? Absolutely nothing. Velocity Gaming turned this into a pretty quick affair. Less than 20 seconds in the round is done and dusted. A vanilla execute from Revenant Esports towards the B main region. Simply not enough.
If we just randomly had to discuss the score line, what do you believe are we going to end up to before the side switches?
That really depends on what Revenant Esports have to show us right now. The 2 stubborn rounds they were able to get on mid were really nice, and if they can replicate something like that once again, Velocity Gaming will not be able to deal with it. But if they go for these vanilla executes towards A and B, it is not going to work. Mohan buff. I mean, these guys are certainly buffed enough, man. They're flexing out their huge muscle, their massive tactical, and their aim prowess. That's exactly why Velocity Gaming are in the lead right now. To some extent, not gonna be lying over here, but to some extent, Revenant did hand them a couple of rounds on the platter. Those vanilla executes towards A and B were just simply too simple for Velocity Gaming to even consider breaking the sweat about.
Velocity, well, you just said that the smiles, that those are showing a sign of fading away was momentarily. And as soon as they have the round into their favor again, they are back into the form, and so are the players jumping into the action real soon. The score lines right now are still same, 6-3, except for MW1 wouldn't want to overextend. Well, I believe my prediction might go wrong. He is going to overextend once again.
Contact towards A, not resulting in any information for Velocity, prompting them to double check mid, but they know for a fact Revenant Esports are already deep inside. Deathmaker still peeks while he was being pinged by the SOA utility, results in his death. Revenant Esports. This is deja vu all over again. The only difference is that Amaterasu has taken off Wimp's head, and while this could be a slight spanner in the works for Revenant Esports, they continue to focus on mid. Options galore, as now Knight Rider attempts to pick someone off through B main, and since he hasn't seen anyone, Revenant Esports are starting to second guess themselves. They're second guessing whether or not Velocity have already pushed out of A. While the trap fire hasn't been triggered just yet, Knight Rider hasn't also been able to find anything. And time is ticking, 30 seconds left. Vanilla execute inbound from Revenant Esports as they've given up mid control and focusing on B main more, and to some extent it works. Loki's able to pick off Hellfighter as he tries to make a pick from Connector. Amaterasu also going in by himself will be easily sprayed down by Scargod, and with that push, Velocity Gaming might have sealed their fate. This could be 8-4 unless Scargod gives up a pick. It's unlikely that MW1 will be able to accomplish all that much. There's no training potential, but Ace doesn't need any. He sprays down 2. The hope is still alive. He needs to find a couple more, and MW1 gets it. Will this be a 2v4 clutch? If it is, it will be one of the best clutches that MW1 has pulled off in 1,000 years, and he's able to spam him with utility. Half defuse done already. Knight Rider is trying to call the bluff, but MW1 is a poker player of his own. He quickscopes him, and finally Revenant Esports are able to make this half somewhat competitive.
Almost battle won, but taken away. A good round by MW1, taking down so many players. You cannot call it exit frags because the The clock was still ticking, but whatever MW1 had to execute, he did perform it very well. We are going to head into next round, but Team VLT is starting to lose now, which was not the case of scenario until 0-6.
Well, to some extent, Revenant Esports have stabilized themselves, and while one can say that this was not enough, Velocity will really start to shine right now. Keep in mind that even in the attacking side, Velocity Gaming on Fracture were nearly flawless. Their aggression was varied, and this time the variation comes in the form of a mid plus A split. While two players of Velocity are making contact towards the A main region, they haven't really peeked out yet. Instead, they've sent 3 members towards mid, have them fall back, and then all of them will double out on A main. Deathmaker with a nice pick. That's what they needed. But this isn't the final execute. Nitrider realizes this, and he doesn't see anyone else coming towards A main. This could be big. Revenant Esports have figured out that this is a fake, and Logi picking off MW1 towards elbow will be an even further affirmation of their knowledge. But this very knowledge could prove to be deadly. Revenant Esports have given up on the A side, and now Velocity are about to hit it. They make Revenant outplay themselves. Oh, now that's a disgusting shot. They always say be careful while crossing the road, but Deathmaker, he's the one who stops the traffic and stops Nitrider too. The shock dart does kill him, but even then, the man advantage lies along with Revenant Esports. Now, can they make it work? They're going in all by themselves. Loki peeking by himself, and this could be big. Stargott swings wide. Amaterasu can't do much. Good for only one, and Revenant Esports finally pick up the pistol. That's what they needed.
That is what they were trying to create. And the pistol round going into the favor of Revenant Esports, and the momentum already picked. Are they going to go for the victory for the Spectre rounds as well? Because we did see Revenant going in for the force spike grips at one time during the switch phase. And I believe Velocity is not going to go for those risky buys stuff.
They don't need to either. I mean, they have enough rounds as buffer to keep it safe. But I love this approach from Velocity. Sure, they lose the round, but they made Revenant outplay themselves. First of all, Nitrider pushing into A main, not spotting anyone, kind of made Revenant suspicious that Velocity are hitting B, and when MW1 got picked off, that was further affirmation of that fact, and that's exactly why Revenant gave up on the A side, and that's when Velocity decided to strike. Now, sure, the round didn't go in Velocity's favor, but if this trend keeps on repeating itself, and let's say Velocity are able to sell the fake in a much more important buy round, this could be the massive difference maker. Once again, it's going to be an A push from the side of Velocity Gaming. The only difference being MW1 trying to make noise towards the B side and trying to sell that fake. And while he isn't Jordan Belfort, Velocity Gaming get control of the A side regardless. The toxic screen keeps them safe, and just like that, a 5v5 retake scenario ensues.
And as soon as we say that, immediate trades happening. Deathmaker trying to get the aim set. Viper's wall is going to block for a while. No information as of now. And as soon as I say that, Wimp was able to get Amaterasu down. Logi is also going to take a few more players. It is all up to 2 versus 2. Deathmaker has got Tour de Force activated, and this is the only thing that can still make the round theirs. Wimp attempting to go for the defusal, and also this is going to be the triple for him. Last man standing, right to ace. There's no room of opportunity that he could have stick to the defusal, and a thrifty one.
That's how Velocity do it. Sacrificing the pistol to win the next round, and that too in such style. Wimp did all the efforts over here in this round. 4 kills for Wimp, but still not the win. And how much more can you do? How much more can you accomplish? This round was lost the moment Revenant Esports relinquished that ace side, and they didn't even try to contest him. Toxic Screen created a highway for them to go ahead and plant in. While Velocity expected resistance, they never expected that Revenant Esports are going to offer this round to them on a platter, and they will be more than happy to take it. They're going to grasp it with both their hands. Slow contact play towards B once again. Will this one work though?
Here we go with the push. MW1 trying to enter, getting a frag for himself. Attempt to second, he's taken down by a shorty. And now it is going to be all about a Mitarasu trying to make a move as well. Hell FF trying to get as much of information as possible on the course. Deathmaker is trying to outnumber the opponents. And now it is talking about outnumbering grips. There's last man standing there on the other side.
Just searing this victory, and Velocity Gaming get the guillotine to slice through Revenant Esports like a hot knife through butter. And while this execute wasn't anything special, while it was only vanilla, Revenant still not able to make it work. An early contact from both Deathmaker and MW1 as they take the pace and pick it up all of a sudden. And I think I might have to restructure my sentence. It is not the change in pace, it is the change in velocity, and we are indeed feeling it.
They have managed to reach the double digit already, and now the score lines are exactly doubled up. Velocity are making us also feel the heat entirely. Knight Rider taken down by a Vandal with a perfect cross-air setting. Now it is going to be very tough for the retake as well, and the momentum is grabbed through the mid every single time, and it is quite readable from our side as well. Revenant is not trying to get hold onto the mid.
And they're not being allowed to. Every time they try to make contact plays, it doesn't pay off for them. Even this time, the contact plays from Velocity, they were successful towards mid, but Revenant, they respond by pushing a main instead. And with that exchange, Revenant Esports have figured out that the A hit is not going to come through at all. But it might be a bit too late. Wimp is left here to his own devices. No trading potential between him and Skyesports as he's being dumped over by utility. Although Wimp is capable of doing it all by himself, MW1 is more than enough to shatter this defense and take the B side in control. Can any more happen? They can't revive that KO, so Matras will bleed out, but Ember strikes once again. All of a sudden it's a 2v2. MW1 in a 1-and-1 position, and Ember will be able to slice him as well. Can he find Hellfighter? He's isolated Logi down to a 1v1. And this captain, calling well above his ears, will fall to the mighty Hell.
This man works better under pressure. Kudos to Hellfighter. He plays commendable when he's under pressure, and several clutch moments for him for the day. A very good player, and here we read Jiju OP, or is it Zizu OP?
It's just the clutches upon clutches from Velocity Gaming. This time, varying the pace of their B hit. They take it step by step. Step 1, isolate the closed left corner. Step 2, bombard the backside with utility. And with that, they're able to get in control. Oh my goodness, hold on. The moment I say that, they're going to charge into the Brown Halls region, and they've been detected, but they don't care. MW1 picking things off. Wimp is able to get one, and he still goes for the repeat, but he has to be very, very careful. Has to guard 2 areas at once. The shockdown is amazing. Even Skyesports is trying to pick them off, but Deathmaker could be the difference maker over here. He's trying to move in to the pyramids, can easily go for the plants, but if he tries to plant it right now, he's going to be unsafe. Oh, Skyesports, why did you do that? He tries to give up his own life. He tried to stop Deathmaker from planting, but he falls into the trap. And they do not know about Right to Ace's location. They know that Deathmaker is somewhere on this site, and Wimp is waiting for the chance to pounce on. But the lack of information on Ace could be the one kryptonite that Wimp cannot account for. The pixel visible, and Deathmaker is invincible.
Towards the match point. Velocity, well, this was something that we talked about, Crips, that we were not expecting 2-0 happening, and Team Velocity is making it happen with 3 ultimates already into their pockets. And I believe this round is going to be the spam of ultimates coming in from either of the sides to make sure the round, at least Revenant, all they can do right now is at least try to reduce the buffer, because Velocity is not willing to stop in no time. They are wanting to continue and continue with every single round, with every single frag.
Oh, you're right, Tanya, about one thing. They will go in for all the odds that they've got. Velocity are throwing in everything that they've got in their book. Knight Rider holding this angle. He's got his teammate in the form of the Viper to cover A main. That's why he's able to stay in this off-angle position. A place where they won't exactly be able to pre-fire him. But maybe the careful nature and the curiosity of Velocity Gaming will keep things in control. Oh my lord, the moment Wimp tries to pull out the Hunter's Fury, Ace has already reached the back lines of this place, and he's picked him off. With this, it creates undue pressure on Revenant Esports to reinforce mid, whereas they should be only focusing on B right now, and MW1 doesn't even care about that. He's on a murdering spree. Deathmaker channels it even further, just searing this win in. Logi has no choice. He realizes he cannot defend the B side by himself, so he's going to try to push out A main instead. Meanwhile, Ember, he's still in control of B main on the other side. Both B main and A main are in control of Revenant Gaming, but what do they do about it? Absolutely nothing, says MW1. Logi does get one kill, but he's going to have a myriad of laser beams headed his way, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Velocity Gaming win the opening game of the Skyesports Champions Series.
That was pretty quick. The match just started, the map just started, and they made it. They did not allow the thrice happen, Crips. We did say that Revenant were able to take down twice, but thrice, well, they stood no chance there with the buffer that they created, and Team Revenant had the lineup on the defender's side, which they couldn't make the most use out of it. Now that is pretty questionable for me.
Oh yeah, I mean, the lineup from the side of Revenant Esports, it kind of acts like a triple sentinel of sorts, but I didn't really see the Viper on the defensive side adding too much value. Well, sure, on the attacking side, it was instrumental for their victory. Revenant Esports not able to win the opening game of this tournament, but they must not be disheartened. They can hold their head up high. Some of the strats they were able to execute against Velocity were amazing, and they can take that away from this game, but the rest of them still need work. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're done with the first game of the day, but don't go anywhere. We still have plenty of Valorant action coming your way. We're gonna have Global Esports facing off against the members of Full Power Gaming. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be signing it off. Over to you, Mamba. Take it away.
Wonderful matchup right there. I'm not sure if my mic's working, but we can get that working, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, can we have a round of applause for VLT? Let's not forget our Revenant as well, because they put up a valiant fight. But Ace, could we just have you come up on the stage, please? I'd like to have a word with you.
Hello, what's up? Chennai!
No, you can hold it, I don't need it. But good way to start, a positive start for your team.
I think this is our first LAN win, so we are quite happy with it. And we want to keep doing it and hopefully win the event. We'll take it step by step.
Baby steps, right? Baby steps. But how is it feeling with the new lineup, with Mohit's addition, especially on LAN? How's the mood in the camp?
The mood is good. Like, we are just focusing on the basics, like DM go kill, Vakre go kill, and me and Anuj and Helef will do the rest.
So you're telling me Sentinel has made a good decision getting all these players on board.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of star power, is it?
I mean, VLT is not known for just star players. We, whenever it happens, anyone can pop up. You can see Anuj, just playing insane with the KO. Sagnik taking my right to clutch. You can say Padwi. He has been clutching a lot, so I'm happy with my team's performance.
Absolutely. Everyone's been popping off, including Mohit. The entire team, as a matter of fact, everyone has stepped up when they had to. But all in all, of course, it was difficult to come back from Mumbai.
Yeah.
But how did you sort of recalibrate yourself, and what was the conversation that went on within the team to bounce back from it?
So for the Mumbai LAN event which we played, we were not that prepared because of our team break. So we took a deep breath. We had a huge team talk regarding how we are going to approach this event, because this is the one which matters the most. And we just kept on playing and grinding and grind. Yeah.
No, that's wonderful. With the new support staff as well, you have an entire support system behind you.
Yes.
How does that feel? Because that takes a lot of load off you, right? Because back in the day, you would have to sit down with your team and watch demos and whatnot and watch VODs all by yourself. You still have to do it. But now you have dedicated people to dissect it for you.
So yes, we have CA and CP on board who have been helping us with our scrims, pointing our mistakes, basic fundamentals, improving our basic fundamentals. And that is the most important thing in Valorant. So if your basics are good, you know how to tackle every situations. So that's good.
No,
that's helping a lot.
Congratulations once again. Thank you so much for joining me. Do you have anything to say to your fans?
Feel the velocity!
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ace. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Ace from Velocity. But right now, we have to go back to our casters. So casters, take it away.
Well. Right to Ace, giving us words of wisdom over there, telling us how they were able to win. And of course, when you have a dominant win like that, you're going to be feeling pretty confident. And that's pretty palpable from Ace's face. Let's take a look at some of these stats. And Deathmaker, no surprises over here that he's the man who has the most impact. And while Velocity did play really well, I would chalk up this victory to Revenant being somewhat predictable rather than Velocity being the better team over here. Some of these rounds that Revenant Esports were trying on their attacking side, the concept of it was brilliant. You isolate the map, just bisect it into via mid, and that should be enough to divide and distract all the members of Velocity Gaming, which to some extent they were able to do. They were able to do it twice in a row, and I thought, yeah, that's the key to Revenant's win. But then, just when it started to work out for them, they switched things up. They went for an A main push instead, a very vanilla one at that. So I kind of disagree with that aspect of their strat approach. I mean, just when the mid approach was starting to work for you, you changed things up, and I kind of disagree with that.
The mid approach, Team Velocity did not have much to do on mid, basically, I believe. They were able to enter, push through the main sometimes. Double doors were also used several times, but more of they were focused on side B. And whatever they were up to on the attacking side, they not only pulled the planting part, but also made sure that they win a thrifty. And we tend to mention the first pistol round is equal to second round, already owning it. And if they are able to make an own round disown or snatch away from the opponents, there's much more to follow from the side of Team VLT. Definitely talking about Team Revenant here, Crips, they were a little certain about what they were doing.
Let's take a look at some of these players head-to-head and see what difference they were able to make individually. Impact-wise, Skyesports was amazing, and while his utility was able to detect several of Velocity's pushes, sometimes it worked against him. Let me explain how. You have Skyesports pushing out of B, getting a kill, and at the same time, his teammates push out of A, don't see anyone. What do Revenant conclude with this? They conclude that Velocity are going for a B main push instead, whereas the opposite of it is true. So, while on paper, Revenant didn't make any mistakes, they did jump to the wrong conclusions.
And Team Velocity was prepared enough to not only create commas into the lines that Team Revenant were creating, but also give some full stops. And that is exactly MW1, certainly I would again want to repeat. he performed very well on the map of Breeze. This man is the game changer for Team Velocity, and I believe he did particularly well playing Neon, and he put a better set of skills right now, comparing himself with himself in two different maps.
Yeah, I mean, the stats that you have on your screen right now, they speak about the numbers that these players have accumulated across the tournament from all the phases. And while ScarGod has somewhat better stats in terms of kills, the overall impact of MW1 has been more or less higher because his team also is able to capitalize on the opportunities that he creates. And while ScarGod also creates opportunities, he's usually doing it to cover up for someone else's lack of picking up. And that's the main difference over here. MW1 creating impact, team following up on the back of it. Meanwhile, ScarGod creating impact to cover someone else's fault. That's, I think, the major difference between these two players, and that's a fact that stats don't speak about.
One is building a mountain and one is filling the void. That is exactly what you wanted to say, and that is exactly what is happening. And now Team Velocity winning with the clean streak of 2-0. I would want to be very honest, Crips. In phase 3, this score line was the last thing I was expecting. I was expecting some overtimes happening, some 2-1 score lines happening. That did not happen, let alone that. The buffer of the victory from the side of Team Velocity, which was also massive.
Yeah, I mean, last time Revenant Esports agreed that they had a slightly different lineup as well. They had Shivi in their lineup when this happened. They were able to make Velocity Gaming run around a bit too much. And while we saw glimpses of that in the rounds which Revenant were able to win on the attacking side, Velocity Gaming this time seemed a lot more calm and composed, right? They didn't need all that much information. They were okay with giving up mid because they knew for a fact that their sides will be reinforced. And every time Velocity lost control of mid, they made up for it by either pushing out of A main and capturing that region, or B main for that matter. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. That's what Velocity was trying to focus on. They tried to figure out where their advantage still lies, which area is neutral, and they just don't fight in that area where they don't have an advantage. They try to take the neutral zones first. Meanwhile, Revenant Esports, they were trying to do too many things at the same time, and I believe that that simple approach led to their downfall.
And also the repetitive approach.
Yeah.
The simple yet repetitive, and was pretty predictable. And VLT has been holding their clues very strongly for the phase 3. Nothing unique was seen today, to be honest. This is their typical play. There's nothing that they have went overboard to achieve something. It was just about their normal play. And I would also want to share something. While we were setting up our mics and everything, CA just walked in and I was joking around asking him, what scoreline do you expect today for the victory of VLT? And he just said, with this fist pump, I'm expecting 2-0. He must be very proud of his predictions right now.
Of course he is. I mean, he did say that he's going to let his team you know, be a little more free, be a little more, you know, listening to their gut. He just wants them to listen to their gut more, go for the more instinct plays. Don't try to conform to the rules so much. And we saw glimpses of it, right? The very first round, Deathmaker gets picked off. Why? He's trying to push through the toxic screen and try to get a pick before he falls back. On paper, that's a bad play, but it's still fine because he trusts his teammates to cover up the other regions which Deathmaker is not able to defend. And that's exactly what happened in the pistol round. So these kind of plays, Velocity Gaming are kind of encouraging them. And the more they empower their players with, you know, with less disciplined plays, the more they empower them with their instinct, the better the Velocity Gaming team becomes. And I think this can be said about a team like Orangutan as well, right? You consider the odds. This team, barely a month old, sitting already in the other stage of this tournament.
Competing the teams who have been in the circuit from way too long.
Exactly, right? I mean, Velocity, Global, Enigma, all of them have been playing for a while now. Orangutan gets formed a month ago. They're already having top seed. They're up ahead in the next stage of the brackets. So right now, we're still waiting on the results for Global Esports versus Full Power, and the winner of that game will go ahead and face Orangutan. But the reason I brought up Orangutan is because they're also the kind of team who follows their instincts quite a lot, who give their player the freedom that they need. And in conversation with Velocity players before this game started, I was told that they will also be following these instinctual plays a lot more. So I guess maybe that's the difference. Not being disciplined over here could be the key to win.
And I believe instinct is something that you need to work upon. They have been working, but predicting is not easy. It comes with practice, and these instincts are also predictable with practice. And Deathmaker was one of the key players. Yeah, sure, he was on MVP cards, both the maps, sure. But he was the player, most of the times I did spot, where he was playing on instincts, where all the players were on the move towards a different side. He still stuck onto the same side, and there was nothing heard. There was nothing of predictable stuff happening here. He could have left the side barren, he could have moved away, but he was still sticking. And that play pattern, I believe, led them to a 2-0 scoreline.
Exactly, like that's exactly what tells you about Velocity's play style, right? They don't over-rotate, they don't overcommit. If they lose a particular area of the map or they lose a particular player, they still stay calm and composed because they're able to identify their win conditions, and as long as those win conditions are still satisfied, they do not worry about the meager losses that happen in the day-to-day exchanges of Valorant. And I think that's what makes Velocity such a strong team. The understanding of their own game style is much more important than the understanding of their opponents, and I think that's one thing that Velocity Gaming were really good at. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the first game, Velocity versus Revenant, where Velocity were able to take the win. Up next is going to be the other opening game of the day. It's Global Esports, and they're going up against our boys from Pakistan, Full Power Gaming. We're going to be going on a tiny break, but don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with more Valorant action. See you on the other side.
Well, I believe we are going to move on the other side a little while later. We are still here on this side.
Still here? Just like Velocity, they're still here. I mean, they're done for the day, right? They're done with the matches for the day, but I mean, I guess they're going to still stick around, watch the other teams play as well. Global Esports going to be facing off against Full Power Gaming soon enough, and while these teams, they've not really faced each other all that much before, they've certainly been wary of each other's playstyles. Global Esports have faced a variation of Team Snakes in the past. You know, the Team Snakes roster which still had HSB, Soulmate, and all these guys. So those guys are no longer there. In FPG, or FPX as I would like to call it, this team has been building up, especially with their new coach, Lipsy.
Yeah.
Even that makes quite a lot of difference. So yeah, that kind of stuff is going to be the difference maker between the next game.
Absolutely, that is going to make a lot of difference, and the difference is that now for sure we are going on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, stay put, stay tuned. We're on the other side. We are going to meet other teams, other players, Global Esports versus Full Power Gaming.
we can
planted. One enemy remaining.
Skyesports Champions Series is the road to VCT event, and it's a dream project for us. So Riot Game was super happy, and they are also super interested to make a first ever film for Indian esports.
When the planning stage happened, we didn't want to do just another tournament. We wanted to make it like a huge esports experience. The idea came together and everybody liked it, and we grabbed this opportunity.
This film was very important film for us. I think ये project पूरे gaming industry के लिए it was a new step in the right direction. Valorant के लिए we had not seen someone take this big initiative.
बहुत ही लकी हूँ कि वो लोग ने मुझे ये शूट पे लिया है. I am excited as well कि जब ये वीडियो लॉन्च होगा तब actually hype होने वाला है ये वीडियो for sure.
This film, from an execution point of view, required a specific location because that location kind of gives you the texture, the tonality, and brings about that entire dark atmosphere that was needed.
The location is very spooky actually. आने के बाद पता चला कि ये जेल एक सेल है, तो मेरे को लगा कुछ तो haunted place है, ऐसा लग रहा था.
I mean, speechless. First of all, the costume and then the set. एकदम professional वाला vibe आ रहा है, ऐसा लग रहा है कि Bollywood movie में काम कर रहा हो या कोई. मोहित भाई है और क्या बोल सकते हैं.
शूट करने में ही मतलब लाइक गूज़बम्स आ रहे हैं, तो वीडियो देखने के बाद तो क्या ही होगा लोगों का.
I'm in a jail, trying to get out of this hell. वो shot complete हुआ है पूरा, मेरे को भी पता नहीं. I'm just vibing.
The reason we wanted to treat this film in a black and white perspective is because we wanted to capture the emotions, right? The players are going through a lot of emotions, seeing, the dark side in their personality and how sometimes, it's easy for us to give up hope.
We wanted to show that they're all struggling, so we had decided let's go with a black and white look, and we are also having an option that we're just gonna keep their clothes and skin color.
So the psychology of this entire thing was when you're trapped into your own head, you don't know what is happening, whether you're fighting yourself or you're fighting your teammate.
Riot Games was super happy. Mohit and team, given the pitch document and the storyboard, literally they were impressed from the day one. No one has touched the film concept, the real emotion concept. So we are aligned together to make a emotion out of it, because this kind of film has to come out to make the people to understand how we are serious about esports.
The logistical part to shoot in such a location is always the challenging part because it's an abandoned building or a bungalow, right? There's nothing here. So sorting out the food, the transport, the equipment, carrying all of that on this long staircase, it's crazy, but we made all of that happen.
Okay, you have to look at each other. Gussa आएगा, anger आएगा, and then anti आएगा.
There is always someone who's gonna come take you out of whatever cocoon you're living in. So that's what Anti did here.
चलोगे कैसे तुम लोग? मेन ये because now media निकल गई.
If you all can match your thing, in unison and go with that confidence, Bollywood movie में जैसे 3 हीरो जाते सामने. Action. Left, right, left. कौन बोलेगा?
I feel the negative emotion, the winner is the sitting shot.
The sitting shot, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The positive emotion, we have the standing shot.
We do not want to repeat visuals that are in the film already. So that made us look also differently. We tried different perspectives, different lightings.
When people hear gamers or players, Valorant players, they'll be like, okay, they just sit at home and they just play games. No, we also get to have a lot of fun, come outdoors, shoot, produce with all the amazing people here. So it's very much fun and exciting.
Kudos to Mohit and team, because they are making a esports player to act in a real film. That is the big hurdles I personally feel like.
Okay, chalo, you're ready for the game now. You get one, it's 2v1. You get one more, it's 1-on-1. But he gets you, you lose the round. You're getting this round very close, you can win it, come on. You get the next one and it's a victory.
Walking के टाइम पे ना एंटी का एटीट्यूड काफी आ रहा है. You can add a little bit more. On the stage, वो दिखता है एक स्लो मो है ना, तो एक वो एक्सप्रेशन दिख रहा है. तो walk in that full power.
One thing I would like to tell is South Asia has to rise up. So this is the right moment. We have to go for the global and we need to win the global trophy. and the people who are watching this has to support Indian teams and South Asian teams and the region from Southeast Asia, give the more confidence to the players and teams to go to the global level.
Rossi, man, we as much as we love talking about this guy, can't deny the bad performances, man. He has got 4 kills right now. Oh, it's heartbreaking to see for G. They need SK Rossi to deliver.
They're all turtled up at the side. They can easily get swarmed by the pistols.
Great at all, but Amaterasu and Deathmaker, they've gotten 2. Still a lot of work to be done for Deathmaker. Let's bring it to a 2v1, but still a little bit too much to ask this time for Deathmaker. It's a great attempt though, but open from heaven. This is just a game that he keeps on giving.
He's the one who got headshot. Deathmaker though, juggling the guns! But eventually the weight of the Vandal will weigh heavy on Jermaine.
It is time to fight back. It is time for payback. It is time for glory. Arise South Asia. It is time for Skyesports Champions Series. We are ready. We are coming.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports Champions Series presented by AMD and powered by Ruta. My name is Ranjit Mama, Senior Patel, and I would like to welcome all of you once again. Sunny, I see you right there, pretty excited. We're happy because the match is done. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, after an electrifying first game, now it's time to move on to the second game at hand. And we have 2 teams, 2 powerhouses going up against each other. Of course, it's going to be a split fan base, but nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the first team in question over here. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is Full Power Gaming for all of you. Can we have a huge round of applause for Full Power Gaming? Wonderful. Now, It's the second team in question, ladies and gentlemen. We all know who they're going to be, but nonetheless, let's have a look at who they're going up against. I love the energy that you guys have for global esports. How does it feel, Bhavin? You're back again after a month.
Yeah.
बीच में 2 साल कुछ नहीं हुआ, लेकिन अब back to back LANs हो रहे हैं. कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
Yeah, I mean LAN पे आते ही energy change हो जाती है. Like मेरी especially and I think team की also. Like we are here to win and again last LAN पे भी वही किया. ये LAN पे we hope to repeat the same.
Backstage मैंने सुना आप बता रहे थे टीम को क्या कौन से एरियाज आपको ध्यान से खेलने, कौन से एरियाज पे आपको फोकस करना है. How prepared are you? Because मुझे लग रहा है कि फिलहाल तो आप पूरा एक नोटबुक बना के आए हो.
No, I mean you prepare about everything you can, but at the end of the day, adaptation के बाद में आएगी क्योंकि both teams will be prepared. Any team we play in this competition will be prepared. So we need to adapt to any situation in the game.
Wonderful, but there was also a lot of buzz about the lineup which was going to be playing over here. अभी जो टीम की synergy वो कैसी है?
नहीं टीम की synergy तो I think अभी 1.5 साल के ऊपर हो गया और कितनी synergy build करेंगे? So we are all good.
No, but there were open trials and everything happening,
Yeah.
right? So there's been a lot of us. That's why I wanted to touch on it. But if you had to say something to your fans right here, जो भी लोग घर से देख रहे हैं उनको क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
I mean, keep supporting us. We'll try to lift the trophy as we did the last time and G fighting.
Yeah, thank you so much. And hopefully you have a good one. Good luck to all of you. Have fun. And I'll see you guys around. Settle in. But now it's time to move into the match. The players will settle. They'll warm up as well. But it's time. Our wonderful casters are waiting. So Crips and Tanya, take it away.
And I'm going to be honest that this is one of the games that I've been looking forward to. Personally, I've been friends with almost all these players and I've seen these guys play since, what, 2014 now? That's when I first met Hellranger, and it's been ages since I've known him. And the way these guys have evolved over the past few months, the way they've improved, it just makes me so proud that this is a team that's putting in effort. They're evolving like Pokemons. Get it? Get the pun? Get the pun? Pokemon. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And that's exactly why I cracked that Pokemon joke, right? Because that's the one player I really want to speak to, but yeah, he's not here. Although I do believe that these players are not, that the players of FPX are not playing from the comfort of their own houses. I do believe that these guys have been put in a remote location in Karachi where all the players are playing in the same room, they're playing together. So that's I think what's happening with the FPX players. So while they're not experiencing the magic and the beauty of this LAN event, they can play in the same room as each other. It's like a mini LAN for them with only those 5 players attending. So that arrangement has been made by Skyesports, and I'm really happy that they've done this.
Absolutely, and doing something above and beyond to get to the victory towards the esports is going to mean a lot to FPX, away from home, creating a new home for yourself to not only win today, but also win a lot. And we are seeing Anna going ahead with GE fighting now. No more team jokes hopping in, but the support now finally is seen.
Yeah, even Fatu saying GE fighting. Deathmaker obviously indifferent because he's like, oh, मैं तो qualify हो चुका हूँ. Why do I care about anything else now? So yeah, but yeah, let's just get back to the topic over here. It's global esports versus Full Power Gaming. Naturally, Full Power Gaming, unfortunately, are not able to join us today at the venue, but we have some of the organization team members of Full Power Gaming right here, my buddy. So all these players, all these people, while the players themselves cannot attend the LAN event, they are here in spirit. And I mean, we know that the obvious reasons why they're not able to attend this LAN event is visa issues. Something that
It's
not
out of the control.
Yeah, exactly. It's not something that the players can control. So they will just try to go ahead and do their best regardless. Whereas their organization members, their supporting stuff, they are here to witness what happens at the LAN. I personally happen to know a few of them, and yeah. I mean, that gentleman that I was on your screen like a few seconds ago, he carried the flag of his team over here, and I'm sure it would have been a great experience for him. But
There's something else also, talking about global esports in particular. We have always talked about one man, of course, Rossi, the man, self-made man. We have seen him progressing with every passing day. He is. Question is, sometimes you don't tend to move in as quickly as always. Now, that can happen any time of the day. Do you think for those rounds, Lightning Fast will be able to fill in the gap created?
I think Lightning Fast can fill in the gap more than well. I mean, SK Rossi has always been touted as the rising star of Indian Valorant. Hell, forget rising star. I mean, at this point, this guy is the goddamn star.
Yeah.
Right? But then, if you take a look at this team, almost everybody in this team is an individually brilliant fragger. Lightning Fast can pop off whenever needed. Skills is the best anchor. Hellranger, one of the greatest IGLs. So let's see what this IGL has chosen for us today. I'm actually happy that Full Power Gaming have banned Descent. It doesn't really add value to either of their map pool and value. Meanwhile, Global Esports have banned Icebox. It seems like they've recognized one of the stronger maps of Full Power Gaming and decided to ban it right away. I mean, even Global can play Icebox pretty well, but then Full Power are also damn good on it, so why take the risk?
Full Power has got a strong hand on the map of Icebox, and that is the only key factor of abandoning the map of Icebox. But we still do have 3 more maps that we are going to witness, initiating with the map of Heaven. And on the defender side, we are going to start with Global Esports, and that is exactly where they have to mint the most for the first 12 rounds. Having said that, we have seen some topsy-turvies happening, U-turns happening as well, and on the map of Heaven itself. So FPX needs to make sure that they don't spend too much on the attacker side.
Well, their attacking side has been pretty good, and I think that's like one of their biggest strengths. Their attacking side is damn powerful. They can pick up the pace really well. Although when it comes to the decider map Breeze, I kind of feel like that firepower alone is not going to be enough. The split push game of Full Power Gaming is not as strong as that of Global Esports or some other team like that. I do believe that Full Power Gaming are more of an execute based team than a defaulting slow approach team. And while they might prove us wrong today because they've learned from their mistakes in the past, I think that can be possible.
You always tend to learn from what you have done, because you always tend to say that when you don't win, you learn, and there were several lessons. And Global Esports is the second seed qualifying team, so I believe they have got lot to learn. They were not the immediate qualifiers like, of course, Enigma Gaming, Orangutan on the other side. Let's see who is going to immediately battle against Team Orangutan though. That is going to take a little longer. Sticking back to the map of Bind, what are your expectations? Because it is going to be Team FPX starting on the defender's side, and they do have upper hand, likely.
So, I don't think that starting on the defensive side can grant them that much of an advantage.
On the map of Bind?
Even on the map of Bind. Like I said, I believe that they are a damn strong team on the attacking side. While their defense is nothing to scoff at, I feel like their true value comes from exploiting the pace that they bring. It's a very breaknecky pace. I mean, if you have like Navi on one side, very slow, methodical approach, and then Paper X on the other side with like a breakneck speed approach, I think Full Power lie more towards the latter side. Meanwhile, Global Esports is a little more calculated that way. So, on the defensive side, I feel like when Full Power will start, the only way they can gather that advantage is by actively pushing out and making Global Esports uncomfortable. If they give Global Esports the staging area that they need to set up their executes, then they're in for a world of trouble.
That is absolutely correct. The time for the start of the round itself, talking about Global Esports in person, they are the team who needs exact specified location to go ahead and execute and push towards the side where they are committing towards. And if they get that sort of timing, there's nothing that can stop them. But talking about FPX as well, they have been stopping, the only team to stop BLT from going towards clean sweep, just like Enigma did. So we cannot say that Full Power Gaming cannot hit the same remark against Global Esports, though we have seen these two teams battling. with another name in previous days. But for the day, the fight is going to be of the equals once again. They have been fighting quite equally, trying to move on, move ahead, and with equal amount of share.
So now that we've got the discussion of Bind out of the way, I kind of want to discuss Breeze, where I believe that global esports have the decisive advantage. Now, let's keep one thing in mind. Breeze relies a lot on bursting into sites with half executes. What do I mean by half executes? You don't execute across the entire site, right? Half your site is covered by Viper Toxin screen, and you only execute towards the other, the right hand side or the left hand side of that Toxin screen, depending on however you decide to cut it. So, while that is possible, retaking in Breeze is comparatively easier than a lot of other maps as compared to something like maybe a Haven or a Bind or something like that. So that way the post-run positions for Full Power Gaming will be limited. And if Global Esports can stop them from getting in there, that's an easy win for Global Esports.
Let's see if we are going to see the scoreline of 2-0 or 2-1, because Crips, for the start of the day, we did mention we wanted to see the scoreline of 2-1. That did not happen then, but it doesn't mean that it is not going to happen now. We can expect anything happening, and I always enjoy I enjoy even more when it is always about unexpected stuff. And talking about unexpected stuff, do you expect any agent selection that is going to go beyond your expectations?
Agent selections. I do think that Global Esports will flirt with the idea of a double initiator. Maybe in a map like Bind, they might even opt for a triple initiator in the form of Sova, Sky, and KO. But then again, that's very risky and very experimental. But then I do realize that Global Esports are the kind of team that's willing to take those risks. So I feel like the double initiator on Haven is something they're gonna pick. Yeah, those are my 2 cents. What do you think?
Well, I don't see any changes coming in from the side of Global Esports, as well as talking about Full Power Gaming. They're going to stick to their basic rules, because why go and get a sundae, grab a sundae when you're not... Okay, when you're hungry, you go ahead, grab a sundae, but when you can fill your stomach with just a scoop of vanilla, which you're going to enjoy it even more. So I believe the basics are going to be enough fulfilling for either of the sides. So there's not going to be any hasty switch happening from Global Esports for sure. I just had few words on the backstage with all the players. They're pretty sure about how they are doing. And talking about Full Power Gaming, we don't have the players here, but we do have the owners here.
Oh, that's my man Abhishek on the screen right there. Hey Abhishek, look at me. Look at me. Say hi. There you go. Oh well, sorry, I got a little personal there. But yeah, let's just get back to the topic. Sorry, I got distracted on my job, not a part of my description. But I had the chance to speak to the Global Esports players over here. Now, according to my understanding of whatever Global Esports has done in the past, they are a team that knows how to rotate. If they are the kind of team that predicts that their opponents are on a default, they will not move all that much. They will hold their ground. They will try to figure out whether it's a fake or a full commitment, and only then rotate. So it becomes difficult, especially on the map like Haven, right? We've seen so many times where teams will be hitting the A side or the C side regardless of where they are. They will always have one or the other attacker standing at the entrance of B or at the entrance of garage doors. That guy will be the one responsible for cutting off the defender rotations. But when Global Esports don't rotate all that much in the first place, what will you punish? So that opportunity will be denied for a team like Full Power if they're on the attacking side. And the same thing can be said in the other way as well, right? Full Power Gaming, they know for a fact that if they can make Global Esports overthink and overrotate, they will be able to punish them more. So it's all about a game of misinformation and deceit.
The fakes, misinformation, deceit, you have to outplay that to reach towards the victory. And Global Esports have done fairly good in outplaying such sort of fake plays. But talking about Full Power Gaming as well, they do keep a human utility to avoid any backstab happening. So that is already a player less on the site where the spike is planted. So that is going to cost them a player, entire player.
Yeah, I mean, if they're gonna keep a player actively committed over there instead of just placing utility, sure, they will be able to gather more spontaneous information because obviously you can't rely on just gadgets, right? But then again, they can also turn that one player into a future lurker of sorts. Like let's say for example, Global Esports are on attack. They're trying to actively knock on the doors of the A side, and let's say someone like maybe Lightning Fast or maybe someone like Skills is lurking around towards grass. Now, under ideal circumstances, it would make sense for that guy to go ahead and try to join his team on the ace side. But instead, this guy will now come late into the round via B mid and then try to hit the defenders while they are busy setting up for an A retake. So he will walk from B mid to A link and then try to come in via that region instead of reinforcing his team on the standard avenues. So those are the kind of plays that Global Esports will expect, and that's what this team huddle is all about.
The team are trying to exchange the final words before the game begins, though they are going to have voice comms active to discuss about how everything is going to function, or maybe how they exactly want to function against the team Full Power Gaming. They have got the LAN vibes here. That is going to be enthusiastically good.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of LAN vibes, Global Esports have this ritual on LAN. Okay, they will never pick their agents outright. They will just click on them, hover, and then go do this hover. Yeah, that's what they're all about. They'll make noise. They'll do these team huddles. They'll scream G fighting at the top of their lungs. Sometimes I feel like they scream much more than we do, which is appropriate, right? You want to get into the heads of your opponents. You want to scare the hell out of them.
Which I would want to call out to the viewers. Is GE fighting?
Not yet, apparently. Yeah.
Sorry, viewers, not audible enough. Louder.
Well, looks like you did make them.
I made them scream. I made them scream to the loudest of the noise possible, and I enjoy that as well, because if you have supporters, you tend to perform better. And I believe Global Esports have got fairly good enough supporters. We also saw the banners joining in #GE Fighting. That is going to be even more, you can say, cherry on the top for them. So, so that is one of a thing. But apart from that, we have got 3 maps. One of which is Heaven, one of the biggest map for the day. If we hit for the deciders, it is going to be Breeze, which is going to be the biggest one.
Yeah, those 3 maps, I don't think we're going to get to see the 3rd map
in the end at all.
Yeah. So, here's the win condition for Full Power Gaming. Like I said, they need to make Global Esports overthink. And when they've got a leader like Bhavin at the helm, a guy who already overthinks and thinks of every possibility, they've... You know that scene from Infinity War, right? Where Dr. Strange sees like 14 million possibilities. That's what Bhavin does. He sees all the possibilities. He sees which conditions, in which rounds, and in which moves will make him win. And then he just goes for those particular ones. So the amount of homework that Global Esports do, the amount of homework that Bhavin does, Hellranger does, is, in my opinion, much more than anybody else in the country. Now, that can be a good thing and a bad thing as well. In the past, Global Esports have had this problem where they focus too much on countering their opponent at the cost of enhancing their own gameplay, enforcing their own playstyle. But over the course of the last few months, I've seen this improvement in them where they narrate a certain story towards the first half of the map, and then later on they change that story. They make the opponent believe that they're going to play in a certain way, and then they flip the table. They change the script all of a sudden, and then their opponent is left wondering, we had the read on them, what happened?
And that is element of surprise we are watching out for coming in from the side of Bhavin. For sure, he needs to create those, what do we call it?
The fake stories.
The fake stories, or maybe the climax towards the victory. You need to have those momentum build up, and these understanding towards how they are going to reach it, that is one of the key factors which Global Esports have fairly done good homework, not only here, internationally as well. So that is also going to end up with a little extra experience effects. So that is a lot of win-win situation here already.
Speaking of international experience, you got to keep in mind, right? If Global Esports are able to win this tournament, this will be their 2nd international appearance.
Yeah.
They've already made a decent amount of notoriety. They've already gained a decent amount of notoriety in the Asia Pacific region when they participated last time. They were able to beat Damwon, and now that's a damn good Korean team, and they were able to not only beat them, but beat them convincingly. there were several rounds where Global Esports were clutching things against them, and the score lines were pretty, one-sided as well. And I think that was a damn good win that they were able to get. Of course, they lost to Paper X later on, but still, Paper X losing against them is nothing to be ashamed of. They are the second best team in the world right now. Sorry, third best team in the world right now. So if they're able to give those guys the run for their money, if they're able to accomplish their flag planted deep into the Asian soil, it's great, right? Because when they're planting the G flag, it basically means they're planting the India flag. They want to further the story and the enrichment of this country. So that's there. And of course, having that international experience also helps them to beat opponents locally as well.
And that is going to help them analyze the stuff a little easier way, because there's lesser tactics to enroll into, unlike the international stakes are a little higher, for sure. So the stakes here, to understand and analytically, it's going to be a little lesser, which is a less of work. And talking about less, Bhavin doesn't go for the less work. I'm pretty sure about it. He's still going to go work equally as he does for the international segments.
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously they're not going to cut corners regardless of anything, right? Whether it's a team from across the country borders or from a team within the local confines of the same city. It doesn't matter who they're up against. They're going to still treat every opponent like a real credible threat. And while that goes without saying, it also kind of means that whatever international experience that they have translates into local experience, and it helps them sell those stories better. I mean, okay, I'm going to go off on a little bit of tangent over here. And it will make sense in the end, but bear with me. So, for the most part, we have kind of identified what goes wrong with Indian teams in a general basis. Not just Indian teams, South Asian teams in a general basis. And we try to figure out why are we not able to be as good as the European teams, right? We have the aim, our tactics are also sound. The part where we used to struggle, at least this was the storyline last time, the part where we used to struggle was selling that fake creative story, selling the narrative that we are this kind of a team, and then completely flipping the script and surprising your opponents. So to build that story up, to build that persona of yourself in your opponent's minds is something that South Asian teams in general were unable to do. And when I spoke to Hellranger, he said that that's exactly what they're going to be focusing on now. So I think that's a good thing. I think they're going to be doing pretty well, not just in this game, but on the international stage as well.
This stage is going to take them internationally, quite farther away, not only towards the APAC. Ultimately, the main motive, the main goal is for the Berlin victory, where they're not only going to hoist the flag of global esports, but also the Indian flag. And now that is a dream come true for each and every esports player, let alone global esports. All the 6 teams here joining us for LAN. Of course, FPX is not joining, but still, their goal still remains the same about hoisting the Indian flag at the end of the day. But which team is going to make it? For that, we still do have 5 more days to go. Sticking back to the day here, they are going to start with a map of heaven, and talking about GE on the defender's side, how do you believe the splits are going to happen? It is going to still be the same, a player in the garage, 1 in B, 2 on A, or is there going to be something else?
I think they're going to let the B site itself be more or less empty, but they're going to double down on A-Link and C-Link regions instead. They're going to have like maybe one player playing permanently A-short or A-long, the other guy playing flex in between A-Link B, or just reinforcing the guy on A. I think the first guy to rotate will most likely be Lightning Fast or maybe Kappa. Those are the guys who rotate the most. If it's going to be towards A-Link side, then it's going to be Kappa. If it's towards C-Link side, it's going to be Lightning Fast. SK Rossi, on the other hand, on the defensive side, I think he's just going to try to be as big of a pain in the side for FPX. Sometimes he's going to be opting A-long, sometimes C-long, sometimes A-short. So he's going to be changing his positions around, and the team will change their positions around him. They're going to place the operator in the hands of SK Rossi, have him play a certain position one round, switch up next, and keep things fresh. They're going to keep FPX on their toes.
They need to do it. They need to win as many rounds as possible on the defender's side, without a doubt. And also, they are able to connect the dots. We have Breach and the Flash and Frags. That is double Fs working wonderfully well for global esports. One player is on the verge of flashing, other player is on the verge of fragging, and is able to accrue more than one frag. That is already trying to create a fear of dominance.
I see Pokemon on the Sky, and I'm kind of excited already. Pokemon was a damn good fade player last time, and he did well on Sky as well. So he's a brilliant initiator overall. But Musab's breach utility has been kind of lacking at times, and I kind of see that as a red flag. Musab does set his team well up for success, but in the process of doing so, he kind of forgets that he himself also has to be along with the team. So he'll most likely be caught napping on the back lines while trying to help his team out with the utility, and then he's not able to trade. I think that's one problem of Musab.
And talking about global esports, in general, just in case if Rossi needs to take a nap, Lightning Fast is going to fill in the gap beautifully well. So here they do have a room of opportunity just in case if Rossi is not able to fulfill. Lightning Fast might be able to, but on the contrary, what happens if King is not able to fulfill? Who is going to be able to fill the void?
I think it's going to have to be Pokemon, right? If Pokemon doesn't show up, then the team is in trouble. If Pokemon is here, the team is still safe. Keep in mind that he was the major reason for the team's success in Phase 2 of this tournament. If it wasn't for him, then things would have been very, very different. Although this lineup from the side of Global Esports, we expected a double initiator, we got it. We got Sova and Bleach. That is not the surprise. The surprise over here is that they have a Raze on the hands of Lightning Fast instead of a Jet or a Neon, which is something we've seen them do in Phase 2, but not before that. And in Phase 2, Lightning Fast was kinda iffy. There was this one game where he dropped 30 frags and he was an absolute god. And then in the next game, he was not able to get 7 frags. And that's a big red flag for me. His performance was not consistent enough. And I think if FPX want to shut down Global Esports, they need to get in the head of Lightning Fast.
And I don't believe Lightning Fast is going to fall quickly. He is going to go flash mode on, get some frags. If at all he survives, he's going to return back to his team. And if at all he doesn't survive, he's still going to get those frags in the pockets. So talking about Lightning Fast, getting into his head is going to be pretty difficult, though not impossible. You need to arrange at least, you need to set up, would be the apt word. You need to set up more than 2 players to take this man down.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to have to throw bodies at him. You're going to have to make sure your trades go smoothly. One very good thing about Global Esports, they're so calm and collected in their trading. That's not the way FPX play. Their trades are great. They are on time. But for the most part, it kind of seems like they end up losing the numbers or just lose the essence of the fight. Sure, they'll be able to, I don't know, maybe win the aim duels and whatnot. They might be able to get the numbers advantage, but then they lose their controller. And in that thing, their essence is lost. Then the rest of the round becomes so much more difficult, right? So I think that is one thing where Global Esports are superior, and FPX need to be wary about that one.
FPX has also prepped up pretty well during Phase 2. If you just consider about the plays, they have defeated one of the humongous or gigantic team of India, which is VLT.
Yeah, let's see if they can defeat the other
If
humongous team
if they can take down another gigantic team or no.
Out of range.
Okay, that's a fast one. SK Rossi pulling up close and personal towards A Long. Meanwhile, the other chamber Storax is prepared for him. And this is not the only push. Lightning Fast and Skills have also bridged the gap between mid-bottom and grass. Here he comes. Storax teleports back to safety. But there's more aggression on the back of it. Lightning Fast has already made contact. The paint shells are going to force them back straight into the crosshairs of Kappa. And while Global Esports have made this push towards B work successfully, they've lost control of C in its place.
And Hellranger trying to move in. Smoke is going to block him, going for some pot shots, not going to connect any. Abdur has got enough time to plant the spike with only 3 players remaining. Paranoia is going to delay furthermore, and King is going to make the most use of it, getting one more frag. And here King through the windows.
Like I said, they can't let Global Esports get comfortable. Full power push above and beyond their respective area, and that has led to them getting an advantage. But the moment I say that, King and Musab are going to bring it back, and that's the power of full power. So you see, when they place the smoke at the starting of the CT entrance, most people would assume that the attackers are not going to peek out of it. They're just placing that smoke to delay Global Esports, but instead they send a fault line and a trailblazer through it, and then they push out on their own. Now that's the kind of surprise that Full Power Gaming have in store for us, and if they can keep surprising Global Esports this way, if they can stop them from from getting comfortable in the retake positions, then they can easily beat Global Esports.
Well, nothing is easy. Everything is going to take time. And let's see how everything functions, because I like the angle held by Kappa here. And against them, it is going to be King immediately waiting.
Okay, patience is the key this round. Everyone just holding their defaults, and FPX are going to be very worried about this one, right? Global Esports in the pistol round itself, they had one player pushing up long, two players pushing up B. And that sudden aggression from Global Esports has definitely made Full Power a little cautious now. Exactly why they're playing slowly. An entire minute has passed, and only now Full Power is starting to creep up the C-long avenue. And the moment I say that, they take a U-turn and they try to go towards grass instead. So this kind of works. The dark cover that Full Power has placed on the C side could be a fake, and that's good because Global Esports have 3 defenders over there. But that's not where Full Power is going.
They still do have SK Rossi waiting for them, and he's taken down. Are they going to get immediate side control? Because that is exactly what they were waiting for, and I believe they have almost achieved it. Vision cleared, side cleared, and once again Storax going ahead, planting the spike, and retake is coming all the way through C, and they are on the move, and Pokemon is not going to leave the sewers empty.
Yeah, I mean, they've got multiple layers of security over here. The alarm bot on top of Pokemon, on top of the dark cover that they've placed to delay them. Oh, but this guy's gonna die. He somehow survives the pain shells. The Parana still keeps him in check. The flash from Guiding Light was good enough to let Musa peek on the back of it, and he's able to deliver justice. But hey, this was again an eco round from Global Esports, right? They don't mind if they lose this one. The overall storyline is still the same. If Full Power just stop Global Esports from getting comfortable, that should be fine.
But something that makes me curious is, Crips, it was a 5v5 retake, no casualty. Few smokes here and there working just wonders for them.
And you can already see the Full Power boys, they're smiling right now. But will they be smiling at the end of this round? Because this is the buy that Global Esports have in store for you. Hero Vandal on Abdur, Spectres and everyone else. FPX don't mind if they lose this round, but of course they would want to take it. SK Rossi, not affected by the initial utility dump of Full Power Gaming. He's still going for contact base, and he's not backing out just yet. As soon as he flashes, he's gonna fall back. But keep in mind, the moment SK Rossi falls back, someone else takes his place. And this time, it's gonna be lightning fast along with Hellranger. They're already on the back lines. The trademark is not gonna detect them, but Abdur definitely will. He dodges the pain shells, but can he dodge death? And it's coming in the form of lightning fast.
Lightning fast, trying to enter, but before that, there's much more happening. Hellranger, Lightning Fast getting a frag, and now it is through the spawn they are trying to get a peaky angle to hold on to.
Yeah, but they're not letting FPX get comfortable. They are going for the plant, which is very risky, but post-plant positions are not available on the side of FPX. There's only 2 of them remaining. Even King has died in his venture towards CT side. Abdur does kill Lightning Fast, but it doesn't really solve the problem for them. The post-plant position still unavailable. Tapa is able to clean up the rest of them before they can even enter safe space, and that is exactly why Global Esports win.
Thanks.
But then again, this was expected, right? Superior weaponry, sure. I can give Global Esports the credit for making sure that Full Power are not able to get into those post-plant positions, making sure that they are not able to take long and short as a result of their actions. They're forcing the members of FPX to go peek across CT. And while it surprised Global Esports in the pistol round, it's not going to surprise them any longer.
There is not going to be any furthermore surprise happening, because winning this round, sure, it was good coming in from the side of Global Esports, but on the cost of losing 3 players. And now Lightning Fast going in with the judge, holding a good angle is going to be one of the key factors there. But look at the players from Team FPX, and it's SK Rossi all the way from A towards C, getting the opening frag.
He was still hungry for more. Skills tried to take his place, but the operator will deal with him regardless. Now, this is an interesting situation because Global Esports, while SK Rossi was spotted towards the C site, it doesn't mean that A is free of any danger. They will still have Hellranger pushing up short and trying to gather information. And when he doesn't see anything, it's clear as day that Full Power are hanging out outside of Garage. And Global Esports are aware about this one. The sound cues that Lightning Fast is able to hear, it should be enough to give them an early warning. But is this judge going to be the warning, or is it going to be the executioner? Will they push this guy? They better not. It's going to be difficult to do so. They're going to dump all the utility at him. The fault line, the relay bolt, and the guiding light, but they're still not pushing Garage. They've dumped in so much utility, I wonder how much they have left. As they now try to venture towards sewers, Hellranger will spot all of this and instantly fall back. As a result, Global Esports, they're going to send SK Rossi and both of them. He never even expected to get one kill because he was already low on health, but he gets much more than what he bargained for. And that's the gamble that Global Esports take in their fray. Pokemon, if he's planning to go deeper into C-Link, he's going to run into Lightning Fast, but luckily they're just going to hold it back for now. They've got Pokemon trapped, but the moment Lightning Fast pulls out the nades, Pokemon peeks. Hellranger finally trades it out, balls it down to a 1v1, but the myriad of smokes are going to make it difficult for him. Abdur peeks wider, and he wins the duel. Full Power are able to convert the economic momentum back in their favor.
In the last 30 seconds was the key factor. It took them a lot to decide, a lot of rotations, and ultimately what they went for, they achieved it. And now, towards the achievement, we do have 2 ultimates ready for Global Esports and also the economy round now, Crips. We have seen Thrifties for the day. Do you think this is going to happen again?
I feel like at this point, the players of Global Esports are just trying to build that narrative, right? They were pushing out of A and B all this time so often. They're just going to build this narrative even further and further because they have nothing to lose, because it's just an ego. I feel like Global Esports are going to play even more aggressively. They're going to try to sell the narrative that they are indeed this kind of team who likes to push in their face, only to drop the pace later on in the half. But so far, they haven't really pushed out anywhere. They're still waiting for SK Rossi to make contact with his operator, and while he's holding the narrow angle towards sewers, he will be making sure that he is in prime position to fall back as well. His teammates not aggressing towards any other part of the map, which is uncharacteristic. Every time SK Rossi pushes one place, his teammates pull out of the other one, and vice versa. There's the first contact, the kill. What do they do next?
What do they do next? SK Rossi is going to again go for that extra bites to chew, and which he is able to digest very well. Talking about SK Rossi, through the smokes, is going to hold on to. He's giving fair enough good time to Abdur as well, but Hunter's Fury coming into the action. The timing was delivered, but the plant still remains a dream.
Exactly, the utility dump denies the plant. The fault line plus Paint Shell and Hunter's Fury combo stops them from getting comfortable, but Storax has killed SK Rossi, and that's the danger man out of the equation. With this, the Tour de Force is offline, but the moment I say that, another Tour de Force by Storax comes up. They know for a fact that Global Esports have a rolling thunder, but will it commit this in this round? The paranoia to clear out the crossfire angles, making sure that Kappa is able to get inside even stronger, but Kings takes up the position yet again. The double hell setup is actually turning out to be a bit of a problem for Global Esports, and they didn't account for all this much resistance. King even peeking out further before he even has a chance to reset. Now that is something Global never expected. Skills does what he can, but Storax, he was destined to win this round in the first place.
Absolutely, it was the save round anyway, and this was pretty expected round happening, but what goes unexpected is Full Power initiating with a lot of power. Is there any power happening in the audience as well for Full Power?
So I love this approach, and you'll see it very often from Global Esports, right? As soon as their enemies try to tap the spike, they're going to throw something or the other at them to just deny and disrupt the spike plant. And in that moment of chaos and confusion, they're going to send a player inside as well, hoping to get a pick. This time it didn't work, probably because of lack of weaponry, but keep this in mind that Global Esports will try it again once more. Oh, King. Lovely shot onto SK Rossi. No trades, no rebuttal.
But still they are on the move. Getting a frag on A is enough for Full Power Gaming. They want to make a move, and Hellranger is able to see the players, but before that King and Abdur are already trying to demolish the team. Global Esports. Hellranger is not moving an inch from there. He's still peeking on the windows, but once again, side A comes into the action.
2 picks in Garage, and they're going to go A instead of committing towards Garage even further. This is a good little read that Full Power have gotten. They realize that as soon as Global Esports try to push out towards one part of the map, the other side becomes a little bit more available. So, yeah, that's the read that Full Power have, and they've got the plants down, so there's not much that Global can do except save. I like it. I like this approach. But then again, it doesn't change the narrative, because Full Power were always a damn good attacking-sided team. And it is expected of them that they take the lead now. What is Global Esports going to respond with in the second half? Forget second half. What is Global Esports going to respond with now? They've been playing aggressively all this time, and we know for a fact that a space drop from Global Esports is going to come through, but when? That's the question.
Well, for this time around, exit frags is the only key where Kappa is looking forward to. He's going to get one, and that is one weapon less on the other end. Full Power is able to make a good move, and while engaging 2 players on one side, they are able to grab onto 2 frags on the contrary. Timeout active.
Yeah, is this where Global Esports pull off the switcheroo? Is this where they try to change the narrative and bamboozle their opponents by doing whatever that they've done so far, but in a different way? Up until now, I'm gonna admit that Full Power Gaming have displayed more versatility than before. Sure, they're still playing clustered, they're not spreading out in their defaults, they're not doing split pushes. They're still sticking together very much as a unit, but it's working. And why fix something that's not broken?
And there's nothing broken, for sure, for Full Power Gaming. Well, they are in good form, and they have got upper hand on the attacking side, which we have mentioned multiple times, and they are making most use of it. And this is exactly what they have to do it. But how will Global Esports retaliate? How will Global Esports stop the momentum? Because there's something we say, before everything is slipped out of your hand, you need to get hold. So what is that exact angle required by Global Esports to get a good hold, to put a comma or a full stop on the side for the side of Full Power Gaming?
The biggest strength of Full Power, let's face it, is their unity. The 5-man rush versus the 2-man split from Global Esports, we know what the answer is going to be. If Global Esports can find a way to stop their trading, that's when they succeed. But will they be able to do it? Full Power Gaming, once again, starting off in a default fashion, holding. They're expecting Global Esports to be aggressive, especially after that tactical timeout. They would really want Global Esports to push out, and they're geared up to deal with that aggression. The Paranoia, placed by Skills, placed by the Omen over there, allows Global Esports to play a little more aggressively towards a long and short, but they're not doing that just yet. They've only got a player in sewers, and in response, Full Power are going to try to sneak in into the B side. Abdur teleports in, plants the spike, and he's going to TP back to safety as well. Clean, simple plant, and now they're going to hold the bottom of mid. How do Global Esports respond?
Pokemon has got a good angle to hold on to, might be get the opening frag, and it was 1 versus 3. Not much could have been done there, but Hellranger is trying to push in after using the fault line, is also going for the flash, and is also going for the frag altogether. But on the course, what else is happening? So much of ultimate usage as well, and the spike is on the verge of defusal. Is there something that can stop them? And the pros don't fake, and it is a Thrifty coming in from the side of Global Esports.
Lovely stuff from Global Esports over there. The usage of the Rolling Thunder disrupted anyone who's holding towards bottom mid. They re-peek towards Garage and try to go for the avenues on grass, and that also worked for them. 2-pronged approach results in them winning a Thrifty. Yeah.
What to achieve though? Thrifty round 1? That indicates that they have got so much more to prove. Was this the momentum breakage for the side of Full Power Gaming?
There.
Well, the aggression from Full Power towards sewers is much more than what they've displayed in the past. Usually their defaults don't usually end up in them committing sewers a minute into the round, but this time the counter aggression from Global Esports, it's even more accurate. The relay bolt backfiring on the side of Full Power Gaming. Meanwhile, the flash is just perfect Lightning Fast is just relentless in his pursuit of excellence, and this time his pursuit nets him 2 more kills. But Full Power aren't backing off. They're still holding towards A long. Let's see if Global Esports expect that. There has been a peek from the Omen towards Grass, and he didn't see anyone cross. So this could indicate to Global Esports that Full Power is still hitting the ace site, and their approach is going to be similar. But will Full Power actually commit right now, or will they do it after 20 or more seconds, after which Global Esports might start second-guessing themselves? Abdur's given away the position. Global Esports can start rotating right now, but they're not going to commit to it just yet, and they don't need to. SK Lightning Fast deal with it all by themselves, and Global Esports don't budge. They do not relent, do not relinquish any ground towards any part of the map, and it's just down to Musab right now, who can do nothing but accept his fate.
Not only that, he enters into the false line.
10 seconds
Anyway,
left.
King Musab is going to move out, and on that he's going to face off Scales. He's going to take down Scales. That was not supposed to happen, but somehow Kappa is going to put a final shutdown. It is going to be the victory for Global Esports. I believe that Thrifty did gain Global Esports a little bit of momentum required on the defender's side.
Oh, definitely. That Thrifty win was incredible, right? You go for the 2-pronged approach. They know for a fact exactly where Full Power are going to be hiding, and they deal with the positions. They don't deal with the players. They deal with the positions. They carpet bomb it with utility, and that's how they get the win. Even this time, they knew for a fact that only Suez is going to be contested by FPX, so they just have one player play on top of the tall box, the other one playing default shot, and that's going to be enough. This time they've changed things up. Lightning Fast standing on top of this one, and he is going to be more than capable of taking down Pokemon and fall back to safety as well. The smoke that was used by FPX is now being used as an advantage by Global Esports. King blinded and dead. He's going to walk into the side, slide to his death, but Lightning Fast, he's slicker than ever. The aftershock holds them back, denying any trades, buying more space for Lightning Fast to continue popping off, and this man just does not relent.
And we wanted this momentum coming in from the side of Lightning Fast. Rossi definitely gaining those early picks, or the first picks to be precise, but now it is Lightning Fast not only filling the gap but also trying to build up the mountain. And still there's a buffer, and the buffer is now reduced to only 1 point.
Yeah, reduced to 1 point. And not just the round buffer, right? Look at the economic difference too. FBX have a buy in this round, but they're running on fumes. They're down to their last $100. Meanwhile, Global Esports have money for days. $7,000 on some of their players. They've got money for the rest of the entire half. So they don't need to worry at all. SK Rossi though, he's op towards C, he's op towards A, but this is the first time in this half that he's going to be opting towards the B side. Do FBX predict this one? This time they're not playing as a cluster. They're holding defaults, which is something that they've done in a very unity fashion before, but this time they're more spread out than before. So both the teams have done some of the other changes, but look at the amount of ultimates available. I fear that this is going to be one of those rounds which Global Esports send on the back of Lightning Fast Showstopper. King in a lot of pressure. The flash is perfect for Pokemon, and King capitalized on the back of its skills, was stunned. They've lost Garage. SK Rossi has to stop them from coming through. The Hunter's Fury gets committed to just delay the spike plant, but it's going to be fruitless as SK Rossi also is able to do nothing.
And on the court, the spike will be planted. It is a 2 versus 5. Lightning Fast trying to go in through the smokes. Will he risk it though? There's nothing much more to lose except for getting some frags. King waiting for the entry. Lightning Fast will be taken down flawlessly. Now it is all up to last man Kappa. Will he go for the save, or is he planning to go ahead, grab with a short event? He should be able to connect one, I believe.
Right. Hey, but this is essential for Full Power. They don't need to just win. They need to win with all their players alive. Remember, at the start of this round, I mentioned that Full Power do not have enough money going on. And them keeping their players alive means they don't have to reinvest, means their economy is safe and healthy. Now, both the teams are on an equal pedestal when it comes to money problems. So that part is not going to be a problem, not even going to be relevant for the rest of the half anymore. What's going to be relevant is what Global Esports do in this round. They have dropped the pace all of a sudden, and it backfired on them because FPX were glad to lap up that bat control that Global Esports were offering to them. Do they change it up once again? The two-pronged approach from Global Esports toward mid was potent towards the first few rounds of this half, but now they're going for a more tail-end approach, focusing more towards A-long and A-short, especially with that operator or SK Rossi. And while almost a minute has passed, 40 seconds or something has passed, there's only been body damage, no casualties.
Still, this chipping is going to get counted once we see the full blows being exchanged here and there. Kappa trying to get the information, and I believe he has got enough. Lightning fast is going in with the showstopper. Is he going to connect? Well, yes, he is going to connect. Take down one. Was it worth the usage of ultimate? Going for the paint shell as well.
Oh, the fault line. It was almost perfect. It could have helped Lightning Fast. It could have backfired on them. Now that is one piece of utility that could have resulted in a kill, but Skills doesn't have the utility to back him up. It was more focused towards Garage, and now they lost it as a result. SCS though stops King in his tracks, stops him from sliding further, and the moment that Global Esports have revealed the position of the operator, you can see that the spike is falling back. FPX have taken a step back, but is it gonna help them? There's only 20 seconds left, and they need to clear out the entirety of Garage in order to do this. And while Garage and C are accessible to some extent, they will no longer have access to C long because there's already gonna be a flag from Global. 3v3. They try to go for the plant, and while it's gonna be successful, will they be able to make the crossing towards C long? Hellrange is already covering this angle. Meanwhile, Skyesports is coming in from CT. Storax is about to get stunned out of his mind, but he's able to at least take down one before he bites the dust. Lightning Fast has got Abdur cornered. He's got cornered like a rat. Will he be able to get out of this trap? Pokemon going for the long flank around the window. He's managed to go around the smoke. He's got one, but Skyesports brings it back. Global Esports just made them run out of options. They forced them to play more towards the site by making sure that Global Esports cannot, by making sure that FPX cannot take C long. They've kind of forced their hand to go around the window side, and that's how Global Esports anticipated that.
And I believe...
Yeah, thank you for your approval, Ace.
And I personally believe that the split coming in from all different angles on the side C was supposed to work wonders, and winning this round was much more than necessary, which forced for tactical timeout from the side of Full Power Gaming.
Yeah, the forced tactical timeout makes sense at this point, right? Even Full Power realized that they got played like a fiddle. I mean, they knew that they were trapped, but there's nothing they can do about it. They play out the trades, they hope that the aim duels go in their favor, but in the end, Global Esports will expect their flank. So, yeah, this was a round set up right from the start. And now that Global Esports aren't playing as aggressively as they were in the first few rounds of this half, even the defaults of Full Power Gaming have changed. You saw that towards the starting few rounds, Full Power Gaming were always sticking together as a unit. Now they're spreading out a little bit more. That's because they want Global Esports to give them an opening. And if Global Esports don't offer them anything, if Global Esports just keep their players alive and just play passively, then FPX will get desperate. And when they get desperate, they make mistakes. That's what Global Esports wants them to do. They want to make them desperate.
And the apt word for it would be they are forcing them to go submissive.
Sure, maybe that's a way to say it.
You want to play? Let's play.
But this time, Skyesports will not submit. He will not relent. He's got blood on his hands and he wants more. Once again, pretty standard default from Global Esports. The only difference over here is that the Omen is playing in C Cubby, a position which he hasn't played in before throughout this entire half, so maybe he can get a surprise kill or two. But then again, this is a one and done position. It's gonna boil down to Skyesports' backup if he wants to get something done. Kappa trying to go for the spam towards the doors, realizes the Odin's out of bullets, so he's like, screw it, I'm not gonna go for the reload. Just gonna try to hold them back with utility for now. And that's what Global Esports has so successful at. Like, look at this. A whole minute has passed. Full Power have nothing. They don't have info. They don't have picks. They're going to go into this with limited time, limited resources, and on the back foot.
And that is what exactly Global Esports have made out. That if we do nothing on the defender side, there's nothing to retaliate. And talking about retaliation, now the trades are also coming to the action. And King in particular is doing wonders. And now might get a triple as well. Will he peak though is going to be a question here under the smoke. And he does! He does!
Oh my goodness. It's turned around. Global Esports had decent bit of utility dumped over there, but it didn't flash everyone. While the Paranoia covered the crossfire angle, the other players towards the default boxes had their eyes open, and yeah, it turned out in the favor of FPX. 7-5 as we go into the second half.
That is fairly good. with the 2 points of lead and talking about Global Esports on the attacker side now, I would want to see if they are willing to go ahead with the same pattern how FPX went in. 5-stack rotations, 5-stack pushes, and sometimes, yeah, one player was sticking to site A while the site C was committed. That happened barely once though, so we are not going to get that round counted. And what do you think? How are they going to split in? How are they going to push in for Global Esports? Because they are 2 rounds less.
Not that big of a score difference. They've come back from worse score lines before. Dodging the fault line. Either way. Full power committed from B-Link. Global Esports focus towards a long, slow and steady win the race. And this is a pretty cool smoke they've put up, right? Most attacking teams wouldn't use this smoke, but this time it kind of forces FPX to just consider that Global Esports might still be here. And while that is the case, they're probably going to flip the script later on. They know for a fact that Storak or someone or the other from Full Power is going to play aggressively towards a shot, and they want to get the pick on this really desperately, but Full Power don't offer them anything. Global Esports, if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile off of your hands, and Full Power are aware about this one, so they cut their losses short and they fall back in time. The second fault line is available, and Lightning Fast uses it to go into the site at full speed, and with that, they're going to be able to get that plant down. Nothing to deny it, Global Esports have the advantage. This could be the equalizer. Full Power can use the dark cover, but SK Rossi, like I said, he's going to be the one playing the lurk. And with that, FPX are now going to be in 2 minds. Do they watch out for SK Rossi's backstab? Do they focus in on the side? They are in 2 minds and they decide to go in for the front door. They're knocking on it. They're breaking it down. King and Musab are getting all their fragments. Kappa has been forced to go all the way down towards shot, hoping that SK Rossi will be able to save him in time, and he's here, the hero of the day. Has to spam through the smoke with the half defuse done, and he's able to drive by Abdur.
Rossini sharing the frag through the windows where all the other players of his team were sticking to side, and they were busy planting the spike, getting the side clear. The plans of Rossi were pretty clear. He was falling for kills, rather falling for the side control, because he knew that other teammates are going to do that already. A good start for Global Esports on the attacker side, and now, well, we have seen several thrifties, so I'm not going to ask you furthermore, is it going to be a thrifty or no? So, having an upper hand on the weaponaries, and already we do see a push coming in. Unlike FPX, they are using the utilities and taking a rotation towards side C.
Slow and steady, win the race, and Global Esports are in no hurry to press the accelerator. After playing a very cheeky angle with the shorty, they know this, they're gonna spam the hell out of him. The satchel, the sprays, and now finally the boom bot. This should have been enough. But even though they don't get any kills, look at the amount of damage they've done. Both Abdur and Pokemon are extremely low on health now. Hemorrhaging internally, they've already got a foot in the grave.
They have got a healer in the team. Might be able to make some heal.
Pokemon doesn't have regrowth in this round, so they can't heal at all.
Okay, having a healer, but no, he is able to have no advantage of healing. But they are going for the side control of B. My question is, where is Rossi, the man on the kill hunt?
He may not be the hunter, but he can definitely delay the flank. And he catches 2 of them over there. That's going to relay the message to Kappa, and he's going to reinforce SK Rossi and his numbers on defending cross region.
No one escapes my
Global
sight.
Esports read this retake like a book. They knew exactly what the Full Power team was trying to do, and the positioning of skills, you know, he's still towards the attacking spawn that late into the round. That shows exactly how much of a read do Global Esports have on their opponents.
And the spike was planted. All he had to do was wait for the rotations coming in on the other side. Though he was not able to execute the flags which he was desiring to, but at least holding on to away from his teammates was already enough threat. At least he did exchange some amount of damage.
And more than that, he was able to give out the information, you know. So even Kappa left his position on garage. Usually when people are going for a B plant, the most common way to retake B is by taking control of garage first and then focusing on grass, which is something that Kappa was responsible for stopping. But then he realized nobody's coming in from garage, so yeah, they just went over to the other side and reinforced the area that Skills was not able to guard all by himself. And Skills is looking pretty solid, right? Global Esports, with them having equalized the numbers, the real acid test begins now. Hellranger furiously calling over what to do. They know for a fact that Full Power Gaming will have better weaponry in this round, so let's see what Hellranger brings to the table.
Well, talking about weaponry here, Global Esports is definitely going to have an upper hand. They have been retaining players, they have been retaining weapons. And talking about the previous rounds, though, it was all about Spectre, if I'm not mistaken. Now they are going to upgrade themselves. And winning the round of Spectres is equal to, on the verge of losing few players, is equal to upgrading the weaponaries for the remaining players. The players who are lost are going to upgrade themselves. So it is an entire win-win situation, because on the other side, I believe, Team FPX is finally going to decide, because Global Esports is entirely unpredictable right now.
For the most part, yeah, for the most part. I mean, that's the whole motto, right? To be as unpredictable as possible, but they do that more on the defensive side as well. On the attacking side, they change the pace, but on the defensive side, they just change the place of where they aggress. This time, Global Esports, while they are deciding to default, Full Power Gaming also have absolutely no intentions of playing too aggressively. They're going for a tail end approach once again, reinforcing A and C instead while leaving B to an alarm bot. Not even an alarm bot, it's a trademark, right? So that's what they expect Global Esports to do. They expect Global Esports to fan out across mid, and then they're fine with giving it up. They know for a fact that they have been able to retake on grass before, and they can do it again. But let's see if Full Power will be actually correct about this one though. Global Esports taking it slow and steady as they head towards garage. Now, while there isn't any defensive utility available over here, there is a decent amount of manpower present, and the rotation from Full Power is already inbound, so Global Esports better make this one work. The utility dump is keeping the players on CT blinded, but after doing all that jazz, Global Esports fall back from garage and decide to go towards B instead. Lightning Fast has already gotten towards Gong, and this could be a crucial position. This position that Lightning Fast is holding essentially allows his team to go in for the plant scot-free, and they don't even have to use all that many smokes to use it. Just one smoke towards C-Link and that's enough. They left A-Link open deliberately because they want Full Power to come in from there.
While the spike has been planted, Kappa holding an angle and getting a frag pretty quickly. I was asking about a 40 kill, though not only that, is able to get that here. And now the King is trying to do something. Well, that something is about sticking to the defuse, and they really go for the half. No. He is going for the full, and finally on the defender side, this is going to be the very first round favoring for Team FPX.
Yeah, good stuff by the side of Team Full Power. They isolated the Global Esports members, and Global Esports also tried to go for some unique post-spawn positions. Instead of just focusing on the mid areas like most teams regularly do, they let Lightning Fast stay in the back Gong position, in a position where he cannot be traded, but Global Esports were aware about that. They were hoping that the players who were playing from the bottom of site will be able to swing wide as FPX tried to enter inside, and they were hoping to pick up the fight and win those right then and there instead of just relying on falling back and denying the spike timer. So they tried to be a little more proactive. It didn't work, but hey, it's not the end of the world.
It was just the end of the round, let alone long way to go for the map as well. A good round one from the side of Full Power Gaming. There was a bit of chaos trying to be created by Global Esports on the double doors, the garage of course, but then going in on side B, Lightning Fast giving a clear green light signal about you can make sure you can rotate. The spike was planted on time, everything was done and dusted about right, and then comes the change of King.
So what if they took risks? So what if it didn't pan out? Global Esports are more than happy experimenting and trying new post-plan positions rather than just conforming to the regular ones. They know for a fact that Full Power Gaming have done their homework, and they will be more than prepared to take care of those conventional post-plan positions. So if it's a risk that helps them get around, sure. If it doesn't, well, then they learn from it. It's not like Global Esports is in too much danger right now. Huh? It's just a one-round difference. So it's still manageable. But look at the positioning from the Neon right now. She's at the bottom of the window. And this could be a massive difference maker. There's a trademark in place, so the flank won't be able to do all that much. But the position that the Neon has gathered, it's gonna get all the information for her team, because she can now hear all the Global Esports members. FPX good bait and switch resulted in the kill on Kappa, and SK Rossi though has taken control of A long while losing shots. They both will double peek him at the same time, and SK Rossi will be dealt with, but at the same time, the numbers have been equalized. FPX tried to make sure that their backs are safe, and as a result, they ended up losing their spearhead. Now what did they do about this one? The bait is successful. They don't check lightning fast position. It's as textbook as it can get. Pokemon has reached heaven, but there's not much that he can accomplish from over here, especially when he doesn't have the spike. And while they're trying to go in for the stoppage, there's not much that Pokemon can do anything about this one. He's gonna have to face them both at the same time. Few more seconds, he's gonna have the flash, but can he make sure that he's able to isolate on the back of that flash? It's a fake one. He doesn't activate it, but Skills is more than prepared. Amazing stuff by FPX. I mean, they recognize that they are about to lose the site, so they decide to just focus on short instead, hoping to at least get the numbers advantage, even while they're losing map control. And while it was a decent enough initiative, Global Esports, they were more than prepared for it.
Definitely, they were more than prepared for it, and they are on the roll of winning once again. It was an equalizer though, and it is lightning fast pushing in already, and paranoia. So much of utility is being used here, and Abdur is trying to go for an off-angle frag. Will he get the side entry flawlessly? Will he allow the side entry should be the question. King holding on to the window, and Pokemon out of nowhere getting a double for himself, and then send the Seekers to do the rest about where the opponents are. Lightning Fast is not going to let it go. He is going to punish. That was an offense for Global Esports, and this is the punishment that is delivered.
Oh my goodness, this has now turned on its head. If Global Esports lose this eco round, Full Power Gaming will be back in this half and so much better than before. Global Esports have free reign over the C side, so they can go in for the plant. But if they try to plant towards C long, they are most likely going to end up losing it. If they plant towards CT, then maybe they have a chance of winning this round. But do they go for anything unique? Nope. They're still going for the default plant. SK Rossi though recognizes there's absolutely no noise towards CT. That's very weird. The fault line coming in from Garage indicates Global Esports' worst fears have come true. They recognize that Global Esports are in the same position that Full Power were in the last round of the half. They've cut off the retreat towards C-Long, and as a result, Global Esports are forced to stay in the site, a position which Global Esports can be punished in, and Full Power Gaming have the tools to do it. He's got to look at two angles at the same time. Abdur deals with him. SK Rossi running and gunning across the other side. He should be able to isolate the frag onto the breach, but will Skodax punish him? Yes, he will. Well played from Full Power Gaming, and it all boils down to Pokemon. His early push towards Garage. And that's the difference maker, right? You see, the Neon has been pushing out of B and trying to get towards the bottom of window for a few rounds now. And that is something Global Esports know about. But what they don't know is that the Sky will do the same thing. And as soon as that happened, Seekers popped, all positions revealed. Even the overcharge for the Neon came through, and they're able to get one kill. Global Esports crumbled right then and there. The round and its results were decided.
Still, the map is yet to be decided about who takes away the victory. Though round very well played. I like the showstopper though. The way as soon as two players, they lost it, they realized that they need to reduce the numbers. Unfortunately, there was only one cover that they could procure. But now Rossi, ready with the Tour de Force, can be damaging. And he is planning to be damaging enough. And they are trying to peek in through the double doors. Or they're just trying to create a commotion.
No charges.
This is going to be one of those slow burn contact plays. Let's see if FPX are ready about it. The only piece of utility committed so far has been an Owl drone from Global Esports. And look at the amount of rotation he's gone in. The satchel from Lightning Fast. Pretty fast enough, but is he going to be having any backup? Yes, he will. Kappa and SK Rossi turn up to eat Lightning Fast. All of a sudden, is going berserk. SK Rossi from the back line is able to get so many kills onto the rotating players inside, and this has kept the FPX aggression in check. Stodax has no choice but to go ahead and save this operator. And that's the switch up that Global Esports were looking for. After several full burst executes and defaults, they go in for a contact play. A play that Global Esports have not done so far in this half before, and it pays off all the dividends. This kind of variety is going to keep FPX on their toes.
And at this point of time, Storax is not going to play on the tippy toes. He is going to go for the safety. He's going to play as passive as possible because that big gun is going to matter the most in the future rounds. He has to save it at all the costs. And that is how I don't expect any exit flags also happening. He's going to move away. Going for the aim. But nothing to earn here. This is the consecutive thrifty. Not the consecutive though. There was a mid-round happening in the mid.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But I mean,
quite a few
both the teams
thrifties coming in from the side of
right?
Global
Both the teams have been
Esports.
able to come up with a thrifty each. First, there was FPX winning the round at the back of Pokemon's double kill, the Seekers, and then even the Neon's ult. And now Global Esports do the same thing. Tit for tat. Exactly what Global Esports asked for. And I've said this before in the previous match. I'm going to say it again. Your own medicine tastes bitter.
And the operators well saved. Again going for the long. Flashed. Used the rendezvous away, far away. Lightning fast again, Saturn trying to get the entry. Utility destroyed. In no time, he's going for the plant. And here comes the false line. Now, Aftershock. Now, that is what concerned me. Why isn't there anyone to stop him? And as soon as I say that, there are going to be some utilities. Players are being traded. And it is Global Esports outnumbered already. Side C under control of Rossi.
Oh, and he's made it work. Contact play works again and again. The fake plant towards B, then the pick towards A, and final conclusion towards the C side. Global Esports have made Full Power go on a world tour. Haven tour more appropriate in this matter, but they had them all over the place. And SK Rossi wants to go for it once again. This slimy bugger going for the contact plays towards Garage. He's able to get the one kill onto Musab, and he falls back to safety as well. King all by himself has no backup, and SK Rossi is gonna take no prisoners. He's gonna send them back to the lobby where they came from, and Storax once again forced to stay. He'll get the consolation kill onto SK Rossi, but that's all she wrote for him. Oh, hold on. It's no longer a consolation kill. He's actually trying to go for the defuse. A bold approach, but I think he's gonna have to give it up regardless.
And here we go, once again going for the save. Will he be allowed is the question. Hellranger chasing him. And Hellranger is taken down. Operator well saved. I believe Storax raced a little quicker though. But somehow Global Esports made it.
These are the two interns that have taken over the Global Esports Instagram page, and they're doing good content over there. Of course, the man on your left, Mr. Karthik over there, was cheering so loudly for Global Esports in the Mumbai Souvenir LAN. He lost his voice after that one, and I think that's probably going to happen once again. So someone get him some lemon juice. Keep his throat in check. Speaking of that, Skills not having the best game of his life though. And it's always someone or the other who has to pay the price for this kind of aggression, right? This time it's Global Esports slowly walking towards a long. Meanwhile, this dark cover that has been used by them is being utilized by Full Power. They have to allocate resources and men over here appropriately. The relay boat, it slows them down, but it doesn't change a thing. King still dies. The only hope that they have is going to be Pokemon towards the other side, and he's not Papa from crossing over. This should be the end. They shouldn't concede anymore. Musab is trying to take control off the backside. He's able to kill the spike carrier and even recover the weapon. But Global Esports, they tried to steal the spike and they recovered it. Lightning Fast is still towards shot, and he's acting as the lurker, and he's getting all the frags that they need. And that's the exit plan as well. Storax can't stop him from crossing. Spring in his feet and death in his hands. Lightning Fast delivers vengeance.
And he needed to deliver it. And he delivered it so well, so flawless. GE is definitely proud of the momentum. The viewers are also very happy.
Sometimes I feel like they did it by... sometimes I feel like they did it on purpose, you know. They dropped the spike over there, shot, that was expected. Good shot from Pokemon, but they instantly, from the shadows, grab the spike, go over to the other side. And while Full Power are thinking, oh no, the spike is gone, let's just go back and try to stop them, that's when Lightning Fast strikes. He's been just hiding over there. He's that surprise package that's going to blow up in your face. The unattended baggage left on the railway counter. That's what that guy was. Oh, Storax bird hunting as he plucks off SK Rossi mid-air. The showstopper doesn't really do all that much, but it does force back the members of full power, which clears up enough space for Global to go ahead and spike once. Will they be able to plant though? No counter utility. The 4v5 retake is on.
The spike planted. Torex finally may be able to use his long saved operator. Though Aftershock is going to delay his aim. Flash, and again they are pushed away. King is trying to go for some sneaky play. Now this is going to be crispy if at all. He is able to connect once again. Lightning Fast trying to make a move, but King is taken down.
And Global Esports have more than enough utility to stop the fuse from happening. They use the Hunter's Fury to stop the key fuse, but it's half done. The Lightning Fast has to hurry up from Garage. He's trying to go in for the physical check, and he gets there in time. Global Esports get map points. And I love that adjustment from Global Esports. All of them get C-Long control. They know for a fact someone or the other from FPX will be on the backstab, so they deal with King. And the moment they do that, all they have to do is send Lightning Fast into Garage, and that should be enough to get that win seal.
Just one round away, and look at Lightning Fast. Not only is he filling the void, and there's no void, to be honest. Rossi and Lightning Fast are moving hand in hand.
Yeah, both of them having 20 kills each. That's ridiculous level of kills.
And that is pretty miserable for FPX now. They need to make sure they create a pause button. They create the pause for the momentum. Lightning Fast trying to enter the side, holding an angle once again. Now this is going to be one of the most riskiest moves. We have seen it happen once on different angle, and again it is happening.
Yeah, like I said, they're going to leave Lightning Fast as that surprise unattended baggage that people don't check, and then that blows up in their face. But the main question over there is, when did it spring the trap? We have Storax already at the bottom of mid, and he should be able to hear all these footsteps, right? So he's still telling his teammates, continue staying where you are. Global Esports is indeed heading towards the A side, and that information allows Pokemon to get the frag. And they're about to jump down from window where Storax is ready and waiting. He's able to get another kill. SK Rossi has no exit avenue. Skills, he needs to make a difference over here, and they double peek him at the same time. Pokemon gets that kill. SK Rossi will get the trade, but it's not going to be any fruitful at all. He needs to do more. Much more if he wants to secure the round in this one. Flash dodge, but SK Rossi still turns around to kill King in time, and he continues to pop up again and again. This is all his doing. The man on a mission on the quad kill, and he's got enough to activate that massive tour de force. Can he use that to end the game right here and now? Can Abdul keep his team alive? Not any longer.
I was expecting an ace hopping in. Congratulations, Global Esports, for winning away the very first round. Though not having a good momentum in the start, but gradually picking up the pace, and a little momentum lost. They went one step back and moved 3 steps ahead.
No, 1 step back, 3 steps ahead. That's the philosophy that Global Esports believe in. And it was really evident. I think you just hit the nail on the head right there with that hammer. Because what you said, 1 step back, 3 steps forward, is indeed what Global Esports were doing. If they lose control of a particular area, they go around the other side. Let's take C side for example. They lost control of C long. What do they do as a result? They go take Garage instead. If it's on A, if they get into the side but the spike is dropped towards short, they reinforce long instead of going towards short, and then they just crunch around from both the sides. Like I said, they try to play a zero-sum game.
Yeah.
Winner cannot take all. That's what they believe in, and whenever they lose one area, they make up for it by either gaining numbers or encroaching upon other parts of the map, and that's the recipe for success for Global Esports. That being said, even FPX did play really well. They forced Global Esports to pull out all the new stuff and maybe expend some of the strats that they might have been saving for the future.
And that is a big cost as well, winning this map. It was not so flawless as well. On the attacker side, we did see Global Esports as well struggling a little bit, while FPX were on the attacking side. That is what I mean. We did see some missed rounds, almost achieved rounds, and as soon as there was a switch happening, I believe switch on button was turned on for Global Esports. That is when exactly where Lightning Fast and SK Rossi gelling up together, merging in as a team. And for the last round, we must say that when Lightning Fast was put to shut down, SK Rossi paid in full, getting a quadra And then going for an ace, but Kappa did not allow it because he needed to make sure that they wanted to win as early as possible.
Exactly, right. They just wanted to finish it off right here and now. And I really thought that maybe that last round will go in the favor of FPX. It's a 2v4, they shouldn't be losing this. Spikes in control. Then SK Rossi is like, hold up, I got this. Just solo kills all of them. But I mean, I agree that he never got double peaked. He was offered 1v1 fights, and SK Rossi doesn't lose those. But still, Global Esports had no business finishing the game right there. I really thought we'll get to cast a couple more rounds. It will get extended, but SK Rossi just denies it. He wants to end the game right here and now and go have dinner, get re-energized for the next map.
Well, next map, let's see how everything is going to pan out here, because talking about full power gaming, they were commendably well on the attacking side. They need to create some new tactics on the defender side as well, because that is where they are leaking. They're leaking players while retaking sometimes, while reaching out for the diffusal sometimes. And if they are able to fix those leaking points, I believe Full Power Gaming will be one of the strongest team in SA as well.
Yeah, and they were leaking players because Global Esports were actively trying to dig deeper into their wounds. They identify those weak points and they just exploit them so much. The example over here being the A retake that FPX almost succeeded in. They got all the kills they needed. They have Kappa cornered in a shot. Kappa can't fight back. But what does SK Rossi do? He goes all the way around B, goes in from A link, backstabs them from CT, gets the round. That was the pistol. And like you said, they have to stop leaking players, right? There were several occasions where FPX on the defensive side would have someone or the other push down the B long corridor, gather information, and even with that information that they gather, they had to expend the life of that one player outside of B window to grab that. A sacrifice which isn't really worth it. Speaking of sacrifices and kills, let's take a look at how many kills and eliminations happened in this game. Let's head over to the stats. The numbers will speak for themselves.
Talking about numbers, Lightning Fast Shaw doing commendably well on the MVP card, and he has got the ACS of 331, and on the counter, King also is crossing the marker for 300. If we compare the two MVPs, they were pretty equal. 3 frags extra for Lightning Fast Shaw, but Rossi, well, he was the Superman to end the day quickly, to end the map quickly.
Yeah. And it's not just him, right? It's also Lightning Fast creating so much value with just his utility. I mean, regardless of whether or not he's able to get a kill, he's consistently doing damage, which then forces Pokemon to go around the other side and probably heal someone or something like that. And that's the kind of stuff that really disrupts the FPX momentum, right? Imagine Pokemon's nicely holding an angle and ready to get information, ready to go in for a push, and then someone calls in to heal. Now that forces FPX to just go back, take a step behind and reset themselves. Global Esports, the moment they find opportunities like this, they're going to not let go. They're going to hold on to it, grab it with both hands, and then yoink it straight out of the hands of Full Power Gaming. Even Hellranger and his breach. Oh my goodness. Lovely control. His utility, sure, it wasn't as great as we have seen him do before, but the reads he was getting on FPX, man, absolutely insane.
And you need to have those reads. If they are able to pre-predict, or it was not a prediction part, it was totally an open book where they were able to read. Yeah, a few rounds lost without a doubt, but a lot earned.
A lot more earned. And I want to point out some of those examples where Hellranger was really successful in getting those reads, right? Take an example, I think it was the 7th or maybe the 8th round. FBX take control of C site, but Global Esports don't let them go towards C long. They force FPX to play towards Garage instead, and then Global Esports anticipate those moves. You know, it's like Global Esports makes move A, which forces FPX to make move B, and then Global Esports anticipate that move, and then they counter it. That's the game style that Global Esports was trying to go for. They weren't just reading Full Power, but to some extent writing the story themselves.
And at several occasions, I also spotted somewhere Hellranger was playing far away when the C site was committed. He was just going in, sending a fault line on site A to prove that, yeah, we might rush in. And at the end of the day, they did not have to do much. One fault line was fairly enough to control one one player. So let's see. On the map of Heaven, yeah, the study was wonderful. The retakes were wonderful from the side of Global Esports, and the lurks, they were also great coming in from the side of SK Rossi, where entire team is busy clearing the site, planting the spike, and cover the post plant, while Rossi is still on the hunt of kill.
Yeah, all those combinations and permutations that Global Esports were doing kept the members of FPX on their feet. And like I said, as long as you don't let them get comfortable, you're going to be just fine. I said it in the context of FPX, but it applies to the other team as well. Musab, though, I kind of feel bad for him. He wasn't having the greatest game of his life. His fault lines were on point, but he was just simply not able to trade out his teammates. And that's something that I was afraid of right from the beginning. The only person who was getting frags on the side of full power was Storax. Even King didn't have that great of a game this time.
If you talk about head-to-head comparison, two chambers fighting against each other, ACS Choi, Rossi has got a little longer neck there. That is what I can say, because it is the comparison of the heads.
Okay. Not the joke that I would have cracked, but sure. I have to admit that SK Rossi is fitting in really well into this new chamber role. He's not just your star duelist, he's also adapting as the lurker, right? And that is something that we see very often. Let's say a team is splitting up and pushing. 4 members go towards A, another guy goes towards C as a lurker. So even though that C guy, that one lone guy was going in as an entry fragger to begin with, because the context of the round has changed, he now transforms from a duelist into a lurker, and that's something that SK Rossi does really, really well. Not just that, the way he was controlling his aggression today is on point. Not a single mistake when it comes to overextension, not a single mistakes when it comes to overstaying your welcome in a certain dangerous spot. He got all those areas down to a T, and he was playing it super safe, which basically kept FPX hungry. It never gave them the kills that they required.
And owning the map of Heaven, sure. Next is going to be the map of Bind. And talking about Bind, lightning fast is still going to strike my head, because Raze, it is quite too common, at least for me, where Bind without Raze is always an incomplete map for me. I like to see those paint chills. I like to see those showstopper trying to control, because Raze is also able to give you those information corners checked well with the boom bot.
Yeah, Raze has been a staple pick on Bind, and Lightning Fast feeling himself in this game is a positive sign, right? He was the MVP for Haven. I think he's going to continue that same form in Bind as well. I mean, at least he was the MVP in my books, given the plays that he was making. So, yeah, this is going to be his stuff, and he's feeling himself. SK Rossi, Lightning Fast, the two tips of the spears of Global Esports. This time, they are carrying the team on their back, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the players are not lifting their own weight. Even though Skills barely had any kills in this game, his smokes were on point. His paranoia never misses, and that's the kind of teammate you need.
And it is not always the kills that matters. It is usually about the assists as well. The damages were being exchanged on several occasions. Yeah, finishers were given by other player. And it is ultimately the combo of 5 players that is working just about right for Global Esports. Talking about FPX, they still do have a room of opportunity where they can make a little bit of switch happening in terms of agent selection. Though I wouldn't deny Storax as being an amazing chamber without a doubt, and he has been doing it since quite too long. But talking about King, I expect a little extra from him, because when you take the role of duelist, though that is not the key factor, furthermore, it is always, now we tend to see the Sentinels and the Initiators approaching on the MVP card, but it is only one player, that is King, from whom I personally expect can be the table turner.
Well, I really hope that King is able to step up next game. This time, he was performing well, but I kind of feel like his teammates were not able to support him all that much. Usually, when it comes to King and someone like, let's say, Pokemon, right? It's a very good duo, with King being the tip of the spear and Pokemon always making sure that the trades go in his favor, always making sure that even if King dies, Pokemon is able to capitalize and avenge his death. Now that's something that FPX were not able to do this time. The trading game was not as great as it used to be. Maybe it's because Global Esports were playing differently and because they changed their pace all of a sudden, or maybe it's just the lack of communication, or maybe the disruption from Global Esports. So that is something that we need to take into account going into the next game as well. If the same miscommunication issues from FPX continue happening, then Global Esports will have a free win. Although, if they are able to make sure that Global Esports don't get in their heads, if FPX keep their calm, Bind should be a struggle for Global Esports.
Well, let's see if it is going to be a struggle, or are they going to be the struggle creator, because they got a good hold once the sides were switched, and they are going to start once again on the defender. No, they are going to start on the attacker's side. Let's see how that is going to affect. We are talking about head-to-head right now. King and Lightning Fast both playing the role of Raze, and this head-to-head is literally eye-popping. 26 first blood each, and MVP almost equalized. Yeah, for sure, King is one extra, and that is going to get counted. KD just above one. This is not only head-to-head, it is all the way neck-to-neck, toe-to-toe. These players are playing pretty equally well. And on the map of Bind, I would want to see those counter showstoppers happening, because that also creates some case of scenarios where they are prescribed as game changers.
Yeah, this is called the showstopper for a reason, right? And we didn't get to see too many of those from Lightning Fast this time. Usually he's the kind of guy that will not try to save his ult too much. If he gets it, he's just going to use it and then try to farm one more ult by the end of the half. This time he saved it for certain occasions, and I think I would like to say they worked out. While there were no crazy double, triple kills from showstoppers, he was able to get the impact frags, and I think that was enough.
That was definitely enough, but they are going to bring in some new tactics, sure. They are not going to stop here pretty easily. And they tend to, I believe each and every team has saved some tips, some tricks for themselves for the future. They might have unveiled some today, but still they have got long list of tricks to be played in the future as well. So talking on the map of Bind, agent selection is not going to get changed. That is what exactly happened on the map of Heaven as well. So agent selection is not going to be the cause of concern. What is concerning is who is going to unveil their tricks now.
I mean, speaking of unveiling, Global Esports didn't reveal all that much. The only thing that they have revealed so far is that they are willing to vary the pace and maybe SK Rossi's position. We didn't see all that much variation. I mean, we probably did, but FBX never saw that coming. They didn't see what was going on behind the scenes. For all they know, they can figure out that, yeah, sure, SK Rossi will be playing in different positions, defending and opping from different locations. And sometimes Global Esports will play aggressively towards the start and passive towards the end. That's the information that FBX have, and that's honestly not enough in a map like Bind. Especially with all the teleporters and the number of brain games that you can do. It's going to be super hectic for FPX to account for every single little detail, every little thing that Global Esports are doing, and try to just add them into the grander picture. Because sometimes Global Esports don't focus on the grander picture, they just break things down, focus on getting, let's say, for example, focus on getting a shot control, even if that means they don't need to go into the site. They just take things one step at a time, and that is the most dangerous approach that Global Esports can take. Deliberately not looking at the bigger picture and breaking things down into more doable, more achievable tasks. They take it step by step. That's why they were able to clutch so many of those rounds as well, right? SK Rossi realizes that the end game is to create space for Kappa and maybe help him to get the plant. But he won't be able to do that unless he gets the pick of the short guy first. So he waits for him to re-peak, knows for a fact that the re-peak will come through because there's going to be another guy on the left side. And then he accounts for that as well. The one little inch that they get is something that they turn into a mile, and that's the classic Global Esports style.
And today again, they are going to look forward for that inch to be provided from the FPX. But will FPX provide them that inch after losing on the map of Heaven? Because they are also going to be equally creating a commotion. This time they are not going to let loose anything. And if at all King was working worthily, fruitfully, a little bit of team support, which was major miss, if that is covered, we might get to see an OT happening on the map of Bind, because the head-to-head comparison totally indicates that way.
So I think the communication for FPX went wrong only in the retake situations. When it comes to rotating prior to the spike plant, they were doing pretty well. In fact, not only were they rotating on time, they were very often able to stop Global Esports in their tracks or force them to either give up a site and go somewhere else or continue fighting with a man disadvantage. And that's one thing that FPX can take away from this game. At least the pre-plant phase of their games is more or less stable. It's only in the post-plants where they tend to struggle. And that too in rounds where Global Esports are not holding conventional positions. Let's say, for example, a B plant. Most teams would just hold the bottom of mid towards windows or something like that. But Global Esports, they try to change stuff around. They try to play it on the back of Gong, try to play on A Link and stuff like that. And that's when FPX will struggle. Sometimes they were able to deal with these unorthodox positions, but for the most part, Global Esports just always had the upper hand.
And I also like not only that, the players were also switching the sides. SK Rossi not only always sticking on side A.
Yeah.
It was as and when we did spot him taking some frags from the B window. Again, we did spot him with the Tour de Force on the side C and talking about the map of heaven. These are the stats. Please walk us through, Crips.
Well, only 3 frag wins for FPX. That's not something I would like to see, man. They're the kind of team that bases heavily on the attacking side, and most of their wins come through in the form of frag wins, because when they go in as a 5-man unit, when they hit a site like a wrecking ball with all their force, the trades always go in their favor, and that's why they're able to get so many frag wins at times. But there were certain occasions where we saw that Global Esports were more or less able to mitigate the man advantage to some extent. Sometimes it came on the backs of individual heroics of SK Rossi and Lightning Fast, but sometimes Kappa and Hell Rangers set their teammates up for success. So whether it's individual brilliance or whether it's team play, FPX, even after getting man advantage, was sometimes unable to convert those rounds.
That was exactly what I was trying to say, that they were almost reaching it, but not being able to cross the ribbon, not being able to convert it towards the victory. And let's hope this is just one map down. We still do have 2 more to follow, just in case Global Esports allow them to do so.
Exactly. Now, whether or not Global Esports win bind is something we're going to be finding out after a bit. We're going to have to go on a short break before that. But before we do that, there's a certain few things about Haven that were really, really palpable from the side of Global Esports and FPX. Both the teams, their patience has evolved so much. When FPX are on the attacking side, Global Esports, sure, they were sometimes pushing out of B main, but that was towards the first hand of the half. Later on, they don't move an inch. And then FPX are like, where are these guys? When are they going to push? How long should I continue holding? Do I even hold, or do I try to make a game of my own? And on several occasions like these, FPS were just left waiting. Global Esports don't peak. A minute has passed and FPX have no info, they don't have any picks, and then they have to go for a 5v5 side execute. That's not the most optimal situation, right? So that's what Global Esports was so good at. They played so aggressively in the first few rounds, they almost made FPX believe that they're going to be playing aggressive all the time. They made them convinced that. And then they all of a sudden drop the pace and FPX are just left waiting. Every single round they're losing a minute, getting nothing out of it, and then they execute towards like what, with 30 seconds or 20 seconds are left. Then that becomes difficult.
And that was nothing much more than a blind rush though, because still they did not have much of information to process. So blind rush is not going to work wonders, but Global Esports going ahead with the same play of patience is going to be the key of success. And again, we might get to witness the scoreline of 2-0. VLT did it. Will Global Esports do? Is going to be the question for sure. The final words are being exchanged just before the match.
They're probably going over their mistakes, telling that we did a good job. Hellranger motivating his teammates, and they just need to, how do I say this, fix the chinks in their armor. And there aren't too many to begin with. The only few chinks in their armor on notice was holding on to the C side. Global Esports often struggle while trying to defend C, and very often they will give it up. They will go for the retake, which isn't really a bad thing, but if you have to do it consistently against a team like FPX, then that's a red flag, because FPS will continue doing that again and again. They're going to exploit that strategy until it doesn't work. they're going to keep doing it again and again and use it as their bread and butter.
No, what I feel is global esports, even if that thing is working for them, they still try to manipulate. They still try to tweak a little.
Yeah.
They are not repetitive at all.
Yeah, of
they
course.
are trying to tweak it. Like one player still sticking to the same playoff pattern, sending some utilities, but then there is tweaking. Two players on the different angle, and that tweak in particular is unpredictable. And if global esports are able to pull this sort of a play, this sort of a show, which goes unpredictable and unwitnessed, because we are witnessing, sure, if FPX is not able to witness this, then there's a clean sweep happening. We are not going to see 2-1 scoreline for the day.
Yeah, and global esports, you're right. They keep tweaking things around. Let's say, for example, their C-side execute. Usually, whenever they do it, they use the fault lines towards default, smokes towards garage and CT, and then they just paranoia their way in. But sometimes they will have skills play towards B, force him to go towards ceiling, get a pick over there, and then fall back via garage, and then continue onto the C side. The overall goal is the same, but the variations of doing the same goal and achieving it are just so vast that Full Power Gaming are not able to anticipate what the end goal of global esports is. They only respond in kind, violence with violence, but they don't see the bigger picture. And that's why global esports was able to bamboozle them on several occasions. Not only does it mean that global esports are good at reading their opponents, but to some extent it also indicates that global esports are good at making those opponents do their bidding.
And they are forcing the opponents to do that. So
Yeah.
they're using the supernatural power, and that supernatural power is not so it's like not so supernatural in person, but they are making it look so huge. And if global esports is selling copper for the price of gold, why not? Why not, Crips? They are wonderfully doing it well.
Exactly, and FPX are buying it by the dozen.
Yeah, they are buying it.
Several times global esports tried to go for fakes, and okay, to some extent FPX didn't fully fall for it, right? When they rotate, they only send one or two of their players. They don't send all the players right ahead, not until at least they spot the spike. But even that one player who stays back, he's not able to accomplish all that much because he's late to the party. Compare that to Lightning Fast being left behind. How much impact does that guy create now? There were several rounds where Lightning Fast, he was left behind on the A side, whereas his teammates fell back and tried to go and plant on some other part of the map. At that point, Lightning Fast, he then activates the satchels, puts the spring in his step, and continues anchoring so many of the FPX players in that area. He attracts their attention towards himself so that his other teammates can go ahead unchecked, undetected. And that is something that Lightning Fast can pull off, right? You leave him behind as a surprise package, he's going to blow up in your face like a dirty bomb. If FPX try to do that thing, if FPX try to leave one lurker, they almost always get caught. So those lurks were not working from the side of FPX, and I think that's another major reason why Lightning Fast was my personal MVP of this game.
So global esports is not fake buying anything. They want real, and they consider real either it is a 5-stack push with multi-load of utilities rushing in, and that is exactly when global esports is rushing on the move.
The only thing real about here is global esports screaming on the top of their lungs, free real estate. So yeah, I think that should be able to sum up the game pretty well. The lurking from the side of Lightning Fast and SCS, both of them.
Yeah.
And consider what I'm saying. Both of these guys were duelists at one point. But you convert your duelist into a lurker when your team goes away towards some other part of the map, and all the players in global esports are able to take on all the roles so flawlessly. It's very seamless. It's almost like they're playing a game, the older game that they used to play, the one that we cannot name over here. Over there, the roles were much more fluid, right? Over here, the agents have stereotyped people into playing a certain playstyle, but global esports don't believe in those boundaries. This boundarylessness and the way they cover each other up, the way they interchange the rules, even in between the games, is what is keeping global esports afloat over here.
And talking about agent selection, which has kept the bound, I would definitely want to see about what agent selection are they up to. And I'm not expecting any surprises. I am expecting the same old lineup, which is working wonders, and which you mentioned as well several times. Why go for something new if the old broken pieces are working perfectly well?
Yeah, why fix something that's not broken?
Why fix something that is not broken? And here we go, the agent selection is ready.
Alright. So it's Lightning Fast on Raze again, Kappa on Sova, Hellranger on Breach, SK Rossi on Chamber, and Skills on the Brimstone. Expected, nothing out of the ordinary. Although I'm really glad to see Kappa back on the Sova role. There were several occasions where Kappa would pick up something else, and I think that's just global esports trying to be a bit more versatile, trying to make sure that everyone can play every role and they can fit in. But what's really got me interested is Pokemon's Fade.
That is the major miss for the entire day, and Pokemon has a Fade, one of the strongest Fade that I consider. We do have Vimp playing as well, but yeah, for right now we are going to only stick to this team. And Fade, I don't know, on the map of Find Information is going to work wonders, but comparing it with SOA, now again, though there's no comparison, immediate comparison, but destructive abilities with the Hunter's Fury can put massive impact on the other end, which Fade cannot. Can reveal, sure, can hold, sure, but cannot deliver what SOA can. So now this Fade and Breach combo has to make up against the combo of SOA and Breach, again, the double initiate on both the ends.
Another thing that Kappa can do with the shock darts is just destroy the chamber trademarks. There are certain positions where trademarks are placed very commonly, right? Send a lineup, there's several of them, destroy the trademark immediately at the start of the round, and then FPX will have to actually commit a person to check that area rather than just leaving it up to utility. That's something that global esports can play around with.
Is it going to be easy?
Not at all. Not at all. Ladies and gentlemen, the players are ready. Lightning Fast is chilling with his arms behind his head and he is ready to rumble. Are you guys ready? Yep, that's the response I was looking for. We're going to be starting soon, ladies and gentlemen. Bind coming up next.
So what do you think, Crips? Are we going to see 2-0 once again with the global esports going for the same basic lineup? And I would want to bring in Orangutan here as well, because it is global esports and Orangutan who are sticking to the roles. They are not being versatile.
So the versatility comes in the form of their pace variation. The agent variation, sure, they don't have to do it all that often, but that's the variation global esports go for. Unlike Velocity, who have been changing roles as well, right? I mean, we saw Ace playing the controller and Hellfighter playing Initiator. So they're going for the role switch-ups, which is also fine. Global esports don't feel the need to do that. They're comfortable with whatever they have. Sure, of course, it must have been a little difficult for SK Rossi to pick up the chamber role when he's so used to the Jet. And now that the Jet has been phased out, you're going to have to bring back the Raze. And you know what happens when the Raze comes through. This is going to be an explosive game. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go live with Bind. And Skills is already preparing to break a preemptive lineup of the shock dart, only to realize that Full Power don't have a Sova. He was probably expecting a Fade lineup as well over there. Thorax gets detected and he's going to fall back. Abdur cannot fall back though, he's been stunned. Can he make it back to safety? Or he's still able to get Lightning Fast even though he was concussed. And that is the kill that Full Power had no business getting.
Business or no business, every kill is getting counted. SK Rossi on the move. It is going to be not only one, there are 3 players waiting for him on the side.
Yeah, and when Global Esports find this out, SK Rossi will continue on this mission, continue keeping those 3 players stationed on the A site. With this, Full Power have split up, 2 on A, 2 on B. If Global Esports crump together and hit this B side with all they've got, they can still win. Storax doesn't care about the aftershock, is still able to tank the damage and get the headshot onto Skills. Abdur now playing inside the smoke, has reunited with Storax, and Kappa is about to walk into this trap. The fault line is successful. Kappa gets one, but instantly gets traded back and is now down to the captain. Hellranger has to amass all his experience. He's been forced towards elbow. He's given away the sound cue. Storax knows exactly where he is. And this fault line will definitely get him stunned. And Storax will deal with him with finesse. Full power. They just refused to go down without a fight. There were several occasions where they were able to get kills which they had no business getting, right? Like Abdur, for example, at the start. And then even forcing, to some extent, Kappa to walk into that smoke because they were kind of running out of options. The fault line was indicative of that once again.
While Rossi was on the move, he did get one frag, and gradually that did not pan out exactly what they did on the map of Heaven now. A few of the cards have been unveiled. That is what we were talking about, and I believe they know how Rossi is going to roast them out with as many frags as possible, staying away from the teammates. So this is not going to be allowed here. And now we do see Global Esports going for the force buy.
This could be interesting. Early utility dumped towards B long. Recon darts destroyed and everything. And to hold down the members of Global Esports in their tracks, a Sky Smoke has been placed, which buys full power like 15-something seconds. But you are right. When SCS goes in all by himself, they figure out that this is just a ruse, just a fake. When there's utility and SCS pushing at the same time, that's when full power realized, oh, that's a full execute.
There's nobody to stop lightning fast from the Hookah. It is going to be grenade, double satchel, side control, totally gained. There's nothing to stop them except for the flash. And it is kills. Well, this trades was supposed to be done.
Yeah, they were supposed to get those trades, but it's still a 4v4. Things can still pan out in the favor of Global Esports. They've forced FPX to play aggressively towards the back of long, giving up control of Hookah instead. And Kappa, he's able to shut down Pokemon who's coming in from CT instead. Now, even the Hookah area has been dealt with. How do they deal with this crossfire? They cannot. Both the members of Hookah are dead. It's all down to Musab, who's going to be facing Lightning Fast Boombat first. And the moment he gets distracted, Kappa peeks out. Lovely adjustment from Global Esports there.
And the best part is the advantage that they had, that they might move in with the better weaponaries. They put a shutdown immediately, and it was a well-executed round. They did not go for fakes. This time they realized that the fake is not going to work furthermore. They went all in, and Lightning Fast got an immediate entry through Hookah. I believe that was also a chip towards the victory.
Yeah. Now can Global Esports, they've got a chip on their shoulder because of the last map that they were able to win. But I hope that it doesn't result in their downfall, because shoulders can be put under immense pressure and crushed. Oh, early commitment towards B long. They really want to make sure that the Chamber gets his ultimate orb, and with that, the two forces available. After he pays with it for his life, but SK Rossi is more than enough to take him down. Skills also capitalizing on the same thing. Imagine Storax being able to get that ultimate orb, but not able to do anything to protect his teammates as they continue falling around like flies. And Global Esports, they are more than welcome to go towards the A site. Only Musab lies in wait, and even he cannot do anything but just hope that Global Esports end up throwing away that advantage and overextending, but that's not going to happen.
Last player
Lightning
standing.
Fast peek through the smoke, and of course Storax wasn't prepared for it. It was just a shorty left, and this round seems to be done and dusted. Best that he can do is maybe grab a Spectre and cause some economic damage, force Global Esports to reinvest in the next round, but then again, it's not going to do anything in the long run.
Well, he does that. He is going for the Spectre, but he's not going to save the Spectre. He wants to take down as many exit frags as he can, and it is going to be and he is able to get the second as well.
Oh, a little bit more expensive than Global Esports wanted to, but they bounce back in the end. It's fine. They deal with the aggression, they deal with the losses. Sure, the economy isn't looking all that healthy, but Global Esports have money for days. They can afford to reinvest if they want, but I don't think they will need to. SK Rossi will most likely pick up his AWP as well. Or if not, I think what they're going to try to do is just get SK Rossi an ultimate AWP and maybe get his Tour de Force online as well. But now that he's got the actual AWP in his hands, he probably is not going to go for that play anymore. Just a single frag and he's going to have another AWP in the next round as well. So Global Esports can afford to play it slow. But that's the thing, the attacking side operator, SK Rossi better deliver with it. He's going to be holding a push towards bathroom instead. That's what SK Rossi is doing, just waiting for a bathroom push, but that's not going to come through. Instead, it's FPX who are trying to defend Hookah over here, as Lightning Fast has been stunned and could have died to the paint shell if he did not satchel out in time.
entering with satchel and goodbye with a satchel, though not bye to the map, sure, but he was able to get what he wanted. He got enough information. Storax is ready with Tour de Force. Yeah, not Rossi, sure, but let's see if he's going to procure any frags out of it, because he is witnessing Rossi, Operator versus Tour de Force. Who do you think might win the duel here?
Chamber versus Chamber. Sniper versus Sniper. Lightning Fast going for the fancy footwork, hoping that it's going to get into position, and it does pay off. Storax had to concede that angle, which gave SCS the advantage. He tries to make up for it, but he sees 3 men at the same time, and that is his death written on the cards. Pokemon does get the kill onto Hellranger, which denies them the U-Haul control for just that little bit longer, but only Musab can make things right, and he will not be able to enter the fight because of these smokes. Pokemon reinvesting towards U-Haul. SCS prepared for it, strikes from the shadows, and that's another kill going in the bag of the mighty SK Rossi as he spearheads his way into the round. Abdur has a deadly crossfire that he's going to get caught inside, and this round once again in the bag of Global Esports.
Poor Abdur. Witnessing the spike being planted, there's nothing that he can do. Then choke towards the crossfire. A round lost, sure. A good start on the map of mine for Global Esports. And this is the replay where I was questioning about who's going to win the duel, and pretty quickly Rossi was able to get one, and then the second operator shot that he took was a very close one. Now that is not exactly, I was supposedly thinking that it was going to get executed so flawlessly without getting a damage. So yeah, a good play.
Alright, King blinded but not destroyed yet. He's still gonna hold over there. Can he actually continue doing this? He's unfazed, unbothered by the utility being dumped at him. Still wants to sell the fact that he isn't present over here. He doesn't budge the cost of his health. Hunter's Fury has been activated. This should be able to clear out whatever angles they weren't able to before. And at the same time, Global Esports aggressive towards Showers. They're getting all the kills they need. The A side is getting ripped apart like a cereal box by a bunch of hungry people. And they just have a massive appetite. Pokemon also can't do much but accept his fate. Hope that Global Esports don't get to 8.
It is going to be the last round to shut down, and lightning fast. Shutting Pokemon down. Now, the very first pistol round won away by Full Power. Global winning more consecutive rounds, and
after that, yeah, you're right. After that pistol round victory, FPX really weren't able to do all that much. And we saw something similar in Haven as well, right? We saw how Global Esports are able to win the second round even after losing the pistol. And if this trend continues onwards, then it's not just FPX that need to be careful. It's every other team over here. It's every other team who believe they've got Global Esports cornered after they win the pistol. They better watch out, because Global Esports are sending a loud and clear message right here, right now. And that message reads that economic disadvantage does not stop us from kicking ass.
And they are doing it. When you said the box of cereals, I realized that they are on the verge of serial killing. And
Of course.
that was massive destruction being created. Very fruitful, a lot earned, and a lot to earn as well, because the scoreline is still 1-4, much more to follow. We have seen the changes happening.
The tactical timeout called out by FPX. What did they discuss? I think one of the key problems that they need to address is that the angles that FPX are holding are not the angles that they fight in. Let me explain. They continue holding the angle, but Global Esports use the utility to force them back, push them into a position where FPX no longer have the advantage, and then they have to go back. What? No! Lightning Fast has used this showstopper, but he gets shut down by the nade. Now that's a massive crisis averted by Full Power Gaming, and while they've dealt with the Danger Man, the other Danger Man, SK Rossi, is still alive. Can FPX still win this one? They've got the numbers advantage. They don't need to move the balls in Global's court.
They have got the spike control, gradually paving the way towards B. There's nobody on the side, but look at Hookah, that is pretty congested. Site A would not be vacant as well. And it is a crossfire setup as well. The players are trying to make a move. Skill is trying to make a move alongside Rossi, and Torex is taken down. Skills, will he be able to take down Rossi as well?
The flash is missed. Pokemon is still alive. He's still able to see his eyes open. Hellranger does shut him down, but at the cost of his chamber, his life, and Storax knows what's coming. He's got another off of his own, and he's in the prime position. No utility to force him out either. Walks into a shotgun, but avoids the other one. Aftershock doesn't do much to stop the others, and Storax can't get the flick right. Abdur makes it back in time, and once again, it's Hellranger trapped in a 1v3. He's been here before. But can he pull it off this time around? One frag away and he'll get his Rolling Thunder. That could change things. One bait and switch from the left and right, and Hellranger will still win the fight. He's still got the ultimate, but he doesn't make it right. Oh my goodness.
Musab did realize the threat about Rolling Thunder. He wanted to make sure they used their numbers advantage about pushing in, getting the frags, and it was a team ace. What an equalizer for each and every team. And now Storax again with the operator. I believe this is the man who is currently been having a strong potential to put a full stop against Global Esports. But talking about Global Esports, they turn the full stops into 3 dots, which is in continuation.
And they continue their reign of terror. Full Power Gaming finally able to win another round right after losing 4 consecutive ones. Now the bigger problem over here is the max loss bonus being decimated. If they're not able to continue this round, then they will be back in the economic trenches, and that's not something you can afford to have, especially not when Hellranger has the Rolling Thunder available, and even SK Rossi has the Tour de Force. A full-on B-long commitment. Global Esports are not going for any split push. But are they even going to commit? I mean, they're taking things really slowly. They're really hoping that Full Power will be able to at least get frisky, get curious. And the moment they get curious, Global Esports look to punish them, but it doesn't happen at all. Storax is the one who picks the first pick. Rolling Thunder and Nightfall both committed in unison. They're hoping the Global Esports won't be able to capitalize on the back of this Rolling Thunder because of it. And the Nightfall does keep them at bay for now. But Global Esports, they're able to get into the site. Flood should be possible. And Full Power used the Brimstone's ability to deny that spike plant. The orbital strike forces them back, buys them a little bit more time. Rotations have arrived. Lightning Fast needs to liberate pressure, and he realizes they're stunned. Escarossi strikes from the shadows on the other side. Abdur going in for the full swing, and this commitment is insane. He's got all the 3 kills, and he might be able to make it 4. Skills is able to turn it back with a triple of his own, and that is how the cookie crumbles. Global Esports throwing bodies upon bodies. Meanwhile, Full Power throwing ultimates upon ultimates. They did everything they can to disrupt the Global Esports momentum. The Rolling Thunder was countered by the Nightfall. The plant was countered by the Orbital Strike. But how do they counter skills? How do they counter skills? They cannot.
And again, if we talk about Abdur, got a good swing, got a triple of his own, and then the tables turn pretty quickly where Skills try to go with the spray transfer, hopping in, popping in, several heads popped though, and now Orbital Strike is ready on the other end for Global Esports. Bath is taken care of precariously. They are aware about this is the place they might be pushed against.
Once again, it's just one of those defaults by Global Esports. And I love this variation that they're doing. They go for the full 5-man commitment on B-Long in the previous round, but this time they're playing it really slowly. They spread out across the first 2 seconds, now focusing towards B-Long. Lightning Fast with spring in his step. He's able to get inside and maybe could have gotten that kill, but the chamber blinked away for good. He peeks ahead of the smoke. Are you serious, Torax? With the cojones to go ahead of that smoke, he's able to get at least 1 kill down, but that's all she wrote for him. And this plant is inevitable. Pokemon is trying to go for the spams, but he won't be able to connect all that much. He does do a little bit of damage, but it's all for none.
Despite being planted, how are 3 players going to retaliate against 4? Elbow is being taken care by Rossi, and here comes the push. Well, no casualty yet. Musab trying to enter the hookah. There it is. The players are falling and attackers winning. pretty quickly. Well, they had a good angle. One player trying to enter through hookah, one player through the main. But Global Esports had all angles covered, and that is how they pocket this round.
Yeah, Global Esports just spare no quarter. Like I said, Global Esports play the map, not the man. They use the utility to clear out every corner, make everybody uncomfortable. Even when Lightning Fast tried to go for that satchel boost peak, it was accompanied by a fault line coming in from Hellranger, and it could have resulted in the death of Storax, but hey, he was able to get away in time. Still tried to go ahead with the smoke. Not able to get more than one. Tour de Force activated though. Storax was lacking weaponry last time, but this time he's got firepower in abundance. And speaking of firepower, Skills is literally going to use his Hellfire to clear out Bathroom instead of clearing out Blue Hawk. That's the unorthodox play that Global Esports was looking for. And the Boombot is the one that gets the kill of all things. Pokemon still in control of Travers. He's able to keep this area under check, which buys space for King to move into a New Hall instead. And Kappa might be suffocated by it, but King continues to wreak havoc, forcing Hellranger away from his position and getting the kill onto him. Kappa responds in kind, up close and personal, using the off, but Musab will be able to get the timing right. Boiled down to Skills, 1v2, able to get the opening onto Musab, knows exactly where Abdur is, but can he account for Pokemon around the corner? He turns around, gets the flick, and now he can all easily go towards the B side. Skills is able to isolate and exterminate. Can Abdur stop him from crossing? It's a bit too late, but maybe he can continue moving inside. Will Skills be able to account for him moving in this quickly? It's a Brimstone versus Brimstone. One shot versus one opportunity, and Abdur takes it with both the hands.
Fight of the brims. Finally, Abdur made it up, and it is going to be the third round for Full Power. This round I would dedicate to King. A showstopper frag, AR frag, and he was the bottom fragger then, but after that he is leveling up. All Storax need is a support, and King was able to deliver that much required support. Pokemon not leaving the control of the bath, I believe. Taking down Rossi is equal to taking down one of the strongest pillars for Global Esports, and it was all down to 1 versus 1.
That works.
Where are you?
Amazing stuff by FPX. Let's see if they can do it again this time though. Once again, it's that same setup from Global Esports where they have 4 people towards B-Long and just 1 lurker towards Bath. The only difference is, last time it was SK Rossi playing as the lurker, this time it's gonna be the Prowler is effective, but does it save him? Yes, it does. The nade actually forced Lightning Fast back, otherwise Pokemon could have died right there with that triple peak. Utilities expended by either side, but no casualties just yet. And as they continue creeping forward, as they continue taking every square inch of B-Long, what awaits for them on the other side with the triple stack with Hookah and the AWP of Storax, this is what they needed to stop this push. And there's much more than where that came from. Flash miss, Storax still relevant, still deadly, and he's able to take Hellranger as well. Captain down, Storax hungry for more. The jump peak forces out the AWP shot from Rossi, but no, at this point, Lightning Fast won't be able to do all that much. He's still accounting to be on the left-hand side. Skills clears out Pokemon, but do they know that King is also here? They're still looking towards the backside, and King could make a massive difference over here. Lightning Fast finally gets taken down, and he was the lower AP player, so it's not that big of a loss, but it's still a 4v2, and Storax capitalizes on the chaos. He's the one who knocks, and Storax delivers death. Vengeance exacted, and this guy with that miraculous 4K keeps Full Power alive. 4-6. This Pakistani team, they still have fight left in them. They're still giving Global Esports a run for their money.
Not just alive and kicking finally. And King made it through, starting to help Storax, and they are able to win those rounds. King and Storax is the combo that needs to be created somehow, somewhere. If that is not done, I believe it is going to be a dead end for Full Power Gaming, which is the last thing Full Power would want. And King is again rising for its throne and the crown. But Storax for sure, commendable first opener, followed by other, and then also the Headhunter coming into the action, which did not allow the spike to be planted, and at the end it was a quadra earned. Global Esports lost one round, sure, but still in the lead.
Yeah, the pacing for Global Esports was kinda ruined this round. Sure, they were going in for one of those contact plays, and the moment their play was up, moment the jig was up, they were going to dump utility and move inside. But that's when the cookie starts to crumble. Storax, he takes off the one man responsible for moving ahead. He takes off SK Rossi first, then kills Hellranger. No more flashes available. As they filter in one by one, SK Rossi, he wasn't able to do all that much, but Storax, on the other hand, keeps out them alive. And he once again gets another frag. This man just has absolutely no intention of stopping. Quad kill in the previous one, opening frag in this round. This man continues to deliver again and again.
He is the avalanche required for Full Power Gaming. Once again, having a good angle hold, and that is exactly where the players of Global Esports are trying to push in. Drone sent, information relay.
What is this? Am I seeing Full Power have 3 people towards showers? This is insane! How on earth does Storax miss that one? That's gonna cost him a lot. It's gonna cost him the entire site. Full Power can go ahead and maybe keep control of showers, but their players coming in from CT are gonna have trouble. Absolute Go and Skills alive, and that's gonna drop the spike in Cubby. Now Full Power can actually make things a little difficult for Global Esports. They don't have any avenue of trying to go for the plant once again, but if Global jump into the teleporters and go B, things could still work for them. The aftershock, it's perfect. The fault line is even better. Abdur and Pokemon peek on the back of it, and they're getting everything right. Kama caught in no man's land.
Gets inside.
He's not gonna be a man anymore, as he is a corpse, dead and buried.
Last round before the switch.
This is the last round before the switch. We can expect 6-6 happening. It was a long way to go for the start, but now as they are progressing, I think Full Power Gaming might end up on the defender side with an equalizer. Storax once again with the repetitive operator coming in. On the other hand, we are seeing the mix of weaponaries hopping in. Let's see how everything is going to pan out. Well, talking about function, Global Esports is functioning pretty well. King is going to take care of the hookah, where Lightning Fast is already making a move.
Oh, this is not just a move. This is a big one. Pokemon with the double. Frags exchanged across the B site, but the things are yet to be certain. The dust is yet to settle. Rolling Thunder goes through towards elbow, clearing out the site. And Lightning Fast is pushing through the volley? That is ridiculous. Musab must have heard it. He's aware about this one. Another flash to cancel the Lightning Fast success, but he's not able to get it. Musab punishes this push. The plant towards the back of site. Looks like Global Esports want to acquire CT with everything they can. And of course they want to do that because King is not going to let them stay too long. But as Hellranger deals with King, Skills is winning his own duel. On the basis of their individual duels, Global Esports might be able to turn this around. The bottom is perfect. And Hellranger still wins that duel. He was caught off guard. He didn't have the timing, but he's still able to make this one work. And they peek it out. Man on earth. How did Global Esports pull that one? 2v4. From absolutely nowhere to somewhere, they equalize the scorelines to some extent, bringing things closer. And the energy is just palpable in the stadium.
Absolutely. Well, the moment we just talked about, it might be an equalizer. And indeed, Global Esports did not allow that equalizer to happen, and they tried to create the lead of 2 points. But 2 rounds is not much.
It's not much, but look at the read and the amount of risk Global Esports take. They're trying to plant towards back of B, which is very close to CT side. Skills and Lightning Fast both trying to just desperately get those frags towards CT because they want to plant on the backside. And the only reason they want to do that is because they don't have long control yet. They try to go for a much riskier play simply to be safe from long, and that is the kind of risk taking that Global Esports make, and it pays off brilliantly.
Now Global Esports is at risk, Crips, because Full Power coming into the action on the attacker's side, and the buffer is not massive. They might be able to make through it, and they have done it in previous days. Let's see if today is their day or not. And the players, look at the split. One lurker near to A. The spike will be committed towards B, sure.
Okay. Still close but no cigar. utility now from Global Esports. It works out. Lightning Fast is able to get those trades. All that FPX did brings it back down to ground zero. But SK Rossi's left all by himself. He's got the headhunter and shorty available. He's more than willing to give up control of the side. He's more than willing to let them go for the plant. 4v4 retake should be possible on Global Esports. As long as they have U-Haul control, Global Esports should be able to get this round back. But the moment I say that, Musab has denied them the opportunity. He's going to force them to go all the way around Truck, where the players from Showers can stop them. But there are no attackers in Showers. All of them are focused towards U-Haul. And this is the problem, because Global Esports with a single fault line can stun them all. And Lightning Fast with the triple deals with the numbers en masse. It's just down to Pokemon. He's locked out of the action through a smoke. Sure, they can get a kill. Sure, they can get 2, but they cannot win the round, and Global Esports go through 8-5.
Pistol round 1 pretty quickly. Last man standing, there was nothing much more that could have been done, and then finally it was Shorty coming to the action. Going up close and personal, hitting right in front of their face, does bring down the morals, but let's see how everything is going to pan out, because Global Esports did go ahead with some SMGs happening even after losing the pistol round. So will Full Power Gaming do it? And as soon as I asked it, they are also doing the same strategy.
Spectres versus Spectres. We've seen this several times from Global Esports. I just didn't think that FPX will do the same thing too. Oh, but they want to respond fire with fire. They want to give Global Esports a taste of their own medicine. Will it be bitter? Will they swallow it easily? We'll find out. The Boombot and the Prowler and the nade. Oh my god, that's definitely going to make this guy feel uncomfortable. While Abdul gets picked off towards the other side of the map, Lightning Fast is unaffected by the myriad of utility dumped at him, and he doesn't seem to stop. Pokemon finally puts his killing spree to an end, but that results in SK Rossi getting activated towards U-Hauls, and then incurs the wrath of Storax. Kappa comes through with an instant trade, but the weapon switch happens at the wrong time. Global Esports are able to still win this one, despite of Storax's hard work, despite of all that they did to flush out Lightning Fast from his hidey hole. This man doesn't come out.
Storax might be feeling a little low at this point of time, because he got everything covered towards the round victory, but that did not happen. And now, if you have a look at the weaponaries, 2 boys lost. They're coming back with the big guns, and other 3 players are still going to retain with 3 Spectres. Talking about FPX, they are not going for the force buy. They are indeed trying to save it for the better guns. All Sheriff spotted Storax trying to make the entry through the main. Nobody to stop him, nobody to spot him. As soon as I say that, there was a slow trap there.
Cheeky as ever. SK Rossi with a kill on King towards U-Haul. He's got the Spectre as well, and he gets away with yet another murder. This man has a criminal case waiting him on the other side, but there is no prison that can hold this man. No man can contain this rage. No man can contain Lightning Fast aggression either. He's just on a roll. And this boulder tumbling down the hill might just turn into a snowball in a moment's notice.
Global Esports have not only picked up the momentum, they have picked up a good pace. Now, what is going to take Full Power Gaming to chase them? Because they need to speed up. A little extra speed required, and Rossi with this angle not only gets one, followed by other, and then it was all up to other men standing. It was not pretty quick, but it was very well executed.
Yeah, very stylish too.
Yeah, it was fashionably finished, and I don't think it was planned. It was all on the time that they decided to do.
Yeah, I mean, the timing of Lightning Fast peak was probably not planned, but SK Rossi holding U-Haul, not falling back, creating space, that was definitely planned. Consider this, last time FBX tried to take control of U-Haul, they were able to get a lot of kills, but they weren't able to convert the round. Why? Because Hellranger's fault line stunned all of them, and in the retake, SK Rossi just got easy shots. This time, SK Rossi tried to go for something different. He just held, he didn't concede. He didn't even let them come across site. He was more than comfortable letting FPX get the plant, because he knew for a fact as long as he holds U-Haul, they can easily convert.
Storax going in with the operator on the attacker side, and
that too glass cannon. He doesn't have any armor on the back of it.
And the moment any utility hits him, it is not going to chip off his armor, it is going to chip a part of him. And King going in for the ult. He wants to make sure he gets the showstopper ready. He is revealed, and Lightning Fast has already come into the action. Though showstopper did not deliver what he wanted to through the smoke. Lightning Fast, is he risking to peek outside because Musab is going to wait in, but before that he is sending his boom bot, and the information is not relayed.
Slow and steady does win the race, but at this point, Global Esports are far ahead in this one. Much closer to the finish line. Musab wants to get closer too, taking down Lightning Fast. He's been a thorn in their side up until now, and SK Rossi so ahead in position, so ahead in this chess game, the 5-dimensional chess game that Global Esports are playing, and he just is not prevent. He's the rook and the king. SK Rossi, even though he can't help his teammates out, Skills is able to burn his opponents even beyond his grave. Oh, how do they get this one through now? Ranger on the back lines. Abdur has absolutely no idea. Nothing can stop this one. Musab tucked away in bot, trapped, cornered, and up against the death battle of SK Rossi. There's really not much that he could have done, and Global Esports are just running away with this game. They're within touching distance of the finish line.
Rossi being the Grim Reaper this round with the Tour de Force, and a well-witnessed round, well-executed round, and a wise ultimate being used here. Though Lightning Fast missing the showstopper, still winning the round in all aspects. Global Esports are rejoicing into the best of the vocal cords that they possess. They are trying to cheer the teammates in the best of the form they can. And now, what about FPX though? They are again going in the mix. Storax with the operator. Now it is all about Spectres, Bulldogs, few handles as well on the other end. The same reputation, Recon sent, Shock Dart sent, but no information, except they really very well know about B-Long is being pushed.
Take flight.
Now what do they do with that information? They've called in the rotations already. Global Esports have a 4-stack on the beast side. If Full Power continue walking into this one, it's naturally not gonna end well. Can they draw out Global Esports? Can they make them separate and disperse? Can they actually get them to fall back instead of fighting all the way here? Oh my goodness, they cannot reset. Global Esports push further and further. Kappa with the double of his own. And then the Hellfire forces Skills out into the teleporter, but that's more than okay. As long as Global Esports have this numbers advantage, nothing can stop them. Musab really desperate to get inside right now. Hellranger calls for reinforcements and cavalry is on its way. But Hellranger will not back out from the frame. He will peek out once again, and Lightning Fast delivers the rain. He brings the pain as well. Global Esports get to map and match point.
Global Esports look pretty desperate now, winning it 2-0. They want to end it quick. They want to end it with their pattern that they are trying to create, which is 2-0. Let's see, I mean, they are pretty close to it, and it is about to happen, but how close is it going to happen? With 4 ultimates on the side of FPX and only 1, which is Hunter's Fury from Kappa. Coming in from the side of Global Esports, if you look at the split, 2 through the main, 3 through the bats, and Pokemon sending some prowlers. Well, Recon has delivered a lot of information already about the Bath push coming in.
Oh, but there's a myriad of ultimates available on the side of FPX. The first ultimate, Showstopper, gets popped. Skills is already on the backstab. He's able to get much more than that. The page forces him out in the open, and Pokemon is able to get something done, but it's not enough. He gets another one onto Hellranger, and maybe that could be the difference maker. Kappa left to his own devices up against the Nightfall. He's already given away his position, so might as well just take his time. And that's exactly why FPX are planting for CT. They know for a fact Kappa is coming in from behind. But this position in Pokemon, he's kind of isolated in this position. Musab won't be able to help him unless he goes around towards U-Halls, and Kappa is just hoping that they offer him free 1v1s. FPX are wiser than that. They won't offer anything to Kappa. He only knows the position of Pokemon, doesn't really know where Musab is. And when he swings around the corner, he's going to get the answer to his solution. But FBX are still alive. Oh, how much more life do they have left in them, Tanya?
Well, till they are alive, till their last breath, they have to keep on fighting. And I believe they are very vulnerable now. They need to, they need, even if they are put on ventilators, they need to go very strong.
Life support not available in abundance over here. Global Esports sitting just by Full Power's deathbed, willing to pull the plug, willing to put them out of their misery. But Full Power Gaming, they don't give up now, do they? SK Rossi getting personal. This is the first time, by the way, he's played from this position with the AWP. And his trademark doesn't let him go all the way. His rendezvous is run out of range at this point. He can't go too far ahead. You know he wants to. But things are going to keep him grounded for now. They find out where he is. His position's marked by the Prowler. And the Haunt too. But at this point, even if Full Power figured out where the operator is, what do they do about it? If they try to go towards the B site, they won't have too much time left. They're going to have to make this one work with only 40 seconds left. They can't go in for the execute just yet, especially not when Lightning Fast is holding Hookah by himself. Even Kappa has arrived as backup. The paint shell can them dispersed for just a moment, but this Lightning Fast, it's going to ruin everything. Kappa safely tucked away into CT. He's going to stop them from planting and do tons and tons of damage. And while FPX can get the plant, they will not have the post-plant positions, and that's what Global Esports is relying on. Two players already have a foot in the grave. Can they make them rave and turn them around? Storax with the wide peak instantly gets traded. Abdur goes for repeat once again, not something that Hellranger expected. And with the fancy football from Lightning Fast, King is going bird hunting. He's shutting them down midair. It's all up to skills. It's now or never. He goes for the weapon switch. Oh no! And Abdur turns out to be the better Brimstone here. Full Power are still alive and still kicking. And Global Esports, they want to end this soon. They're running out of patience. They've got the ultimates to end this here and now. They've chosen not to exercise it so far.
They do look pretty desperate to me about whatsoever it costs them to end the day. But Full Power Gaming now finally playing with the fullest of power. It is pretty late though, but still you always have to go for now or never situation, and that is exactly how they are planning and plotting. Lightning Fast, waiting for the players. The King will try to push in. It is not going to be a pretty flawless round, and fault line, concussion, paint shells being exchanged, much of utilities being used on the Hookah itself.
Still no casualties. Both the teams still alive and kicking. Global Esports, they figured out that Full Power have fallen back from the B side, and that's exactly why the members of Global Esports are repositioning themselves right now. One on U-Haul with SK Rossi towards bot. Skills is more than happy to give up this area and relinquish it as long as he can keep his life. But the moment he peeks, Musab punishes him. SK Rossi can't do much. He's blocked out by the smokes. He has to wait for his teammates to come through, and maybe Hellranger can make a difference. He's got the Rolling Thunder primed and ready, equipped to go heavy. Can he bring the pain down in his levy, or will they fight another day? Goes through Hellranger, trying to pierce through U-Haul, cutting through the night like a razor blade, and Musab is able to deal with this fade. Can he make this one work? Yes, he can. And Global Esports, once again, cannot end the game just yet.
Well, Rossi is going to go for the save of operator. Global Esports as hasty. They are trying to wrap up the map of Mind. Full Power Gaming is trying to elasticate it, stretch it for their favor, stretch it towards their win. And 4 rounds away, if this is how Full Power Gaming is going to play, we might witness 12-12. And match point for Global Esports, and still 4 points away for Full Power Gaming. Where was this Full Power Gaming right from the start? They started to play what they are actually
exactly
in the end of the day.
exactly. This might be just a little too late. Because even if Global Esports aren't able to accomplish much in the next round, even if they run out of money, eventually they'll be able to earn it back. Unless FPX gets all rounds in a row and forces this game into overtime, I don't see this one going to map number 3. And this tactical timeout might just be the end of it. How do they deal with this one? Global Esports have been pretty adamant about their win conditions so far. They've been very successful in at least keeping FPX away from the site, but the moment they lose control, the retakes just don't seem to work for Global Esports.
Well, let's see how everything is going to pan out here. And talking about Global Esports, Rossi is again trying to do the heavy lifting. He did it for the previous map. He tried to be the Superman in the last round, and I believe he's again trying to prove, though he doesn't have anything to prove, but he's still wanting to finish into the same pattern. Storax with the operator on the other side. King peeking in through the bats, where Lightning Fast is going to wait. 3 players pushing in, 1 player still sticking near to the spawn, and 1 trying to enter through A main. It's not an easy route to follow, but yet not so difficult.
Nightfall is acquired by Full Power Gaming. They can go in for the full execute. But if they try to do this on the A side, they're going to be met with disappointment. A 4-man stack awaits them on the other side. Global Esports more than prepared for what it takes to shut this down. Even if the Nightfall hits, Hellranger has more than enough utility to delay them. And the moment they pop this Nightfall, all the utility in the world will be dumped at them. The mollies, the fault lines are going to stop Full Power from capitalizing on this ultimate. And as he satchels inside, Hellranger's crossfire is more than potent. Lightning Fast beats out as well. And he's got this frag in the bag, but he can't nail it. Kappa good for only 1, leaving SK Rossi as the last man standing. But he isn't a man. He can be a monster with this op in his hand. Can he finish this off right here, right now? He can expect someone to be in U-Halls. He might be able to isolate them. Trading potential between Storax and his teammate Mossab no longer exists unless they bait SK Rossi into a lull sense of security, and they don't need to do that. Storax can shut him down without needing assistance from his teammate. 12-9 at this point. Global Esports have to start worrying, don't they? They've got just enough money for 1 more purchase, after which they'll be forced into eco territory. And if they can't end the game right now, then we might be going to 12-11, and that is just a bit too close for comfort.
And even after timeout, even after some changes that Global Esports did approach by splitting the players into 4:1 ratio, that also did not work. And now it is the switch coming in from the side of Full Power. No more A. They are pushing in towards the hookah on side B. There's nobody to take care of it, at least not yet. And there's no teleporter as well, so I believe they can go for the side entry.
But this is one thing Global Esports does very well. They figured out where Full Power are about to hit. I mean, last round they had a 4-man A stack. They were right about it. This time they have a 3-man B stack. Again, they're correct about it. But that's the funny part. Despite the stacking, despite the clear numbers advantage, Global aren't able to close the game out just yet. Maybe this is a curse that Full Power are more well-versed with. Maybe the numbers advantage doesn't account for all that much when it comes to a bunch of rugged people with raw firepower heading towards certain doom with nothing to lose. Full Power continue to press onwards. They've baited out almost entirety of Hellranger's kit, just a fraction of fault line left to work with. And Full Power are just waiting for the perfect moment. They acquire the ultimate orb, which results in the Rolling Thunder. FPX going to the site uncontested. Global do not try to stop them, but maybe this orbital strike can help them out. Pokemon tanks the damage and continues to plant the spike. It's still a 5v5, and as they filter in through this smoke, he's going to turn this choke point into a meat grinder, the kind you don't want to get caught inside. Absolute still applying pressure from Hukta. That's going to keep the players of Elbow in check, and Storax playing bait and switch. They swing on contact. Musa peeks out of the smoke. It's just Kappa, and he's lost in there, inside the brown dust. When the dust settles, there will only be 1 man left standing, and it is Kappa indeed. But can he pull this off? 1v3 is possible. Almost every single player on full power is extremely low on health, but he's running out of time, and he's running out of lives. Full power are no longer on 9. They're gonna get to double digits. And at this point, Global Esports, they're broke. They don't have money. They've got nothing but pennies and pocket lint. What do they find deep inside the nether reaches of their pockets? Is it gonna be a bunch of force buys? SK Rossi going for a hero vandal with no armor, everybody else tagging along with bulldogs and half-light armor? Is that gonna be enough? It hasn't proven to be sufficient in the past, but it seems like they're running out of options and they're running out of buffer.
They need to play with whatever they possess, and I believe this Team FPX are now certainly trying to rise and shine, and they are able to shine in the best of the patterns. Once again, the site is switched. They are trying to move in through site A, but Spike still remains in the open. No commitment as of now. And talking about Abdur, he is trying to create some momentum with the smokes, and no crosshair placement, just random pot shot, no finishers as well. And it is going to be about King trying to move in through the showers. Let's see how everything is going to pan out, because Pokemon also looks pretty desperate to reach out to the point of 11-12.
They forced Lightning Fast away from the position, but at what cost? They haven't been able to acquire any other information except for this one position on green box. What they don't know is that SK Rossi is also playing alongside this place, and he could use Lightning Fast this way to switch. So, utility dump. It's able to deal with just one player, but Abdur is still getting all the kills. They're still able to control through shot. Despite losing control of showers, this one-pronged approach from full power is enough, and it's gotten them all the kills they need. Global Esports will have to concede this round unless Skills can pull off a miracle right here. He can't even stop them from falling back. The best that he can do right now is relay information to Hellranger, and maybe they could rub up together and hit B. Maybe they cause full power to drop some guns and become a little uncomfortable, because this denial is nearly impossible unless Skills has something else to say otherwise. Storax is going to be keeping him cornered over to Hellranger. Tries to get an opportunity. He's found it, turned it into a 2v2, and with that, he's got enough to charge the Rolling Thunder. Now he can move in. Skills also cannot be held captive inside the teleporter room anymore, as they now try to converge. The aftershock forces Storax out into the open, but straight into the process of Hellranger. Musab went deep, and it's Storax who shuts the door on his face. Is this happening? Is this actually happening? Are we going to go to overtime? What was this? The lead was what, 12-6, 12-7? I've lost count.
Whatever happening is good for Team FPX, because Shoji needs to fight a little harder. They are punched down round by round, and they are very close to an equalizer. They are pretty quick for fulfilling their dreams, and if they are able to get this with 3 ultimates, and I believe they can. On the other end, they don't have SK Rossi does have Roll Force activated once again. It is going to be a site of commitment, which is B through the hookah. And here we go. Not much of information except for trying to push Lightning Fast away, and that is also going to pay a lot of dividends. No casualties will happen. They will be able to get the site control. And look at Global Esports. It is a 3-stack happening, and on the contrary, one player is on the move towards side A, and Lightning Fast's judge is not going to work wonders, at least not this time. Every single time you cannot play the same cards.
Oh yeah, that judge could have been disastrous, and the showstopper being used to deal with just that one tiny weapon is more than enough value created for full power. And despite them getting revealed on B, despite their cards being out in the open, they want to continue pressing onwards into the open arms of Global Esports, where a 3-stack lies ahead of them. Full power are taking their sweet time, but time is of the essence. It's only 30 seconds left. They don't have too much utility to work with, so they're going to have to make some contact plays over here. Tapa tries to go for the swing, gets the kill on the Storax. There's more headed his way, and he gets them with the spray. Skills with the 2, and make it through! Global Esports shut it down on the edge of defeat, on the edge of overtime. They denied him.
Well, the moment I asked about Global Esports needs to fight a little extra harder, they not only go harder, they go overboard. They gave best of the fights possible to avoid any overtime happening. But talking about Full Power Gaming, they did not give an easy fight as well. They were pretty strong on the map of Bind.
Global Esports avoids certain defeat. They avoid overtime, they avoid map 3, and they shut it down 2-0. And the flag of Global Esports flying high in the sky as we can finally see smiles on some concerned faces. Hats off to FPX though, man. What a wonderful fight. They tirelessly pounded away at Global Esports, never giving up for even a second, and that's the warrior spirit that's going to carry them through the rest of the tournament. They might have been knocked down into the lower bracket, but they are not knocked out of the tournament just yet.
We are going to move in towards Mamba to talk to players about how they are feeling towards the victory.
Yeah.
But riding the high from Mumbai and coming up here in Chennai, starting off with a 2-0 victory, how does it feel?
Yeah, well, it felt great. Like, we got some nerves at the end when we were 11-5 up. After they took a few rounds, we got some nerves, but we calmed down and closed out the game. That is what is the most important. But we can't expect or afford to have such things against better teams, and we'll make sure of that.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But tomorrow you're going up against Orangutan. Again, they come in as the dark horses because it's still a fairly new lineup. So how do you go about preparing against a team like that?
Well, I don't care what team we are playing. We just prepare for what is in the game. Everything else is just names. So be it Orangutan or anyone else, we'll just prepare the way we prepare.
That's actually wonderful, but congratulations once again. Hopefully you have a good matchup tomorrow as well. But ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we have two incredible matches. We have Enigma versus Velocity, and we have Orangutan versus Global Esports. But right now we're going to break this game down even further. We'll go back to our lovely analysts and see what the game had in store for us.
Whew. That was a long one, wasn't it? I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I didn't expect it to go this long. I really thought Global Esports should be able to finish it off much sooner, but the fighting spirit and FPX so damn strong, man. Hats off to you. I mean, if I had a hat right now, I'd probably tip it to you, but you've already made me sweat, so it tells you already what you've accomplished.
Well, Full Power Gaming gave a very tough fight for Global Esports, which was 12-7 to 11-12, and Global Esports were all again starting to tremble, but then they wanted to make sure not to reach OT. They wanted to make sure they end it right here, right now. And though even on the attacker's side, Full Power Gaming gained the momentum pretty late. If at all it would have been a little earlier, we could have seen an OT happening.
Yeah, and when things are starting to go wrong for you, when you're starting to run out of options, FPX were like, let's just go back to the basics. We know we have a really strong attacking side. We know that our trading is almost always going to be better than Global Esports if we use our utility right. And they stuck to that. All they were focusing on is making sure that Global Esports do not have the angles. They either force them to play away from the sides from behind the smokes, or force one particular player to get isolated from the rest of his teammates and make sure the trades don't go in their favor. Nothing over the top, nothing exaggerated. They go for the same approach. Like if they start with B long and they're gonna hold that area for like what, a whole minute, 1 minute 20 seconds, they're gonna still end up going to that place only, not gonna switch out anywhere else. And that resilience, that stubbornness to some extent is what kept them going. Now, I understand that it's gonna be difficult to not sell a fake and just directly go for the site execute, but when they've got the trades and the numbers going in their favor, things can still work. And I think the scoreboard is going to do justice to it. When we see the amount of trades that happen, when we see the amount of kills that these players were able to get individually and as a team, it starts to fall in place.
And this time it is going to be skills being spotted under the spotlight of MVP. Well, we did see several clutch rounds happening, several Brim fights happening, few minted, few not, and this is a part and parcel of the game. On the other side, Storax, he did wonders, and King could have been a little extra supportive, and once again, Full Power Gaming gaining the momentum a little late, but team support was better compared to the previous map.
I mean, I have to appreciate Global Esports in one aspect, right? They were able to get all the stacks correctly. Very often we saw that Global Esports have a 4-man stack or a 3-man stack on a particular site, and they were almost correct about it. They placed the right bets, and FPX had to expend so much utility to just get one player out of position, to just get one player to get uncomfortable and make a mistake. And it did happen eventually, but you can't expect it to happen too many times. In the last round, Global Esports were like, screw this thing, we're just gonna continue giving up the area, but we're gonna take it when you try to go for the plant. So we'll try to play on that timing game. This timing game is something that Global Esports capitalized really well on when they were playing Haven. We just saw it from them like in 2 rounds, max to max. We didn't get to see it again, except for the last round of Bind, where they really just made FPX uncomfortable. They isolated Pokemon, who had no choice but to tank the orbital strike and plant the spike, and then he was caught in backside, so he fell all by himself. Then they smoked off long, forced Storax to peek ahead of it, making him uncomfortable again. Players from Hookah also jumping out, and the guy towards Cubby was left isolated. Sure, Global Esports can do all the good work, they can continue getting into this site, but they only actually attack when the time is right and when FPX are not guarding their behinds properly.
Some tactics were read well, some they missed it, and the miss point started when they reached the match point. That is exactly where Full Power Gaming build up not only piles, but piles over piles of victories. And OT is a sort of a punishment. If you have this sort of a massive buffer and reduced to just 1 point, and we must also have a look on head-to-head though, to get us a clear picture. Storax versus SK Rossi, 245 ACS on this side, 260 ACS on the other side. And talking about KD ratio, well, which is just about on point for either of them, and that is how we match up the players for head-to-head.
SK Rossi, man, what a guy. I'm kind of sick and tired of taking his name again and again, but he just forces us to just look at him and admire him, doesn't he? Even lightning fast for that matter. He was playing really well in the previous game, and while FPX did find a way to shut him down to some extent and make him uncomfortable, Skills picked up the slack for it. And Hellranger's clutch positions, the way he's able to set his teammates up for success, even though they are in positions where they can't trade for each other. They just bait and switch each other so well. One playing on swing, the other one playing on contact, and the timing of those swings is also so damn good. It was really methodical. And the scoreline doesn't do justice to what Global Esports had to go through, right? I mean, they had the game in the bag, but some of these rounds, which they lost towards the tail end of this match, they were boiled down to what, 1v1s and 2v2s. So even though the comeback was strong from FPX, Global Esports, it's not like they dropped the ball at any time. They almost did, but all those rounds were equally close, so you have to, you even have to take those failed opportunities with a grain of salt.
And at the end of the day, they were the one who were peppering Storax, and now with the victory of 2-0, not allowing a single victory against them. And about conversation with Global Esports player, they did mention that we are not here for the win, we are here to play good. And I believe they were on their words. They did play good, and it was Skills, to mention his name. He said that I am here to play good.
Skills, my man, what a redemption arc for him. Having the least number of frags in Haven, but having the most impact, to now having the most number of teammates set up for success and having the frags himself too. This proves that even though he has like one bad game, he's never gonna give it up. He's never going to let his teammates down. Always going round and around, and I'm starting to rickroll you.
Well, we all should be looking on the match stats as well to get us the better, clearer picture about the damage. And
Now this really paints a clear picture now, doesn't it? Global Esports having 11 frag wins. Now, it kind of tells you a lot, right? Because there were several occasions where Global Esports tried to deny the spike plant, and that is based on only timing, which is why they were able to get so many frag wins. But because FPX were just able to force the issue so often and disperse the Global Esports players into uncomfortable positions, they were able to get those objective wins much more. Oh, hats off to FPX, man. It takes a tremendous amount of effort to keep going in dire circumstances like these, to keep pushing forward in the face of certain defeat and continue plowing through to till the field until it breaks, to shake the heavens and make the earth quake. That's the power that FPX wield right now, and I hope that they can unleash it tomorrow as well in the lower bracket.
well, there are two teams who need to unleash the power, one of which is Team Orangutan and other of which is Enigma. Two very strong teams. Now it is going to be the battles against VLT, and right now it is going to be Global Esports. So Crips, I know, sure, Full Power is going to unleash something, but Enigma and Orangutan are going to be the most unleashing factor for the day.
Yeah. I mean, tomorrow is also going to be a pretty interesting day, right? For not just the teams who have lost, but for the teams who didn't play today. Enigma, Orangutan, these guys were chilling here. They were just sitting and watching these games, and I think that's a big advantage. So when they come into the action tomorrow, it's going to be a blast. That's it from our side today, guys. Mamba, take it ahead.
A wonderful day of matches, and of course a lot of action. There are going to be a lot of matches tomorrow as well, but at the same time, for all the teams that played today, we have to give them a big round of applause, and all the viewers watching at home still, you have to give it to all these teams because they came out here, they performed. It's not easy, especially when you've had such a long day. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we'll have two more amazing matches. We have a surprise for you as well. We won't talk about it right now, but we'll see you guys tomorrow. Make sure to tune in at the same place, and we'll see you around. Until then, it's good night and goodbye.